begins to fade now, and I feel like I'm losing time, but I don't know how I'm here. The sunlight has turned to gray, and I feel like I'm losing love again. I don't know how I'm here. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel it somewhere you're looking down. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel it somewhere you're looking down. 'Cause it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna breathe. And it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna need.
Good evening, or good afternoon I should say, everybody, to Sim Racers World TV, and welcome to Zolder for the virtual Belcar event. My name is Chaz Draycott, and joining me once again in the commentary box today is my fellow commentator and good mate Jack Werrell. Good to see you, Jack. It's going to be a very, very action-packed afternoon for us, isn't it, mate?
100%. First of all, thank you for everybody who's watching so far, and you're in for an absolutely amazing afternoon of racing, including the Formula 3 race. We've got 6 classes out on show today, so it's just going to be an action-packed afternoon, and it's going to be like I wouldn't know where to look for this. So I'm really looking forward to the Formula 3 race. Obviously, the main event, I can't wait for that. 125 minutes around Zolder, spread over 5 classes. We're never going to be bored.
Definitely not. And before that, of course, we have the Formula 3 race today as a support event, which currently is in the middle of their practice session. Very shortly they should be going into qualifying. And again, I mean, anyone that's seen this series before, Jack, is going to really enjoy this one, aren't they? It runs on Thursday nights at the moment on Sim Racers World, and it gives these guys a good chance to get back out on track on a day they usually wouldn't.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, you are the commentator for the Formula 3 series, and I drive in the Sim Racers World Sim Stickers Formula 3 series, so obviously you get a much better insight into what's really going on throughout the field. And obviously, after re-watching streams, it's going to be crazy, because racing in them, I'm always busy, and I can't imagine what it's like for you in the commentary box keeping up with the Formula 3 cars, because no matter where you look down the field, even if you're at the very sharp end or towards the back of the field, you're going to be in a battle. So it's going to be an absolutely amazing support race and an even better main event.
Yeah, definitely. There's going to be a heck of a lot going on. We'll jump down then and have a look at some of the things that are going on at track at the moment then. This is Camille van den Driesche in the WRT eSport car. Now, Camille has been very, very fast in this championship before, and he's going to be a joy to watch tonight, I'm very sure. Ross Nicholson also out on track in the Sim Stickers car. He is also very, very quick. And trust me, this guy has a lot of talent. He's won a race recently in the championship as well. As you see him hopping through the chicane there. Tito Granher is out there in the very chrome and very shiny Banzu RX Flow car. Now, you can't miss this car on track, trust me. I mean, look at it. It's the shiniest thing you're going to see today. Ben White is out for year 1 racing. Oh, he's nearly out of the session there. Spins it over the curb. Leo Roca is also teammates with Tito Granher, and to be fair, actually, Jack, this is the first time we've seen more than one Banzu RX Flow F3 car on track together.
Yeah, it's great to see that they're expanding and they've got plenty of entries coming in. Obviously, they're not the only team to have multiple entries in. We've got, for example, Fiercely Forward with 5 entries into this support race, and obviously they enter 3 cars, me being one of them, into the Sim Stickers F3 series. So it's going to be great to see how they do, because there's lots of... Obviously, it's all good having way more cars, but you've got to make sure, if you get to the point where you've got to work together, as Josh Clogg is showing how not to go through the chicane, you've really got to work together. I've known, or I've raced against most of these guys, so it'd be great to see what it's like from a different perspective. And I'm really, really looking forward to the support role. I'm really, really looking forward to the entire afternoon, so I just can't wait. I want this practice to hurry up and finish off. I think there's still about 10 minutes remaining, something like that. And then obviously we get into the 10-minute qualifying, so I just can't wait for it.
It's going to be amazing, absolutely amazing. And thanks, of course, to Sim Racers World TV for getting Jack on here as well. Apologies, everybody, as well, that is on the YouTube stream at the moment. Thank you all for coming over. We do realise that it's set up a separate stream to the one that was already planned. That's a technical issue at my end. I'll hold my hand up on that and say I'm very sorry. But thank you for having patience and coming over. Just great to see everybody here, really, if I'm honest with you. So many cars out on track. A lot of these guys, you may not recognise them, but I've had the pleasure of commentating on a lot of these boys in the Sim Racers World Formula 3 series over the last month or so, and it's absolutely awesome to watch. Luke Wobbs is a fiercely forward driver I've not come across before, actually, Jack. Anything you know on this guy?
Not really. I try and stay as active as I can in Discord, but obviously building up to this event and obviously the Porsche Sport event we had on Friday, I've been pretty busy. So I've been struggling to find the time to stay active on sort of all the servers, and I missed the entrance of Luke to the team. So I'm really looking forward to see how he sizes up to everybody else. And Matthew Crisp, I haven't spoke to him much at all. So it'll be great to see how he does as well. So yeah, I'm just really looking forward to seeing what these new names can do.
That's always the fun part of it, I suppose, as commentators. Whenever we see new drivers coming into a series, or drivers that we've not seen racing before, you never know what to expect from them, and that's part of the exciting world that we have to live in, I suppose. I do enjoy it. It's good to see Camille van den Driesche out on pole at the moment. Well, I say on pole in practice, doing a cracking job. We'll show you the gap on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see there, not even a tenth of a second covering the top three, so they are very, very close. Josh Clogg 11 seconds off at the bottom, but that's of course just down to the fact that he spun it. 2 seconds though, covering just the top 15 at the moment though, Jack. It's a nice, close little field as we've got at the moment.
Yeah, it really is. I think it's helped by the Formula 3 cars. They are quite forgiving to drive, quite easy to drive, but you've got to have the talent and the commitment, and also, I guess, the bravery to drive it quickly. So these guys, I'm guessing they've been practicing plenty hard throughout the previous weeks, and obviously with the damage model, as I've exploited Let's Go With around here before. I think, yeah, they'll be practicing a hell of a lot, which means everybody's going to be on par. So we're in store for an absolutely amazing race.
We certainly are. And the beautiful Zolder as well, hell of a circuit, very picturesque. It's very narrow as well, so we're going to see some close racing between these guys, and a lot of committed manoeuvres, I'm sure. What do you reckon is going to be the main thing they have to think about around here?
Well, from personal experience, I would probably say tyres. I know it's only a 16-lap race, but when you're pushing and you're in a pack of cars, obviously everything's going to get hot a lot quicker if you're behind a car. So you've got to be really careful how you manage your tyres. Fuel management, I don't think will be an issue at all, but also, I suppose, not being too aggressive, because these are fragile cars. If you're too aggressive, go a little too deep on the brakes, or maybe brake a little too early and catch the guy behind off guard, it's going to ruin probably both of your races. So you've got to be on it for this entire race. So I'd say concentration is probably the dying factor.
I'm going to agree with you on that one, definitely. Really am. It is one of those circuits where you can really try and push the car for an apex and just miss it by that tiny bit, and you'll hit a curb, or you'll run wide, hit the grass, and then if you're on the brakes, the car will spin. We'll stay on board with Werrell here for a lap into turn one. It's a very late apex, and you want to get on the throttle as soon as you can, but that curb on the right is very, very tall, so it's easy to get too much of that and spin the car. Turn two again, he's run wide there. You want to be careful of the little bumpy curbs on the left-hand side, but there's so many lines around turn two. You'll see a lot of overtaking manoeuvres there. Round turn three and into four. It's a very fast corner. Some very aggressive curbs on the inside there as well. Down the long straight. And then we all know the wonderful and painful first chicane that's coming up. Incredibly narrow part of the track. Takes a bit of curb at the start. Takes a bit of curb on the exit. A little bit of corrective oversteer. Then over the crest. And down into the second sectional lap. It really feels like it closes up here, Jack, as he goes into the second chicane, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Like you've already mentioned, it is a narrow circuit, but when you're battling wheel to wheel, or even if you're just by yourself and you're going at such high rates of speed in these Formula 3 cars, it just gets even narrower as well. So, like we've already mentioned, it's going to keep on coming back to it. Concentration, you need to be on it all the time. If there's a curb that you're not supposed to hit, even if you're just even a slight miss of concentration and you just end up going for the curb out of sort of instinct, it's really going to hurt your race. So you've just got to be so careful around here, and it's great to see that everybody's sort of keeping it on the track, and they're keeping it clean at the moment. Obviously, this is only practice. You can afford to be aggressive, and as you can see, the teammates, the Banzu RX teammates, just going out the bottom of shot. I suppose helping each other, it's always great to have someone to follow as well. I've learnt in these Formula 3 cars, obviously you do get the draft assistance, but it's nice to see and explore maybe new lines that you haven't tried before. So it's all about sort of modulation on where you put the power down, where you brake, where you turn in. There's so many variables in these. As you can see, this is Neil's putting it backwards through the first chicane. You've already mentioned that it is quite a scary part of the circuit, and it's been beautifully showcased already by the driver in P12. So yeah, it's just concentration, Chaz. That's all it is.
Yeah, it certainly is. I've just realised as well, I do apologise to his team. I did update one of the files on here a moment ago, and he had the wrong team name on it. It is SROC Racing Forces for Neil's Shoters. Just having a little issue with one of my cameras at my end at the moment, so just bear with me 1 second, everybody, while I just sort this out for you, because we don't want to be giving you bad cameras. We don't want this to look scrappy, do we? We want plenty of nice camera angles. We'll see what the very best is that we can do. We know that sometimes the Zolder cameras can be a little bit far away on iRacing, so I'll make sure that we've got the right ones in, and it looks like we should be all good to go. So that's Neil Shoters then for SROC Racing Forces. One of my favourite liveries in the Sim Racers World Formula 3 series, actually, Jack. And again, WRT Esport, you know I'm a fan of a split livery, so this car for me, white on one side, blue on the other, with some, it's quite American-esque, like a NBA or NFL sort of branding on it. It's very sort of, not cartoony, I don't want to say that, but it's very like comical, you know what I mean, in terms of thick outlines, nice and bold branding.
Yeah, definitely. You can't miss it. Obviously, I was about to bring up that I could almost put money on that Camille's livery is your favourite on the grid. But yeah, I see what you mean. You really can't miss the car. Probably not as vibrant as the Banzu cars, like you mentioned. They're chrome and bright colours. You just see one going out of shot there. They're just, I think anybody who has got a really nice livery on a Formula 3 car, they just show it off. So obviously we've got plenty of nice liveries going on show today with different spec maps, different logos, different colours, and it's great to see. It really sort of it makes the field stand out, and it's really vibrant, which is great to see. Dries Vanden Right, probably not going to agree with me, bearing in mind he's in a black livery. But he's still hitting the track, and wow, very, very quickly through turn one. Used a bit too much curb, as I know that if you hit that curb, you can bottom out the car and you just end up going in a straight line. But yeah, it's nice to see a real range of liveries, a real range of talent, and it's nice to see such a big grid.
Yeah, definitely. And Formula 3, while people do usually say, "Oh, open racing wheels boring," there's no like close racing. Complete lie, if you ask me. We've seen some brilliant racing in the Sim Racers World Formula 3 series so far, and I am absolutely loving the fact that we've got them here again. Again, this issue with the cameras, I'm really sorry, everybody, but we seem to have these cameras that love a very wide field of view. Not field of view, sorry, depth of field. So I'm just going to change away from this, just so I make sure that we have the right cameras. And also, as well, I want to make sure that Jack and I have the same cameras, so we do see exactly the same thing. So you guys don't think, what's he on about? What's he on about seeing from there? As we currently look at the in the background of a lot of shots. This is what I meant about them being far away, you see. Here's Camille Vanden Driesche flying through into the hairpin at the end of the lap. But like you say, it is good to see so many brightly coloured cars and differing liveries as well. I mean, I know in certain series, a lot of the time, you do see most of the liveries are similar colours to each other. They're either like white and red or like black and blue. You know, you'll see a lot of people running similar colours. But in this, I mean, you've got a black and orange car there in front, which is the Sim Racers World Esports car, just like Matty's grown here. But it's his teammate that we were just looking at there. I believe it was Bart. It was Stuart Musselwhite. But Bart Delman was the one further down the order. Oh, apparently, Josh Clogg just went off the track. Oh, a bit of curb there for Bart Delman. You're going to feel that in a Formula 3 car. But yeah, there's a lot of differing liveries. So we've got like black and orange in the Sim Racers World car, white and blue in the WRT Esport, and then we all know the fiercely forward bright yellow and black livery here that is adorning Matthew Crisp's car. There's got to be a joke in there somewhere that you can poke at him, Jack, I'm sure. But
No, not really.
but it is a very, very tough circuit to negotiate. These guys have only got about a minute left in practice. and then we're going to see some epic racing from them. If you haven't watched Formula 3 racing on iRacing before, honestly, you do need to stick around for this. You're going to absolutely love it. Marv Goes Racing says, hyped. And I'm very glad that you are, sir, because you are not the only one. Trust me, Jack and I have been so excited for sorting this out. I've been running around like a headless chicken trying to get everything sorted over the last sort of 2 hours or so, just to make sure we have all the info we need, and we are good to go. And there is the... Oh, hello. That was the number 13 car. That's Paul Godden of SimStickers, who has looped it. I'll have a quick look and see what happened to Paul. Oh, he's already around at this point.
It looks like he's got a bit of front wing damage, so he might have had contact with another car maybe, or just hit a curb extremely hard and managed to hit the front wing, but he's got it back going, which is all good. Oh, and there's Tito Grande having a very similar incident, just looping the car around. I was going to come on to this as well, Chaz. Like, these cars are so light, but they've got an immense amount of power for their weight, so obviously that produces the perfect formula for close and quick racing as the practice session just times out. If you even dip an outside wheel a tiny bit onto the grass, you're going to end up going the wrong way. So it's going to come back to it again, concentration and making sure you hit every apex and you don't run wide, like millimetre wide, and it's going to hurt your race. And obviously in these cars, if you spin and you go the wrong way, you're going to end up with plenty of cars collecting you as well. So you've got to be so careful. But I don't think, or I hope we won't have any of that. And obviously we've seen these guys, we've got a real raft of talent out. So these guys know what they're doing. And yes, crashes happen, but I'm 99% sure, I'm hoping I'm not giving this commentator's curse, but I'm 99% sure these guys will keep their nose clean for the race. Obviously it is only a support race, there's no points on offer. But let's be honest, everybody wants to win.
Oh yeah, they're going to really push for the win. We will shut the music up at this stage as these guys focus on qualifying, not that they can hear it. I don't mean to insinuate anything, by the way. Jack saying there might be some crashes and I go on board with Tim Rutten. Tim has made a bit of a name for himself in the Sim Races World Formula 3 series. I'm only joking. But yeah, we've seen a lot of good things from many of these drivers, and I'm hoping to see more of the same tonight. I do like the livery on Tim's car. It's very straightforward, but the darker liveries usually make these cars look so good because they are quite strongly biased to a good silhouette. You know, these darker colours do often complement them well. Let's just have a look here. Ben White. Now that's a car that doesn't have much dark colour on it. Yes, a lot of it may be black, but Ben White and the Year 1 team know how to paint a car because it's very bright, it stands out like mad, and at the end of the day, Jack, that's what you want for your branding, isn't it? Yeah,
definitely. Any sort of attraction you can get to that, and obviously if you were looking at a grid, you'd probably see that first. It's got a lime green nose cone with then splashes of purple, and obviously the green wheels help you see it. You really can't miss it. So it's great to see that Year 1, they've pretty much got it bang on. They know exactly what they need to do to get plenty of sort of public attraction to their livery, and surely it makes them go quicker, because we all know a good, nice looking livery makes you go quicker.
Except in the case of the 1997 Minardi in Formula 1. So there's a joke come in actually about Matthew Crisp from Dane Baird, who says Matthew needs to keep it clean or he'll be a Walkers. I agree. I like that. I'm going to go with that. I like that one. The first car, I believe, let me just see who's the furthest round the lap. It is Tim Rutten. He's going to be the first car to complete a time. So we will have a look and see what he can manage for DSRT, which I believe is Dutch Sim Racing Team. Signified as well, if we just go on board, oh, you can't see it, by the bright orange helmet that he is wearing, which I don't even, to be honest, know completely why or any of the history of it. Oh, as he clips the grass, he locks up, manages to save it though. Might still get a time in that does count. Well, I was just about to say, Jack, I don't really know the history of why orange is the sort of Dutch national colour as such, because it's not even in the flag, but we'll have to see as Rutten goes fastest 24/7.
Was that the time, or was that just saying he's always fast, 24/7?
Well, he is fast 24/7. There's a 24.2 for Josh Clogg, so a 23.2 for Camille van den Driesche, just showing him how it's done there. Really flying at the moment is the WRT Esports car. Niels Schotes goes into second. We did get told as well, by the way, apparently it's the Dutch royal family colour. Thank you, Ollie Slade, for the information. Neil Schotes and his teammate, who I don't think is in this one, Frederik van Eekhoven, just won their split in the Nürburgring 24 hours. So can everybody please put a couple of clap emojis in the chat for those guys doing a cracking job and winning their split in the Nürburgring 24 hours. It's a very tough race. And now to jump into this as well in something as quick as a Formula 3 car, Jack, they've got to be mad.
Yeah, it's crazy. I was watching a bit of the year one stream as well, so they were doing well. They were in P3 the last time I checked. So if anybody can update us on that, that'd be great. But yeah, so it's a real jump from a car that's quite a bit heavier. It's obviously got a much larger wheelbase, and it doesn't rely quite as much on downforce. Obviously, the not saying the Formula 3 cars don't have mechanical grip, but the GTs have a hell of a lot of mechanical grip. And obviously on such a challenging circuit as the Nordschleife, with varying to no runoff at all, it's a massive jump to go from those sort of GT cars or whatever they might have been driving. They might have been in the TCR even. But to go from those sort of cars to these open wheel, high downforce, high power sort of machines, it's a massive change. So these guys, they need to adapt quickly if they have been doing that. So yeah, I take my hats off to them if they've done that and they've just done a 24-hour race and then they've gone, yeah, you know what, let's hop in and do another sport race.
Well, yeah, it's certainly committed. We've got Lana Lux in the chat asking when's there going to be a 24-hour Zolder iRacing race. I tell you what, the Nürburgring's difficult, but I don't think I could keep a car on track for 24 hours around here without hitting a curb or rolling it, flicking it through the air. It's so intense. Just as well to point out, Ross Nicholson for Sim Stickers has gone fastest. And if I'm honest, Jack, I'm not really surprised. He's been brilliant in the Sim Races World Formula 3 Series, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I don't know whether I was lucky or unlucky to have to defend from Ross at Interlagos. It was definitely a challenge. I was rather sweaty afterwards, but he's an amazing driver. He knows exactly where to place the car. He's obviously you only move once to defend, and he just sort of sells you a dummy. You go to the inside, and then he just swaps to the outside and finds loads of grip that you didn't even know was there. So he's an amazing driver. He knows how to throw these cars around, and it's definitely on show. He's gone 1.5 tenths quicker than Camille van den Driesche behind. So he's definitely on it, and he definitely knows what he's doing. So yeah, that really isn't a surprise.
Yeah, he's properly putting the times in. I mean, they're very close actually between 5th, 6th and 7th there, all within a tenth of each other. Only 12 thousandths between Schotters and Granher. But yeah, Ross currently, Camille van den Driesche just goes 6 thousandths slower there. So they're really the two to watch at the moment who are going to be fighting for this. As Camille's gone off and straight on, slams on the brakes and he's going to, he kisses it into the barrier. It's a good thing that he can just reset and go back out, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. There's just under half of the session to go, so he's got enough time to go out and maybe squeeze about 2 flying laps out if he's quick. And obviously, we know he is. He's P2 at the moment. We'll have to keep an eye on him to see when or if and when he leaves the pits. We've got Tito Granher going up a position. He's improved. And we've got a couple of people just posting. I don't know whether they're just banker times for the moment. Well, I say that, but like you've already mentioned, from P1 to what's that? We'll go to P18, separated by about 2 seconds.
Yeah.
And on a circuit that, yeah, it's a 1 minute 20 or 1 minute 23 lap, let's go with. It's really nothing at all. And in these Formula 3 cars, there's so many variables. So I can't wait to see what the race is like, because it's all well and good you're putting it on pole position, but if you're right out the front, you're going to be the one punching the hole in the air for everybody else.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to work the hardest, you're going to have to defend, you're going to have to drive in your mirrors, in theory, for the first couple of laps until you can build up a gap. So it's qualifying. Yes, it sounds important, but when you think about it, when it comes to the race, it really isn't going to make that much of a difference.
No, you're right. It's just a case of keeping your concentration around here. One tiny mistake can ruin it. I mean, I've been in plenty of races around here in plenty of different leagues, and all it takes is for you to just overcommit to that curb there. Even on the way in, on the way out, you could just get a little cocky with it. Just try and push it as hard as you can and think, just gain a tenth or so here, especially when you're chasing another driver, and it'll so easily go around. Matthew Crisp goes top there, though, 122.681. Very good indeed. What a lap that is. And, well, I'm sure you'll be happy, Jack. I mean, trying to refrain the bias, of course, but, yeah, one of your teammates fastest. And if I'm honest, Matthew Crisp is another one of those where I've never seen him race before, so it's not something that I'm going to know in terms of his pace straight away, but I'm glad to see that he's doing a good job off the bat.
Yeah, definitely. I think he took part in the Sports Car Open a couple of weeks back, or maybe it was just last week even, at Interlagos, amongst the likes of Williams Esports and Core Sim Racing. So he definitely knows what he's doing. And I've got to say, I am rather jealous of those chrome wheels. And it must go really well. Sadly, the spec map, I don't think, has loaded the chrome line on the side. No, it hasn't. But I've got to say, I might steal that off him. If I can get my spec map working and I can get that beautiful chrome line on the side, it will just go really well. That's Ross Nicholson going P1 or on provisional pole with a 1 minute 22.408. So he's gone best part of 2.5 tenths, almost 3 tenths quicker than Matthew Crisp. So a rapid lap from Ross Nicholson. So I don't think this is going to calm down. There's only 1 minute of the session to go, but with cars still out on track and still posting personal best and purple sectors, I don't think the order's going to stay the way it is, Chaz.
No, it's certainly going to move around quite a bit. I'm just trying to see who's near the end of a lap at the moment. Frederick Van Eekhoven is. Frederick is in the session, that's good to see. I was worried he wasn't here before. Stuart Musselwhite hasn't gone out on track and qualifying yet by the look of it. But here is Frederick Van Eekhoven, and he is going to get a chance to go and do another lap, I believe. Across the line he goes. Where does he end up? Surely he's going to improve because he's always quick. No, I think that might have been an outlap actually there, Jack, as Drouet goes into 4th position. But we'll keep an eye on Van Eekhoven on the left-hand side of our screen while we look now. Pole sitter Ross Nicholson, provisional pole sitter anyway, just coming to finish a lap here. See whether he can improve or not. At this point of the session, Jack, do you think that it's possible? Do you think that you can go quicker at the end, or is the pressure too much?
It's sort of like a swings and roundabouts game. Obviously, your tyres will have dropped off a little bit, but a couple of slow laps can quickly sort that out. But obviously, you've got less fuel, so that means you're driving a lighter car. So obviously, going through the corners, you don't have to rely on downforce and mechanical grip just as much. But Ross Nicholson has shown off you sort of do, and it looks like who was that also got caught out? Was that Bart Daleman that got caught out at turn 1? I can't remember.
Might have been, yeah.
But so 2 drivers getting caught out at turn 1, that really shows that towards the end of the session, no, you cannot push the car as hard as I thought. But that rounds out the end of the session so far. We might have a couple of drivers improving. This is Matthew Crisp. Does he cross the line and improve? He does not. He does improve slightly. He does a 1 minute 22.456, but that does keep him in P2 or provisional P2 at the moment. This is Frederick Van Eekhoven in SROC Racing Forces. Can he improve on his 1 minute 23.58? Driving towards the line, changing up the gears. Can he improve on his personal best time? He does. He does a 1 minute 23.469, but sadly that does not promote him up any positions. I'll leave you to take them through the rest of the finishing drivers, Chaz.
Well, Camille van den Driesche just goes across the line there. He remains 3 tenths off pole. Final driver that's going to be qualifying is Dries van den Rij. Round the final corner for Data Wire Racing. Across the line, 6th at the moment, almost 7 tenths off pole. He does improve, but he goes up 1 position just ahead of Tito Granher with a 1:22.893. And that will round out our qualifying session for the Formula 3 series here in the Belcar event, the virtual Belcar event. Powered by, I must say, SimTag Simulators. Thank you very much for coming on board for this one. And in just a moment, once the session ticks over, we should have a grid for you. And then we'll be able to run through everything. But it's going to be a good one, this, Jack. I mean, plenty of action. It may not be the biggest grid, but sometimes you can have better racing with smaller grids because there's less of people to worry about on track, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. It's we've come back to this a fair bit throughout the session, and I'm going to come back to it again. Obviously, we've mentioned there's a real range of talent and experience from top to bottom of the order. But like you've already mentioned, there's a smaller grid to what we would normally expect, which, yeah, it's great to see that we've got people joining, but it could be a recipe for success and really close racing, but on the other hand, it might not be. So it's all about trying it, and I don't think these guys are going to let us down.
No, definitely not. So we'll take you through the grid then. Ross Nicholson on pole position alongside Matthew Crisp, with Camille van den Driesche in 3rd and Hugo Drouet in 4th. Then it's Dries van den Rij and Tito Granher on row 3, with Ben White 7th and Josh Clogg in 8th. Paul Godden is then in 9th for Sim Stickers, with Frederick Van Eekhoven in 10th position, with Nick Sherman's 11th and Niels Schoters in 12th. Then we have Wayne Palmer and Leo Roker, with Taylor Lane in 15th place. He'll be hoping for a better race than qualifying. Matisse Groen starts 16th with Luke Wobbs in 17th. Wonder if he likes dubstep. 18th is Bart Daleman, 19th is Tim Rutten, and Stuart Musselwhite rounds out your grid. And for the first time tonight then, we're going to get some action underway here, Jack. This should be an absolute corker. I'm just going to try and update a few things. We will get the music stopped, and the first race of the evening, then the support race for the virtual Belcar, is away. Looked like a bit of a poor start for Nicholson, and Matthew Crisp has flown into the lead. What a brilliant start by him there. Chucks it down the inside into turn 1. Oh, Ross is around already in front of the pack. Nobody hits him yet anyway. I'm nearly at my words there, Jack, but, well, terrible, terrible start for Ross Nicholson. He's going to absolutely hate that, but it's Matthew Crisp leading the way from Camille van den Driesche.
Yeah, great start from Matthew Crisp. He's not out of the woods yet. Still Camille van den Driesche behind. We've had a Roker dive into the pit, so what it said on the timing screen anyway. So he'll be looking for a recovery drive, much like Will Ross Nicholson. But as we stand at the moment, still Matthew Crisp in the lead, Camille van den Driesche as well. Tim Rutten's dropping down the order, so we'll have to have a look. That's at the first chicane. We did say that this would be our hot spots for possible incidents. Josh Clark has got it back going again, driving towards the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. We'll see what happened. We'll get a replay. Going into the first chicane, he's on the inside, brakes nice and late. Does he get it slowed down? Almost 3 wide, taps the back of Tim Rutten, and Josh tries to go around him, does a good job of getting out of the way. And it looks like minimal to no damage was caused by that. So Tim Rutten is back going again. Josh Clogg is trying to work his way back up, and at the moment we've got a fiercely forward P1, P3 Chaz.
Yeah, it's going well for you boys at the moment, and 2 of the drivers I've never heard of before. What does that say about the other lot? Dries van den Rijt is 4th behind these guys. I'm only kidding, boys. It was a bit of a shame there. Tim Rutten just absolutely sent it down the inside. Matty's Groen has gone off as well, apparently. What's happened here? Must be something at the chicane, surely. Just behind him here, I think this is Paul Godden in the Sim Stickers car. Oh, he's just gone way deep there. Oh, he's just gone straight on. Straight on and then into the pit lane, I think. So, strange one for him. Yeah, maybe a jump start or something. Here's Stuart Musselwhite in 13th, just bouncing over the curbs at the moment. Oh, he's gone way wide there. There's the back of some tents. And Stuart has gone way, way off the circuit. Neil Shoters goes through. Oh, Ross Nicholson's off, and Ross Nicholson is out! Ross Nicholson goes off the circuit and into the wall. What happened to Ross here? He's side by side. That's Josh Clogg, isn't it? Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's a really, really exaggerated hit. Bounces off the wall, wings everywhere. And Ross Nicholson's race goes from bad to worse. What a shame. What a real shame for Ross. But here is the view back then from Crisp, and there is Camille van den Driesche. These Formula 3 cars, when they close up on you, Jack, they look very, very aggressive, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. It's really daunting to have a Formula 3 car get ever closer in your rearview mirror, and obviously the nose dips down, so it really exaggerates how close they get. But I don't think that's going to phase Matthew Crisp at the moment. Still pulling out a slight gap, but he won't be able to shake off Camille van den Driesche that easily. Hugo Drouet starting to drop back a little bit, so he might be going back into the clutches of Dries van den Rijt. Then obviously you've got Ben White and Paul Godden slowly starting to pull away from Nick Sherman's. But I don't think that will evolve too much. Nick Sherman's dropping down the order. That's Tito Granher working his way up. Paul Godden has also fallen foul of Tito Granher, so Tito's definitely on a charge. Going into what is turn 2 now. These guys keeping it ever close. Tito Granher not wanting to give up the position just yet. But we look back from Paul Godden. We can see Nick Sherman and Taylor Lane fighting on. This is Drouet. He was in P3 at the time he went off. We'll have to look back to see what happened there. He might have just clipped a bit of curb. Gets out of the way just. And it just seems like we've had everything, or action and a hell of a lot more, Chaz.
Oh, it's kicking off everywhere, mate. It's mad. Oh, Drouet just bounces on that curb that I mentioned before. He does a great job to stop it going all the way around. Manages to recover, but unfortunately onto the circuit in front of the other guys. Bart Daleman has just gone off as well. Sorry about this, everyone. We're going to keep jumping back to these because Bart Daleman has apparently gone off the circuit. Oh, he's really slow there. Oh, there's damage. Yeah, damage to the left rear. Damage to the left rear. Ben White has just gone off as well. It's kicking off here, guys. It really is kicking off. So Ben White off the circuit. That's right rear suspension damage as well. Wonder if it's braking on the curbs, you know, because these guys seem to pick it up, but no other damage as well. That's a real shame. But back to the front, or not. There's Wayne Palmer off the circuit again. They're all over the place. Crisp, though, has just done the fastest lap of the race, and he's starting to fly away here a little bit, Jack. Van den Driesche is trying to stick with him, but we look back here. Nick Sherman has got Taylor Lane right behind. Taylor has gained 9 places in this race so far. Left side of your screen, you'll see how many positions everyone's gained. Obviously, because the incident, some of them are a bit exaggerated, but Taylor on a great charge at the moment here, Jack.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to see. I know what Taylor's like. He's quicker than myself for sure, and he's definitely been battling, even in the AM class, in the Sim Stickers SRW Formula 3 series. That's a mouthful. He definitely fights with the pros, as we saw on Thursday. So he's doing a great job of keeping up with these guys. Next target will be Nick Sherman's. He'll be seeing what he can do, maybe eyeing up a position. He hasn't got much pressure from behind. Obviously, Paul Godden of the Sim Stickers car is just there, followed up by his teammate Hugo Drouet on his recovery drive, seeing whether he can work his way back up the field. But Taylor Lane keeping it on the road. and still pushing forward. Obviously, we've still got Matthew Crisp leading the way, doing a great job. Still not managed to shake off Camille van den Driesche just as yet. About 7/10 between these two guys. And then obviously you've got Dries van den Rij pretty much in the middle of nowhere. He's trying to do everything he can to catch up. But he's also got a couple of cars slowly catching up behind. That is Tito Granher once again on a charge. We've seen him work his way up through a couple of positions, but I think Dries is in a world of his own at the moment. He'll just be focusing, keeping the laps clean, and keep on churning them out, Chaz.
Yeah, definitely. It's what he does on Thursdays, if I'm honest with you. He really does just keep it clean for most of the races. This is a battle here between two of the teammates, Luke Wobbs and Josh Clogg, side by side down the straight. Josh with the yellow wheels on the right-hand side of your screen now, the 999 car. Down the inside he goes, and Luke gives up the position to his teammate. Josh trying to make his way back up the order now after being slowed down at the start, and obviously having that incident as well with Tim Rutten. Matisse Groen is back out on track, by the way, and continuing to come back up the order. This is Niels Schoters just behind them. He's going to be attacking the back of Luke Wobbs in a moment. And these Formula 3 cars, they're great to be on board with. Really, really good fun. And they just look so fast everywhere they go. I mean, they really do slow it down there in the chicane. We'll show you the dashboard in the bottom right so you can just see the speed that they're doing. The acceleration isn't as massive as we've seen in other cars, but it's the fact that they can carry such speed through some of the quicker corners, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah, definitely. It's obviously massively helped by the downforce and the mechanical grip, and obviously the driver, they've got to make sure they don't push the front tyres a little too hard, as they can be prone to understeer if you start to overheat the front tyres. It's really hard to calm them down though, but I don't think that is going to bother Shooters as he's looking down the inside of Wobbs, gets the move done, can't quite get it slowed down. Luke Wobbs gets the cutback out of the hairpin. He's still got obviously Shooters just behind, going into the final chicane, rounding out another lap of the Zolder circuit. Winding it through the chicane. This is Paul Godden, so a horrible sport race for the SimStickers car. But that was
Schoters.
Schoters has managed to go backwards. I'm not 100% sure what happened there. Might have been a bit too much curb. We've seen the curb end races for a couple of drivers so far, so we'll see what happened on the replay. Going into the final chicane, nice and late on the brakes. He looks pretty innocent so far. That was Wobbs skipping the chicane, and Schoters managed to leap the car the wrong way around. He's got it back going again now. But the race is started to stable out a little bit, Chaz.
Yeah, it certainly has. Davey Whitterballs joins us in the chat. Good to see you, Davey. Hello, mate. Thank you, everybody that has tuned in at the moment. We've got 218 views on the YouTube stream at the moment. We do appreciate every single one of you as well that has jumped in. Thank you for your presence. Don't forget we have the main event coming up very soon. This is just the appetizer to get you all warmed up with some brilliant racing action. But it was part of my little curse there, wasn't it, Jack, with Schoters? If anyone hasn't seen any of my broadcasts before, I have a strange version of the commentator's curse where I'll be watching somebody battle, saying how well they're doing, and then when I go away and look at a different battle or a different car, as soon as I look away, they'll have an accident. And it's just a very, very strange curse, and that continues it. We had it on Friday with the Porsche Sport event as well. And, you know, it's just something that I seem to have an association with. Tim Rutten has come to strive here. Into the chicane he goes. I've seen a couple of guys loop it on the brakes and then on the throttle. It's very easy to do when these cars are going slowly. Oh, he catches the grass and that's going to go in the wall. Oh, that's a big hit as well. Luckily he doesn't come all the way across the track. But I think he's going to, yeah, he gets that out of the way. And back he goes. Well, here's your race leader, Jack, and he's doing a great job at the moment, but he's not getting rid of Camille van den Driesche.
No, definitely not. He's amazingly talented. We saw Ollie Slade in the chat saying he's battled with Max Verstappen himself a couple of times in Formula 3 races, so he definitely knows what he's doing. And I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter who he's racing, as long as he's out front at this point. He's keeping his head down, still can't quite shake off the attention of Camille van den Driesche. So the Frenchman not letting him get away that easy. Going into the hairpin, bouncing off the rev limiter. Looks like Camille is a little stronger on the brakes, but Matthew has got him covered. This is Stuart Musselwhite has gone very heavily into the wall. That is not going anywhere, mate. In the first chicane, it looks like he used way too much curb and it just slingshotted him straight into the barrier. That's not good to see at all. Have a look on the replay, see what he did. He lost it on the way in, and then it was assisted by the second curb as well. So that's a horrid incident for him. I don't think he wanted to believe it. He grabbed a gear and tried to get it going again, but he had no such luck. So Matthew Crisp still leading the way with Camille van den Driesche just behind.
And just looking a bit further down the order here, Luke Wobbs has Paul Godden all over him now. Paul went off not too long ago, and now he's back on the charge through the order and trying to get past the fiercely forward driver. He tries to get into the slipstream down the straight. We're on to lap 8 out of 16 already here, halfway through the race. Surely Paul is going to pull out the last second. No, he's a little bit later on the brakes. Almost goes into the back of the fiercely forward car. Gets back on the brakes. He's just playing it safe at the moment. Oh, Luke flashing around a little bit on my screen there. Not sure if you had the same there, Jack.
Yeah, I did. It was really unnerving as a driver if you're following a car that is having a slight connection issue. It's pretty much the same if you're having the connection issue yourself. You've got to be really careful where you place the car. Make sure you just make yourself nice and predictable. I don't think Paul Godden is going to bother at all about wondering what Luke Wobbs is going to do. He's going to the inside. Can he get the move done on the brakes? He's got the preferred line. Luke Wobbs slows it down nice and easy. They're still side by side, but now they've got Schewers behind. Is that Schewers?
Ben White's in there as well.
Ben White, yeah, we've got Ben White in the year 1 car, or not letting Luke get away with it that easily. It might, I think that's Luke dropping down another position, or narrowly avoiding further contact with Ben White, dropping it wide. Now he's really dropping down the order, so Luke might have fallen out of his flow. All he's got to do is get his head down, just over halfway through the race now. So we'll see what he can do in the closing stages, but he's losing out once again. Well, I say that, but it looks like Ben White might have had a slowdown, and Luke doesn't think twice about going all the way around the outside.
Well, Ben is a lap down on these boys, and so is Ross Nicholson. So these guys are trying to... Ben and Ross are actually fighting for position, but they've got to let the lap traffic through as well. Because that's Luke Wobbs, Neil Shoters is in there, and Ross, who we were just looking at there, who is now all over the back of Josh Clogg. Sorry, Ross is all over the back of Luke Wobbs. He's actually a lap down on him, but he's possibly the quickest man on track. He did put it on pole, so Ross is just trying to make up a bit of ground, and Ben White, he's just trying to get out of the way at the same time while battling him. So it's a bit of a complex scenario with these guys. But yeah, it's interesting to see them all trying to cope with it. This is the battle a bit further up the order here. Taylor Lane has his teammate Hugo Drouet just behind. Hugo, of course, went off before Jack, but he's doing the same that a lot of these guys are doing now. A bit of damage limitation and trying to get further up the order again.
Definitely, he's doing a great job of fighting his way back up through the field. Personally, I haven't driven with him, but going off this race, he definitely knows what he's doing. So does Taylor. He's doing a great job. Like you've already mentioned, he's gained 9 positions, and we know what Taylor is like for a good comeback drive, and he's definitely showing it off today. He's all the way up in P6. I'm sure he's pushing for a top 5. And seeing what I can do is we've got another firstly forward driver, Matthew Crispy, who's leading the way. Has just posted a overall best lap of the race, 1 minute 22.884. So I think he's the first driver to break into the 1 minute 22, shortly followed up by Camille Vandendriesche. But he's leading the way, and I wouldn't exactly say it's secure, but it doesn't look like he's giving up to the advances of Camille yet.
No, definitely not. He's pushing. You know, he's got clear air in front of him, and he knows what he needs to do with it. Camille is probably one of those drivers, similar to myself, where I feel better when I'm chasing somebody. If I'm the one that has to determine the racing line or, you know, my own braking point, I'm absolutely useless. But honestly, if I'm following someone else, you just keep an eye on where they brake and what they do, and you can follow them around and then do easily laps that are as quick as them. We just had an issue with Leo Roker, who has gone off the circuit, unfortunately. He did flash out for a second. Oh, it was almost like stop motion there of him going sideways over the chicane, and he's pulled over and he's out of the race, unfortunately. It's close here still between Luke Wobbs and Neil Shoters. Now, Wobbs in the fiercely forward car, as about half the grid is. Shoters in the SROC Racing Forces car. Ross Nicholson's just on the fastest sector 1 of the race, Jack, so shows you it's a real shame that he made that mistake at the start, but, you know, as the once great Murray Walker said, you need to finish first. First you have to finish, as Camille Vandendriesche does the fastest lap of the race now.
Yeah, definitely. Camille's not letting Matthew get away at all. Dries van der Rijs setting a personal best time with a 1 minute 22.963. So the 1 minute 22 slowly starting to roll in for the top 3 drivers. So we're getting to that point in the race where the car has got to its sort of optimum temperature. The tyres haven't fallen off, but you've starting to get rid of a bit of fuel. Josh Clogg also setting a personal best time, chasing after Van Eekhoven. 1/10 or 2/10 between those guys, so they're getting ever closer. So it's fiercely forward battling SRO esports car, and obviously if these guys start to fall back a bit, you've got Paul Godden to pick up the pieces. He's 10 seconds down the road, but we've seen that one slight mistake can cost you massively. Ross Nicholson posted a best lap of the race. This is Camille Vandendriesche taking the lead off Matthew Crisp. That was going into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. He's still got the outside line. I don't think Matthew Crisp is going to let him get away with it that easy, but I think Camille Vandendriesche has got the momentum round the outside, going into the hairpin once again. Camille will be on the outside, so he hasn't got the preferred line. Great defending from Matthew Crisp, keeping the position, staying out in front for the moment. With 5 laps to go, this has got ever closer, Chaz.
Yeah, this is a great scrap we've got going on now. Only a couple of laps to go after this one. And this is hotting up exactly as you want it. In a lot of Formula 3 races, you do tend to see a runaway winner. But look at the run. Van den Driesche has got out the final chicane there. What a great job he's doing side by side with Matthew Crisp, who's done a brilliant, brilliant race so far. But Camille's just gradually putting him under pressure, and it may have just been one tiny mistake that caused it. But now the battle is certainly on between these two very, very pretty cars. Camille, you can see the different lines there, Jack, through turn 2. We were saying earlier just how many different lines you can take through there. They really did show us there, but he's so close to the back of him. What do you think's going through his mind at this point, knowing there's a good 4 laps left?
We know what Camille's like. He's definitely a very clever driver. He might just want to sit on for the moment. Obviously, he's having a look, just putting Matthew under a little bit of pressure. Maybe seeing if he can force another mistake going into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, as where we're going now, over the hill, plunging back down. A very quick left-hander. Ross Nicholson posting another fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 22.253, almost into the 1 minute 21s. So Nicholson well and truly on a charge, chasing after Ben White. 1.5 seconds between those two guys, but we'll stick with these guys. Camille Van den Driesche still within half a second of Matthew Crisp, the leader at the moment. Going into the hairpin, he's nowhere near close enough to make him move. I say that as he closes up massively on the brakes. We know Camille is very, very confident on the brakes, but Matthew Crisp once again gets the better exit coming out of the hairpin, going down the back straight in towards the final chicane. Don't think he's close enough again, but we saw Camille get an amazing run out of here on the lap prior. Do you think he can do the same, Chaz?
This gap seems to be a bit bigger this time, and it looks like Matthew Crisp has got it sorted around there this time round. Nick Sherman's is very close to the back of Hugo Chrouet as well as they go into the chicane. Sounds like he locked up the rears almost there. Does a good job not to loop the thing. But the pressure is on for a lot of these guys, you know. We usually do see it spread out, like I was saying a moment ago, especially for the lead, but we're not seeing that today, and that just shows you how good Zolder is for racing like this. There's purple sectors going in all over the place. Josh Clogg's done the fastest sector 3, fastest sector 5 for Ross Nicholson, who's done the fastest lap of the race by 0.6 of a second over Camille Van den Driesche. So he's really, really flying. But this battle up front is the one to watch. And whether either of them make a mistake is up to them. It could very easily happen though, Jack. I mean, we've seen it before.
Yeah, definitely. We've mentioned before that mistakes can be incredibly costly. As Matthew Crisp found out, he made a slight mistake and his lead was in jeopardy. But while these two have been battling, yes, they were closer a couple of laps ago. The gap has opened up, but that has lost them time to Dries van den Rijt in P3. So if Dries can make or promote himself up towards the highest steps on the podium, he definitely will. This is an issue for Ross Nicholson once again. After setting fastest laps of the race and purple sectors here, there and everywhere, he's fallen foul of, is this turn 1? Yes, it is. Uses way too much curb. We mentioned it at the start of the race. Unsettles the rear of the car. Does a great job of keeping it out the wall. Applies the throttle just to spin the car around that extra little bit. Got back going again. We'll go back to the leaders. This is the leaders once again ticking off another lap of the Zolder circuit. Lap 14 they go on to. Matthew Crisp setting a personal best time of 1 minute 22.8. But there is the gap to Dries van den Rijt just behind. So these guys are getting closer, but with only around 3 laps of the race remaining, unless there is a major mistake, I don't think there will be much change for the podium positions. This is Tito Granher defending as much as he can from Hugo Chrouet. We've got firstly forward cars 1, 2, 3, almost. Going through turn 1, Josh Clogg seeing what he can do about chasing Taylor Lane, but obviously he's under pressure from Frederik van Eekhoven. And Tito Granher still doing what he can to hold back Hugo Chrouet.
Got battles all over the place here. Neil Shoters has just had an issue and got back going again. Just going to quickly see what happened to him. Onto the brakes into the chicane. Is he just going to loop it? Oh, it's that little bit of a crest there, and you can see the car was already unsettled. Loops it around, tries to style it out. It's not easy to do, but these are some great battles we've got going on here. This is Tito Granher with Hugo Chrouet behind, as Jack just said. And then just behind this lot, we've got Taylor Lane, Josh Clogg, and Frederik van Eekhoven as well. There is Mr. Clogg Champ as they call him, with Frederik van Eekhoven behind. Taylor Lane has gained 8 places so far. It's even closer in front now. Tito Granher side by side. He's on the outside and through goes Hugo Chrouet. Oh, Shermans drops it just in the middle of the shot there. And he's lost them places now and he gets going again. That's a real shame. He was on for a really, really good result. And, you know, it just shows you how easy it is to do. Back at the front, the gap is half a second. Stuart Musselwhite and Mattis Groen are changing places in the background. Oh, it looks like Mattis Groen's had another issue actually here, Jack. Oh,
wow.
You're going to feel that.
Oof, narrowly avoiding the Sim Stickers car. That might have been Ross Nicholson and his teammate. but it looks like he managed to get it back going. He has indeed, but this is Hugo Drouet after getting the position on Tito Granher. He's definitely got his work cut out for him, because I know what Tito's like. He's very aggressive, but he's very clean as well. So he knows how to overtake and definitely knows how to defend, as we've seen, winding their way through one of the most precarious corners on the track, going back down the hill towards the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. He's built up half a tenth of a half a second
Oh,
to
no.
Drouet behind. He outbraked himself a little bit going into the chicane, had to straight line it, got a bit of a slowdown, and that's all his hard work done. But obviously he will be dropping back into the clutches of Taylor Lane now. So one fiercely forward car has worked its way by, and he's got two just behind, waiting to see what they can do.
Yeah, there's no rest for the wicked in this format. They are so quick, these cars. That's Josh Clogg there, right behind Taylor Lane, trying to keep it together. Matthew Crisp then leads the race onto the final lap. I can't believe we're already on the last lap here. It's unbelievable. But he's only leading the race by, well, I was going to say half a second. Camille Vandendriessche has just made a mistake at turn 1. So you've got to think, if you Matthew Crisp now, that might be safety until the end, but we'll have to see what we can do. Such a fast middle section of the track. Ross Nicholson's off again.
Oh,
He's
big
got,
hit.
yeah, suspension damage on the front right there. We'll have a quick look back in a minute. Ross has not had a race to remember, but this is great stuff from Matthew Crisp at the moment. Get the Doritos in chat, everybody. He is absolutely flying. Great shot as well through the trees there as the shadows cast over them, but they just shine through the light every so often. I love that.
Yeah, definitely a very photogenic track is Zolder, and it's helped by the beautiful liveries we've got on show. But Matthew Crisp still leading the way from Camille Vandendriessche and Dries van den Rijt. He's definitely closed up on the battle, but with this being the final lap and only a couple more corners to go, I don't think he'll be able to capitalise on anything at the moment. Makes a slight mistake coming out the hairpin, gets the power put down a little too early, but it's still Matthew Crisp leading the way. He's going into the final chicane unless he makes one major mistake now. I'm going to touch wood just in case. Works his way through the final chicane, keeps it nice and under control. And the support race for the Virtual Belcar series, or Virtual Belcar event, is won by Matthew Crisp in his Dallara Formula 3 car. Great drive from Matthew, won it from start to finish, made the most of a bad start from the pole sitter. But the race still isn't over. This is Taylor Lane defending from his fiercely forward teammate of Josh Clogg, and these guys are under pressure from Frederik van Eekhoven, but these guys cross the line nose to tail. A great job from both of these guys, and a great battle from pretty much race long, Chaz.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was. Don't forget, of course, Hugo Drouet finished in 4th position there, just ahead of these guys. This is Luke Wobbs now with Wayne Palmer just less than half a second behind him. Into the chicane one more time. Just try and keep it together, son. Around the final corner he goes. Wayne Palmer is going to finish in 12th. Paul Godden just ahead of this, rounding out the top 10. And then Niels Schoters as well, just coming across the line for SROC Racing Forces. And a very exciting race there, Jack. Really good fun to watch. Here's Stuart Musselwhite, who I believe is going to be the last car to cross the line. Just out of the final chicane. And what a brilliant race to start the day. We hope you enjoyed that one, everybody. We're just going to get you the results in a second. But Matthew Crisp, fiercely forward, wins the first race of the day. Camille Vandendriessche, though, put him under brilliant pressure all the way through. And I tell you what, Dries van den Rijt, he just did one of his beautiful sort of under-the-radar performances that we quite often see. And he got a podium out of it. So there you go then. Confirmation, Matthew Crisp wins the race from Camille Vandendriessche and Dries van den Rijt. Hugo Drouet in 4th place for Fiercely Forward, with Tito Granher in 5th. Taylor Lane 6th, ahead of Josh Clogg, Frederik van Eekhoven, Nick Shermans and Paul Godden. And I don't know about you, Jack, but if anybody knows the Thursday Formula 3 series, they'll know that's a very all-star top 10, and any one of them could have won it, really.
Yeah, definitely. It was definitely on show. If this was a sprint race, well, in theory it was a sprint race, but if it was half the amount of laps, if it was only an 8-lap race, we would have been in for even more action. And don't forget, this is just a taste of what we've got going on today. This is just the support race. Only 16 laps this Formula 3 race was. We've got 125 minutes of action on the way. So I'll just run you through the final couple of guys that finished the race. Obviously, Luke Wobbs, the final of the fiercely forward drivers, finished P11. Wayne Palmer P12, and Niels Schoters finished in P13. We then get to the guys that finished a lap down. We've got Ben White, Stuart Musselwhite, and I think they were the only two that ended up crossing the line towards the end. Ross Nicholson obviously falling foul to the Zolder circuit on the penultimate lap of the race. Matthias Groen sadly ending his race earlier on, and then Leo Roker finished very early on. So it was great to see, obviously, everybody battling literally from the front to the back of the field. It would have been great to see, obviously, Ross Nicholson keeping it on the road and working his way back up to the lead. But that was just a race full of action, Chaz.
Yeah, that was a great way to start the evening. Very, very good. Afternoon. I'm so used to doing broadcasts in the evening, I'll just say evening. It is the afternoon, don't worry everybody. It's 5 to 4 in the UK here. I believe in Belgium they will be an hour ahead now, so it's 5 to 5. It's almost time that you can have a drink, guys. Let's not kid about. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, isn't it? So we will be back in a few minutes' time, and we have the main event of the evening for you, afternoon. And it's going to be, like Jack says, 125 minutes of just pure action. We do have a pre-arranged advert break here for you from the Belcar organisation. So I'm going to leave you with that. We'll get everything ready, and we'll see you in a few.
Als ik onderdelen nodig heb voor mijn auto, dan kom ik altijd langs bij Brezan Autoparts. Batterijen, remmen, gereedschap, olie, onderhoudsproducten, additieven, alles hebben ze hier. En de service en de glimlach, die krijg je er gratis bij. Dat is waar, hè, Babs. Als ik onderdelen nodig heb voor mijn auto, dan kom ik altijd langs bij Breza Autoparts. Batterijen, remmen, gereedschap, olie, onderhoudsproducten, additieven, alles hebben ze hier. En de service en de glimlach, die krijg je er gratis bij. Dat is waar, hè, Babs. Als ik onderdelen nodig heb voor mijn auto, dan kom ik altijd langs bij Breza Autoparts. Batterijen, remmen, gereedschap, olie, onderhoudsproducten, additieven, alles hebben ze hier. En de service en de glimlach, die krijg je er gratis bij. Dat is waar, hè, Babs. Als ik onderdelen nodig heb voor mijn auto, dan kom ik altijd langs bij Brezan Autoparts. Batterijen, remmen, gereedschap, olie, onderhoudsproducten, additieven, alles hebben ze hier. En de service en de glimlach, die krijg je er gratis bij. Dat is waar, hè, Babs. Als ik onderdelen nodig heb voor mijn auto, dan kom ik altijd langs bij Brezan Autoparts. Batterijen, remmen, gereedschap, olie, onderhoudsproducten, additieven, alles hebben ze hier. En de service en de glimlach, die krijg je er gratis bij. Dat is waar, hè, Babs.
Welcome back everybody to Sim Racers World TV and to Zolder for the virtual Belcar event. Back with me, Chaz Draycott, known to a lot of you as Chazlington, until tomorrow that is. And with me again in the box for this fantastic event, and one that I'm sure you're very excited for, is Jack Werrell. How are we looking forward to this one, mate? I bet it's going to be a belter, isn't it?
It's going to be crazy. I just can't wait. We've got 45 minutes, according to SDK. I thought it was 40 minutes, but 45 minutes of qualifying. So plenty of time. And then that's followed up with a 125-minute race, so 2 hours and 5 minutes. So we're not going to be short of action, and I can't wait.
It's going to be really, really good fun. Just going to run through everything with everybody then, just so you all know, and we're all in the same boat. So at the top of your screen, you'll see there are 5 classes in this race. We have the beautiful and wonderful and ever fun Mazda MX-5 class. We're looking here at Kenneth Nasons from the Kart Events team in the number 46 car. And then the second class we have, which is going to be amazing to watch, are the Radical SR8s. This is Cone Bevers from Scuderia Monza by PK Carsport in the number 55 machine. We have the very popular Porsche Cup cars. This is full speed ahead, Philip van den Hurk in his beautiful livery. And then we have the TCR cars. Here's Casper Engels for CCTS Esports RS3. And finally, last but not least, one of the newest additions to iRacing. Here is Jeff van den Ven. He's not the new addition, the car is. In the Petrolhead Days Racing GT4 Porsche 718 Cayman Club Sport. You know, that short little name that rolls off the tongue. It's going to be a really good mix to see out there, Jack. I mean, we did the multi-class Porsche event on Friday, and that was awesome fun, but a lot of these may be actually similar pace if you think about it.
Yeah, definitely. I see what you mean. Obviously, the Radicals probably closer to the GTEs than they are LMP1s, but they have got plenty of downforce, and they are extremely light, so they'll be great to see. And obviously, the intense acceleration, much like the LMP1 cars, that's what the Radicals share with the LMP1 cars. And obviously, we've seen the Porsche Cup cars against the GT4s, and we know the sort of difference between those as Matthias Strategi is exploring the track limits. So we know what they're like, and obviously the TCR is matched up with the GT4 in the IMSA WeatherTech. I think it's the IMSA Pilot Challenge, I believe.
Yes.
Obviously we know what those cars are like as well, and it's just the MX-5s and the Radicals. The closing speeds between both of those cars will be intense. It will literally be like the GT4s and the LMP1 cars from Friday night. So I can't wait. Obviously, there's a lot to learn. These drivers still learning their way around the track, I'm guessing. Is obviously track evolution, and if you've been in an offline practice, that's all well and good. Obviously, you gain track knowledge and how the car handles, but these guys might not have done any practice with Mazda MX-5s going around. So you've got to get used to the speed difference and everything like that. So it would be great to see. I'm sure, obviously, these guys have had a 2-hour practice session, so they've had plenty of time to see what their car's like and see what the track's like. But there's nothing that comes close to the start of a race. It's going to be extremely hectic, and I'm sure it's going to lead on to an absolutely amazing race, Chaz.
It really will. It really will. And I'm very, very much looking forward to these Radicals going around, because, well, if you've not been on board with one, I'll show you just how quick these things are. They certainly do fly, trust me. And these guys are going to have their wits about them to make sure that they do not make any single mistakes, because there is so many opportunities around here, especially when you're in traffic as well, to get this wrong. You know, you really have to focus. Look at the size of the Porsche in comparison when you're driving along. I mean, the Porsche isn't a big car. It's definitely not a big car. That was the number 63 that we just saw there. That was EMG Motorsport. That's Budwin Kuster in that car. That's a great livery as well, actually, Jack. I mean, we've not really had a chance to look at a lot of these liveries beforehand, but we usually have our favourite livery and favourite driver name, and it seems we're going to be spoilt for choice this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely. We were looking at a Mazda earlier on. The name doesn't spring to mind straight away, but the spec map on these cars, I really respect anybody who makes a livery, because obviously the time and effort that they put in, obviously, to make the spec map, it's crazy. And we've got a real range on show today, much like the Porsche Sport event we had on Friday, and much like the Formula 3 race we had before this. We've got a real range of liveries, so I can't wait to see what's going to happen at the start of this race. For example, we're looking at Jelle Vesterretten, I believe, in the Greenleaf Racing Mazda MX-5, and it's an adventurous livery. Let's go with a couple of colours that you wouldn't really you'd see often. A odd shade of green, which fades into sort of a lime green. So it's nice to see a range of liveries and a range of designs, and it's just going to turn out to be an absolutely amazing race, I'm pretty sure. We've got a couple of cars going very quickly at the moment. For example, we've got Jasper Lowers. He's done a 1 minute 24.401, so nearly into the 1 minute 23s. I'm sure he will be at the end of the session. We're only 5 minutes in, so obviously the Radicals will be leading the way from the Porsche Carrera Cup cars. Then the GT4s will be mixing in with the Audi TCRs, and then we'll obviously drop back to the Mazdas. But we've got a real range of talent spread over 5 classes. So surely this is the formula for an absolutely amazing afternoon of racing.
It certainly should be. I'm really, really looking forward to what these guys can do. It's just going to be never-ending. I mean, we've got so many drivers here that can put amazing times on the board, and then a lot of others that might not have that much experience in these, but it's going to be great to see. The Team CFK car, I'm a huge fan of this, just because of the fact they seem to have painted the headlights bright green. as well as a lot of the rest of the car as well, but just looks very different. Fabrice Cornelis here for Radicals Online Belgium. Now, from anybody that knows Radicals and knows iRacing teams, they know that these boys are very, very fast. Fabrice himself is incredibly rapid. Erin Barber there going for 5th position from Bet Centre. And that's quite a nice livery, actually. I like the military sort of grey on it. Loic Hartog, who is not a name that is, well, it's a name that is quite familiar to us, actually. Jackie was in the Porsche event the other day. Goes top in the number 911.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. Definitely, he's a great guy, and he's very good at piloting a Porsche Carrera Cup car around pretty much anywhere. He was very quick on Friday, and he's living up to that today. That's another very nice livery. This is Lef, and the name I'm going to struggle with. Let me try that again. Vangenchetten, I believe.
It's EF Vangenekten.
Vangenekten, right?
He's a very, very talented GT driver. Races quite a lot of GT3 cars, and he is incredibly quick. Not as quick as a Radical around there, though, but look, there's a GT4 car and an MX-5, just for a direct speed comparison. That got, more than hairy, and that didn't need to happen. Vangenekten through the middle. Oh, it's such a shame for that to happen. It really, really didn't need to go through there. But one thing this is doing for me, you know, is this is making me really, really appreciate how pretty these Porsche Cup cars are. I think they're absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, they really are. They sound amazing, as do most Porsches, and they're so photogenic. There's a couple of amazing photos out there which are literally photo real, they look amazing. They're crazy pieces of kit. Obviously, you've got to be really careful on the controls, let's go with, because they can be very rewarding to drive when you drive them correctly, but if you get them wrong, they'll bite you, let's go with. So we'll see probably a very similar race for the GT3s as we did on the Friday event, where you either battle at the front or you end up getting left out in sort of a world of your own. But let's hope for plenty of battling. Obviously, we've got a very full classes from top to bottom. Plenty of drivers, 12 drivers in the Radicals alone, and I'm pretty sure all but one of them is Belgian. So it's more of a battle of the Belgians in the Radical class. So that'll be great to watch. And obviously, we've got 4 more classes to stick with as well. So it's going to be an incredibly busy race. But I don't think it's going to fall short in the action department, Chaz.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. And we're going to have a lot of fun with it either way. What I want to just do is, if we show the classes on the left-hand side for you. So when we go to one of the Porsches, this will show their current class position on the left, and then we'll go a bit further down the order so you can see the MX-5s. This is Verstraeten, who is just coming out of the final corner now. And it looks like there's only a handful of MX-5s out there today, so maybe not too many of these guys need to jump out of the way. Here's Daniel Ferreira Vidal for Dynamics Racing Green. Oh, there's another Porsche around there. That's one of the GT4s. Here comes the Radical through the middle. It's going to be great to see how well these guys do. We've actually got, you know, Bram van Putten, the G-Drive Racing Eximia TCR car, is actually faster. If I bring up the entire timing screen on the left, you can see from the little strips next to their names, which match the colours at the top of your screen, he's actually quicker than a lot of the GT4 cars at the moment. He's actually only slower than 2 of them, as things stand, Jack.
Yeah, he's an incredibly talented guy. Obviously, we once again saw him in the Porsche event on Friday, and wow, what a drive. He's an incredibly quick guy. He knows what he's doing. And it seems like talent in one car seems to relate to every other car, because he's, like you've already mentioned, he's only slower than 2 of the GT4 cars, and it's not like the GT4 cars are slow. They are quick pieces of kit, and he's given them what for. Definitely, obviously the TCR will maybe, well, I say fall out of power on the straight, but it doesn't seem like Bram van Putten wants to agree with me there. He's definitely keeping up with him much later on the brakes, much easier through the turn, through the first corner. So he definitely knows how to drive one of these things, and he's well and truly on it. I'm not exactly surprised by that with some of the drives we've seen him do. He's 100% honest, and obviously he's got a G-Drive teammate out there as well today in Steve Clays in the Porsche 911 GT3s. So I'm guessing all the G-Drive guys will be well and truly on it. Here is Steve Clays in the beautiful G-Drive livery. I've got to say that orange does go with the deep blue and black. So I'm just looking forward to seeing what these guys can do, and obviously what the rest of the field can do.
Oh, it's going to be amazing. Really is going to be amazing to see. There's going to be a lot of talent on display. Here's Frank Belien from D Trappers in the number 16 Porsche. Currently last in class at the moment of those that have set times. Vince Peters of Flemish Sim Sports in that very striking livery. I like that. You can definitely tell what country he's from. It's, as most of the grid is from Belgium. But that's a very, very bold livery. He's going to put a lap time in, maybe jump up the board. We'll have to see. I think it might have been an out lap, but now he's going to get stuck behind a GT4 car. It's getting very, very feisty out there, to be honest with you. And I'm hoping that we're going to see that all the way through the race. Here's Hannes Keistecker for Kart World Racing. Another interesting colour combination there, Jack, as round the outside, sneaky, sneaky, around the outside goes the number 23 Porsche. That was Tim de Vries from PG Motorsport NL. And you know what? It may just be red with green mirrors, but I think that works, you know. The old sort of what I'd call a privateer livery with no sponsors on it does look good.
See, I'm going to have to pick a bone with you here, Chaz. You're seeing red with green mirrors. I'm seeing grey with pink and black flashes. So I think maybe a Control R is in order for both of us to see what we can do.
Oh, yeah.
But obviously we've already seen multiple liveries, and if some of them haven't loaded in correctly, obviously we will sort that for you. All 460 of you. That's absolutely crazy, and this is only qualifying. We're 12 minutes in, and there's already Porsches banging doors. So that just gives you a bit of a taste to what the full 125 minutes of Zolder will be like. But this is Steve Clays in the G Drive Racing Exemia Porsche Cup car, throwing the car down the gears into turn 1. Doing a great job keeping the car nice and stable. Plenty of curb on the inside, plenty of curb on the outside. You can use a lot more curb than you could in the F3 cars during the support race. So obviously these guys can afford to be a little more aggressive. There is a bit more leeway for a mistake, but not that any of them would want one. Going into the very, very quick turn 3 and 4, you can carry way more speed through there than you initially think. You just got to be careful not to run them too wide. We've seen some major incidents as guys have dropped a wheel over the curb. Going into the first chicane, we've seen plenty of accidents here as well, but he, by the looks of it, he's negotiated that nicely. The revs rise massively as he goes barreling over the curbs. Passes the TCR car of what I think was that Matthias de Tige?
Yes,
possibly.
It would have been, yeah.
Yes. Going through the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, you can just see how stable this car is in the right hands, and it's definitely a very bright livery. It goes from it's probably brighter on the inside than it is on the outside, Chaz.
Oh, he was nearly brighter on the inside than the outside. Then with that slide around there, that was very, very focusing from Steve Clays. But you're right, it is bright on the inside. Of course, little flashes of the orange on the outside and big stripe down the middle. The entire roll cage and tub of this car orange as well. I want to have a look as well, you know. Jeremy Hessels, he's always good fun to watch in the TCR series that Sim Racers will do on Tuesdays. Let's go on board with him in the Radical and see how this goes. I love this camera, by the way, on board from the roll bar with the depth of the field doing a cracking job there on iRacing. Actually looked very very believable. And this thing, well, they say that it's planted, but I don't know about you, Jab, every time I drive it, you go into a fast corner like this, you've got to be so careful with how much lock you put on because it just wants to oversteer everywhere.
Yeah, definitely. It's all about getting it up to temperature and being and just being sort of on it for every lap. I've driven them a little bit as well, and the first time I drove it was around Bathurst, so probably not the greatest idea in the world. But yeah, it's definitely a struggle, and obviously there's a Radical Fix series, I believe, as well, so that just makes it even harder. But as long as you start to get yourself into a rhythm, you get used to the feel of the car, you can almost prevent it rotating a little too much. Obviously you do want to use the brakes a tiny bit just to get the rear turned in, but it's very much a swings and roundabouts sort of thing, much like the Porsche 911 Cup car. If you turn it in a little too much, you're going to end up going the wrong way, as Jeremy Hessels nearly finds out with a bit of corrective oversteer coming out of the hairpin. Manages to keep it planted and keep it on the road, driving as fast as he can towards the final chicane. Negotiates that or to an all-right standard. Misses the first apex, but obviously that keeps him nice and safe for the second. Then he's just completed another lap. What lap is this of his? So he has now completed 8 laps of the Zolder circuit. So it's a 4-kilometer rotation, so it's quite a way. And these guys have got 125 minutes of it to look forward to, Chaz.
Oh, it's going to seem like it's never ending for these guys. It's going to be certainly interesting to watch. This is the Craft Racing Radical SR8 that we're looking at here, the yellow and black machine. Very, very detailed livery. And speaking of said liveries, we are just going to give them a quick reload. I've tried to sort things out in mind. Oh, there's a bit of contact there in the chicane. That's not good to see. All the cars will go white for you now, and the liveries will gradually pop on again bit by bit, just to make sure I've got everything. We have been given a paint pack, but some of these guys' liveries may be saved elsewhere on things like Trading Paints, which is an online service that they also use. So I'm just going to make sure I get all the files from there for everybody, so we don't lose out on any of these pretty liveries. We know how important branding is in any form of motorsport, never mind sim racing. And how good does that Porsche look, just in white with black wheels?
It looks crazy quick. It's so smooth. It's so simplistic. Obviously, all the lights are so defined. And I was just looking there because Custer was going really slowly. He was like, obviously the Michelin branding on the tyres just made it look like that much better. So these Porsches, we're going to say it multiple times on the stream. You'll probably get bored of us saying it. All 503 of you in the chat. That's absolutely crazy. But yeah, you'll probably get bored of us saying how good these Porsches look. But you've got to admit it. They look absolutely amazing.
They really, really do. And who doesn't like tyre writing? Oh, there you go. Now the livery's loaded. What a good-looking car that is. It's the EMG Motorsport car. And, well, the sort of burnt orange, black and burgundy, sort of dark red works very well. He's got a pesky little radical on his outside there. I'm amazed. It'd be like driving a truck driving this Porsche compared to the radical. You just have to look down out of your door to see the thing. But hopefully they won't miss it with that massive wing on it. But it's good to see. And, of course, Boudouin Custer is leading the class at the moment. Fastest in GT4 is Carlo van Dosselaer. We haven't been on board with one of the Porsches yet, and they're not the loudest of things, but they've got that same distinct Porsche noise and that beautiful gearbox whine, and sort of it's almost like a whistle as they go through the gears, and it's always nice to listen to. So plenty of good onboards coming your way over the course of this race. Oh, there's a car around there just in front. That's a shame. Hopefully we don't see too much of that, and it's easy to cause quite a large accident down there, isn't it, Jack? As look, suddenly a radical just appears out of nowhere and the wing is only as high as the bonnet on the 718.
Yeah, obviously we did mention that there is going to be a massive speed difference between these guys. Radicals obviously being the quickest and the MX-5s being, I don't want to say the slowest, but I'm afraid they are. But yeah, so there's the drivers. We did mention it the other day. Once again, it's very relatable to the Porsche race we did the other day. That I think the Porsche Cup cars, possibly the GT4s, will be the busiest because they've got to look forward in the GT4s because you need to overtake TCRs and MX-5s. But narrowly avoiding a stray radical there going into the hairpin. But yeah, so TCRs, they'll have to look forward, or GT4, sorry, they'll have to look forward to get past some TCRs and MX-5s, but they'll obviously have to look in their mirrors as well because they'll have the radicals and Porsche Cup cars trying to work their way by. So it's going to be a very busy 2 hours and 5 minutes for all of the GT4 drivers. And I suppose that does once again create a great recipe for racing, because if you're in a battle with a fellow GT4 driver, you've got traffic going past you, and traffic you've got to work your way past as well.
Yeah, that's it. You know, like you say, you've got to look forward and back. It's not just one of those where you're looking in your mirrors for faster things to go around you. You've got to be really sticking with it and keeping your eyes forward as well, because you could be overtaking other drivers. Now, I don't know how good this guy is at golf, but Tom Van Putt at the moment is 41st overall, but 5th in the TCR class for Graphite Racing TCR. Sam Puttervilles is just ahead of him for Tri Racing. Now that looks like an asymmetrical livery to me, Jack, and you know I'm a humongous fan, and wow, that looks very evil indeed. I really, really like that. Very complex livery.
Yeah, definitely. I know you're a fan. As soon as, even if you've commentated on a series for 4 or 5 seasons, you still fall foul of a beautiful split livery. I've got to say the Porsche trying to work his way past. I'm a fan of that livery. It's very simplistic colours. It's just got greys, reds and blues. It's Jonas Vindy driving the Porsche Cup car. And I quite like that as well because it's a very, I would say, realistic Porsche Cup car. It wouldn't look out of place on the real Porsche Cup grid. Yeah,
a lot of the time they get delivered them and they are just white. So you do often see liveries in these cars that are just white and then with a few bits on them because, you know, it's expensive to wrap these things, but it's also expensive to replace body parts. So if you are going to damage it, you know, you don't want to make it a pain in the backside to change. That is the number 20 just going off in front of us there in the Porsche class. That's Tanguy van der Wedge, or van der Vega. I'm not really are sorry, by the way. We do want to say sorry beforehand if we get any names wrong. Jack and I did have quite a slight heart attack when we saw some of the names and thought, we really don't want to get these wrong. We know how important your names are, and if we do butcher them, I'll put an address up later that you can send some hate mail to. It will be mine, and I'll even put a limited company address on it, so don't worry. This is Olivier Van Herk for Team MRS in the Porsche GT4s. And that's, I tell you what, it's another nice livery, isn't it? This is just going to be like livery spotting for us all afternoon.
Yeah, we just tell the guys to drive in circles all afternoon while we look at their liveries. But yeah, it's another amazing livery. It's sort of Brawn-esque because it's got that real unique sort of green and yellow sort of day glow flashes with obviously the mainly or predominantly white body. And we've mentioned it in pretty much every broadcast we've done, Chaz. And I think I've already mentioned it for the Formula 3 race, and I've got to do it for the Belcar race. A quick livery? No, I've already butchered that up. A good livery makes you go quicker.
It does, except for the one instance of the 1997 Formula 1 World Championship when we had the Minardi, and I'm always going to answer that with that. Nguyen Flores in the chat has asked me one of my favourite questions I've ever been asked as a commentator. He said, can you say Juan Manuel Santabaya, please? There you go. Juan Manuel Santabaya, he was an Argentinian driver in the Porsche 2.4 hours of, sorry, the 2 hours of Silverstone that we were commentating on Friday, and it's, I've not chosen my favourite name from this yet. I quite like Max van Splunteren, who we will probably call Max Verstappen by accident over the course of the race, but he's racing for Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux, second in class at the moment. Have you seen any names at the moment, Jack, that you think could be your favourite in this lot?
I haven't seen one. Obviously, we've got Kamil Jagazoglu. That's quite a nice name. It rolls off the tongue. And I think he's the only one that springs to mind at the moment. Obviously, we'll keep an eye out. We've got many competitions. We've got livery of the day, driver of the day, name of the day. So we're never going to be bored in that department. But I'm gonna throw it out there. I think we're going to have very little time to decide on who's got the best livery and who's got the best name and everything along those lines, because it's going to be 125 minutes of action that we're just not going to be bored throughout.
Oh yeah, we're not going to be able to breathe, never mind say any of the three namers. But look at the size of the Radical, trying to get that Porsche looks like a bus in comparison. Even the GT4 car, which, let's face it, they're not big cars. They really are not big cars, these things. I mean, they're nice and compact. The GT3 Cup car looks huge in comparison, but that Radical is tiny. It's no wonder they're so fast. But I mean, we've got a couple of cars out there at the moment already, Jack, that I'm noticing have got sort of bent-in front wings and a bit of damage here and there in the corners. And, apparently we've got commentator of the day. Oh, no, we can't be doing that. That really puts the pressure on. However, I must say to Jack, actually, I'm going to start the fighting talk now. I've got 100% win rate when it comes to commentator of the day, so bring it on, sunshine. But we're looking at Anthony Beekman here of Heli ABK Racing, and you know what I'm going to say, don't you?
You like that livery?
I do, I really do. But he's sixth at the moment in the GT4 class. Tim Clayson's leading the way. It's another way of saying that name, and that is, again, is that the one with the spec map you liked? Oh, it was on an MX-5 actually, wasn't it? You mentioned that before. But
yes, that we have also noticed between the MX-5 and this livery. You know, I love the Flemish Sim Sports livery. Ever since they've done that rework on the livery, it looks absolutely amazing. We noticed it at the 2.4 hours of Le Mans on the Ford GT, sorry. And we've seen it on a Porsche today, and I will never fall out of love for that Flemish Sim Sports. And obviously, I've got to come back at you. You fired shots at me, so I've got to return fire. Solo commentaries don't count, Chaz, so just get off your horse. But we're approaching halfway through the session, so we've got a couple of drivers still improving, which is great to see. So there's plenty of time for people to post quick laps. We've just had Hugo de Wilde post a personal best lap of 1 minute 24.48, only 800ths slower than Jasper Lower's ahead. So there's plenty of guys nice and close. There is the beautiful Flemish Sim Sports livery, by far my favourite livery on the grid, I think, so far today. Pretty much, no matter what I'm commentating on, if a Flemish Sim Sports car is on the grid, it's going to be my favourite livery. But yeah, we've got plenty of cars, or plenty of drivers posting different times up and down the field. The car we're looking at the moment, the Flemish Sim Sports Porsche 911 Cup car, is in the hands of Vince Peters. He is in P8 in class, P21 overall, so it just gives you sort of an idea of how big the grid is. He's P8 in class, and he's 20 positions behind the leading Radical, so it shows off what a big grid we have today. Obviously, there's 119 drivers entered into this event, spread over 51 teams, so it's a massive event, and it's great to see so many people have come out and are enjoying sim racing, Chaz.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, the spread is huge, and that's what we love about events like this. And of course, thank you to everyone that has helped organise it, because we get the joy of being able to commentate on it. We have Flero in the chat, who I believe, he said Flemish Sim Sports represent, and I believe that is the one and only Keanu Bourguignon. I hope you can confirm that for me. But we are hoping that everybody on track, especially you guys, has a good day today. We are not allowed to be biased as commentators. And continuing the fighting talk, Jack, the 100% win rate is because I've won one commentator of the day against somebody else. I commentated on the Bookmore Park 24 Hours with Anthony Jordan back in it was the start of 2019 in April, just over a year ago now, when we were allowed to go outside and weren't grounded by Boris. And we only just actually got split. It wasn't quite 50-50. I think it was like 48% to 52, so it was very, very close, but I ended up coming away as the winner there. But there's not going to be any real competition. Jack and I love working together, don't we?
If you like. Yeah, definitely. It's always a pleasure to commentate with you, Chaz. It's so easy to commentate with you. I don't want to blow smoke up my rear wing, but we just know what we're doing. So it's obviously always great to commentate with you, and no matter what we're commentating on, we always make the most of it. For example, we've been experimenting with various splits, let's go with, with Mazdas, and that's always a great laugh. And obviously, you can always go back and check our various streams. Obviously, Chaz, you do the Simultal TCR series on top of many, many others. And I've done a few special events as well as the Sunday Drivers, or the most recent Sunday Drivers Championship or Sunday Drivers series on the SRW network. So it's so easy to commentate with you, and we're doing an absolutely amazing event with Belcar, so it's just going to be an amazing afternoon.
It really is. It really is. And what more would you want than to be able to still sit at home and do the job you love, eh? This lockdown has been an absolute dream for me, I won't lie. Anyway, Cedric Wouters here for Traxxas has just come back out on the Traxxas. Oh, lights up the rears a bit there. That's the thing with these radicals. They're so twitchy on the rear if you light it up, and they rev so high. It's very easy to lose it. Nobody, I don't think anyone noticed, but Sim Races World TV, which I believe is Ian, who has taken over the account, has just said, what, did somebody spot a Chaslington logo on the Sim Races World TCR car? You did, and it's the last day that's going to be around, because we're going to make you change the paint afterwards. Brian Crowles as well, not to be biased, but good evening, my friend. Brian races in the Vertex Stock Car Cup that I've been commentating on recently, and he said he finally gets the chance to see my work because he's not driving for once. Welcome, Brian. Thank you. Great to have you in the chat, mate. Hope you enjoy the show. We have 538 people watching at the moment, and we appreciate every single one of you, and we hope that you stick around and enjoy it. We'll have a quick run down the order in some of these classes, shall we, Jack? So Fabrice Cornelis leading the way for Radicals Online Belgium overall and in that class. Steph Delnudes in second for GHK E-Racing by T2. And then Jean-Louis Deschamps for Bet Center is in third. How's it looking in the Porsches?
We've got Boudewijn Custer for EMG Motorsport leading the way with a 1 minute 29.78. So he is on provisional pole position in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class. We've then got Loic Hartog, a fellow Dutchman, for the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux team. He's not too far behind, only 1/10 behind the provisional pole sitter. We've then got EF Vangenekten. Vangenekten. I got it right. Wow. And I've got to say, that livery is growing on me. I really do like that livery.
Doesn't need to grow on me. I tell you what, it's making something else grow on me. That's a fantastic looking bit of kit. Wow.
Yeah, so Vangenekten, provisional P3. P16 overall, then got Glenn Van Parijs in the Pro Assist Sim Racing car in P4, and we saw that livery showcased on the Porsche Sport 2 Hours of Silverstone, and I do believe that is a real livery, Chaz.
It is, yes, and it looks absolutely brilliant, and it's nice and straightforward. I love the fact that the yellow strikes do match the branding of the sort of arrow that they've got on the side of it. I can't think of what the name is of that shape, but it looks absolutely bang on. I know that my comment a moment ago may have been a bit close to the line. I do apologise, everybody. It's got a couple of laughs, so that's good. Tim Claessens, or Claessens, however Jack wants to tell me to say it, is leading the class, or the class, or the class, in the GT4s at the moment. He has done a 1:35.6. Ingemar Andersen has done a 1:35.8, so he's only 2/10 behind for GNR Motorsport. And then Stephen Maris in Team MRS in basically what is a Brawn livery, let's face it, is third at the moment. the very talented Ben Thanes driving for G-Drive Racing at Xemia TCR at the moment. 36 overall, first in class in the TCR, still faster than one of the Porsches as things stand, with Nick Sherman's in second place. That was my logo on the back. Jochen Lennertz at the moment. It's coming up as Jochen Lennertz Silver for some reason on here. I think it might have been something to do with the league name he's been given in one of the GT series that he races in. He is in silver class, so I think that's been carried over to this. So he's managed to give himself the name of a medal for this one. We've only got 5 MX-5s by the look of it, Jack. Do you want to just run us through them?
I'm going to give it a go. Obviously, you know I'm not the best at pronunciations, and I do kick myself about it, but I'm going to go with, is it Hella? Hello? You said it earlier.
I'm going to go with, just call him Jelly, for why not?
We'll just call him Jelly. Yeah, Jelly. Jelly Verstappen, obviously. No, Jelly Verstraeten for the Greenleaf Racing team is the provisional pole sitter in the Mazdas. A half a second ahead of Kenneth Nason's in the Kart Events MX-5 car. He is in the pit lane at the moment, so with only 10 minutes or 15 minutes of the session to go, we might see him back out on the track. We've then got Daniel Vieira Vidal for the Dynamics Racing Green machine. He's done a 1 minute 48.92, so just breaking into the 1 minute 48 margin, and that livery, once again, I do love a Dynamics livery, but that one, I think the fade from the white to the grey is rather nice. I'm guessing you probably like that as well, because it's close to a split livery.
I really do like the strikes down the side. It's very, it's sort of quite Audi Sport livery, isn't it? Well, it almost became Audi Sport then with the TCR going through the back of it. That was the graphite car. Just going through there as well, that is I believe the number 42. That's Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport. Quite similar in the way that there's a lot of lines on that thing, and it looks like a very complex livery. A few little gradients here and there. Very, very nice to see. But yeah, everybody's come out in force for this as they hop over the curbs. And we've got Daniel Ferreira Vidal in that Dynamics car, and that's a heck of a driver name as well. Fast and Fun, Martin Kerfs is in that one.
The spec map.
Yep, that is the spec map. It's matte in a lot of places with chrome on it. So Jack is a humongous fan. Oh, there's a Porsche around there. That's one of the many Porsches we're going to see. But hopefully Fast and Fun is what they're going to stick with. We've got Remco van der Hoek in the CCTS Esports MX-5 NL. Sounds like, oh, on the brakes. Look at how quickly that Radical stopped. That's probably the least roll-off-the-tongue team name we've got, and I'm a fan of that. So it's CCTS Esports MX-5 NL. Sounds like the model of a dishwasher or something. He is 50th overall at the moment, and the fact that we've got 50 cars on track, Jack, it scares the life out of me, but it psychs me a hell of a lot at the same time.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to see such a big grid, but I can honestly say I'm not one to turn down a driving opportunity, but I would not want to be in an MX-5. It's going to be... You're probably not going to be as busy as a GT4, but you're probably going to be very scared because you don't want to turn into a corner because there's always going to be a car there. You've always got to be watching in your mirrors. You've got to be so alert. You've got to basically pay more attention to what's going on behind you than you do ahead. So I have massive respect for anybody taking part. As we can see, this is Joseph Kovacs going backwards into the gravel at the exit of turn 1. You did mention at the start of qualifying that these radicals are a little tail happy, and he's just proved you right there, Chaz.
Yeah, I don't know how quickly Olivier Verbelin went through the paint shop when they designed this car, but it looks like they were painting it at speed, because I won't lie, I like that. The little splashes up the rear wing end plates really finished that for me. But another bright and colourful car for the grid. He's currently 8th at the moment in the number 8 car, so very fitting as things stand. He is just on an outlap now with the MX-5 going a little bit out of shape in front, and it really makes those MX-5s look slow, but I promise you they're not. They're really not. We have 13 in the Radicals class then. We have another 13 behind them in the Porsches. There's another 10, 11 cars in the GT4s, and then the 5 MX-5s, very fittingly. And Ben Thayens, I'm very impressed at the moment in the TCR class. There's a big amount of traffic there. But in a front-wheel drive car around here, Jack, if you're trying to get out of people's way, or you're trying to go down the inside, it's not going to be an easy task if you have to react quickly, is it?
No, I'm sure it's not. Personally, I haven't driven the TCR, but as you know, and I know, Ben Thanes knows what he's doing in a TCR car. He's been in the Simultal TCR series for a sizable amount of time as well, and he's had a real raft of results. So it's great to see him out, and he's showing off his talent. He's quicker than Jesse Hendricks in a GT4 Porsche, so he knows what he's doing. He's what is that, he's a full second, 1.1 seconds quicker than Nick Sherman's behind. So he definitely knows what he's doing. We've got Dieter Ertz in chat saying go TFR, so I'm assuming that is a Talk Freak Racing fan. So I've got some good news for you, mate. Tim Clayson's, he's P1 in class, and he's doing a great job. 2/10 adrift is Igmar Anderson behind. So he's doing a great job on provisional pole position at the moment with a 1 minute 35.61. So a great job from Tim Clayson's at the moment. 10 minutes of the session to go. So I'm guessing we'll see another couple of cars dive out to the pits and see if they can squeeze in a couple more flying laps. But there hasn't been much change on the order since the initial times were posted, Chaz. Do you think drivers will still be pushing to improve, or they're just going for that extra little bit of track knowledge before the race?
I think it'll be down to practice. And speaking of track knowledge, actually, it's almost as if you'd already seen the comment for that. But apparently Ben Thayens does race Zolder in the Young Timer Cup, so he knows this circuit very well already. It's great to see that that can translate through to iRacing, but again, that just it hands itself to how realistic iRacing can be. I mean, it is very easily the best sim out there when it comes to the online racing. People do say, oh, but there's no content on it, there's barely any cars. But when you know about the amount of detail that goes into making the iRacing content, with all the laser scanning and all the data that they gain, even with the tracks as well, not just the cars, it really does make sense. And this TCR car has been a humongous hit on the service. It's in so many series, and it works well, not just in touring car leagues, but in multi-class stuff as well. And, you know, Ben's showing that it can be just as quick as the GT4 cars in the right hands.
Yeah, definitely. He's piloted one of them for a while, and there is that beautiful livery. I'm never going to get bored of that. The Flemish Sim Sports 911 machine, and this is probably a very close second for me in the Porsche class. The SRW Pro Assist Sim Racing machine in the hands of Ruben van Buell. It's very abstract, I guess. It's a very simple livery, but it just works, and I'm not surprised that is a real livery at all. It's just amazing. We've said the Porsche is photogenic, but whack a good livery on it, and oh my god.
Well, you can tell that Jack and I really do pay attention to these little details, because it's what you need to do as a commentator. You need to be able to recognise the cars anyway. You can still see the Flemish one in the background there. Here's Sebastian Werrell for Kart World Racing in the GT4 class, with one of the Cup cars scaring the life out of him there down the straight by the look of it. He's 11th in class at the moment, in amongst the TCR cars. Now, what's interesting here, Jack, I don't know if you've had it confirmed. I mean, I haven't, but it's going to be very interesting to see if they group these cars in their classes on the grid, or whether they do it overall, because some of these guys may hold up some of the other ones in the class behind them. So, for example, if the Porsche does end up being quicker down the straight than the TCR car, that's the GT4 car, I mean, it may be interesting to see how these first few laps play out when they're all together.
Yeah, definitely. I hope it is based on qualifying, obviously, because it's the most realistic way you can do it. And it also, if it is just based on class, that will really upset Ben Thaynes. It will undo all his hard work. He's got in front of one of the GT4s, so that'll be obviously a massive achievement for him, because it's great to say you're quicker than the class ahead. But then at the end of the day, it's also amazing to see action of cars like inter-class battles going for position at the very early stages of the race. So it's, once again, we've said it a lot, it swings and roundabouts. You want one, but you also want the other. So there's only one way to find out. There's 6 minutes of the race, of the qualifying remaining. So we'll find out very shortly, but I'm pretty sure Sebastian Werrell isn't really thinking about that at the moment. He's just focusing on getting some nice quick clean times in and seeing what he can do to better his position.
Yeah, it's just, like you say, any lap could just suddenly become your quickest lap in the session. So you've got to just keep it out there, push as hard as you can, just try and see where you can gain that little bit of time at every single corner, every apex. Just take that little bit more curb, just take the risks. Now is the time to do it. When you can reset the car, you can go back out again, you don't have to worry about it, and then you know what you can do for the race there. You know if you are chasing someone, where you need to judge your turn in, or where you need to get on the brakes maybe a little bit earlier. We're just looking at the moment, and we've been given a quick list of details from one of the organisers, Ian Roots of Sim Racers World. He says, for the start, we'll have a full track warm-up lap. And as of the exit of Boulderberg Bach, which is a 90-degree corner on the circuit that he's mentioned, and I won't lie, I do not know
the final corner, because that's a 90-degree right turn, maybe.
Yes, that's a good shout. There's no more weaving or brake checks. All cars remain at the correct position. Then it's 2 by 2 in a double lane file. We want to see 2 nice straight lines of cars. The lead car stays close to the pace car. Lead car goes on green, not before, and then no overtaking before the start finish. So then all the other cars will be held back a little bit from there, just to make sure there's not too much of an overlap. And yeah, failing to follow correct start procedure will result in a stop and go. And for anybody that didn't watch the Porsche event on Friday, Jack knows exactly what I'm going to refer to now.
Yep.
We had a gentleman that had signed up to the race quite late on in terms of the organisation. He did get into the session and was in the GTE class. I think he was like 4th or 5th on the grid. The Porsche LMP1 cars got across the line and went for it, and they were holding back the GTE cars by about 20 seconds. So they stayed in formation all the way to the start line. But of course, as soon as the LMP1 cars went across the line, the lights went green. This guy was way too excited, kept his foot down, and just flew off from the rest of the GTE cars. And I don't even think he made it round to turn 1, did he, before he got black flag jack? It was a very quick response from the race director, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's obviously we have got race direction today, but yeah, that was a interesting event. Let's go with. We saw him go, and we were thinking that's not quite right, and he got a slap on the wrist, and I don't think he went much further in the race. But we have got race direction today, and it's quite an interesting way of doing it, isn't it, Chaz?
Oh yeah, we have Ronald Moons of Sim Races World. Great guys, helped organise the event today, so thank you for Ronald, who has got very, very heavily involved in this one. He is actually in race control at Zolder right now, in real life. He is actually there with the timing screens, with everything looking over. He's looking at the sim, he's looking at everyone, where they are, what they're doing, and they are doing live race control from the actual Zolder circuit right now. It is such a cool thing to do, isn't it, Jack? Just to mix the real life and the sim racing for one big event.
Oh, it's crazy. It's almost like you couldn't make this more realistic. The only thing we would need is like literally a list of cars, and that's probably not even within reach. We've got a Mazda in the background deciding to see how strong the inside wall is going into the hairpin, and I believe it's passed the test, and I think a Porsche was deciding what he wanted to do about the hairpin. This is well, scrolling through plenty of cars at the moment.
Trying to find which one it was.
So obviously we're going to stick with we're just going to have to call him Jelly Verstappen for the rest of the race. We've got Jelly Verstappen.
We're going to go with Helle Verstraeten, I think.
Helle Verstraeten. Well, yeah, Helle Verstraeten. It sounds a little more professional. So Helle Verstraeten for Greenleaf Racing, still leading the way on provisional pole position for the Mazda MX-5 class. He's only completed 20 laps. But that's quite a way.
No,
that's a big hit.
No.
I was looking at the timing screen. Oh, it's still going on.
Oh, what happened there, boys? What happened there? That was slightly painful. Oh, Lord. Well, that went properly wrong there. That was Cedric Wouters. Oh, it's just the Porsche was not really running wide, but yeah, they just made quite heavy contact and then barely slowed down. Luckily, didn't get collected after that. Wow, what an incident that was. Bit of a sturdy one. I've already come up with a pun for Helle Verstraeten's name, unfortunately for him. I hope he finds it entertaining, but I hope that Helle Verstraeten is on a hell of a strategy, to be honest, in this race, because he's going to do well with it.
That works well. That works well. I like that. I know you like a good pun.
Oh, I love them. I keep coming back to this Flemish car. I keep coming back to it. As soon as I go and click anywhere else, I just keep clicking on it. There's EF Wenger Necton in the PG Motorsport BE machine. 16th overall in class at the moment. He is in 3rd place behind Max van Splunteren and Boudewijn Custer. He goes across the line to see if he can improve again. And just to please Jack's ears and everybody else's, we'll go on board for a lap with EF Wenger Necton in the Porsche Cup car. And you've got to love the sound of it, no matter what. I mean, as we were saying, all Friday, all Porsches sound good, but when it's a race car, there's no sound deadening, there's nothing filled in. Or as EF decides that, no, you don't want it to sound good, I'm going to pull over now, otherwise it's so tough. But, yeah, no sound deadening, it is just the pure, raw sound. I've just noticed as well, Jack, I won't lie to you, we've only got 30 seconds of qualifying left. This has flown by.
It's a very quick 45-minute race. Oh, qualifying, Jesus! I'm so eager to get to the race. I'm still getting them mixed up. But yeah, a very quick 45-minute qualifying section, and I so hope that the race drags on. Obviously, the drivers won't be, but I just can't I can't like explain how good a race is that lasts forever. Well, not it sounds bad, but obviously it's going to be full of action. The 2 hours of Silverstone on Friday, it went way too quickly. We were enjoying it for the full 2 hours, and I wish it was longer. Yeah, I hope this race doesn't follow suit, and it just lasts plenty long. We've got plenty of action on the way as well. 125 minutes, so it's there's plenty of time for door-to-door racing and just different plays in strategy. It'd be great to see what guys are doing on strategy. And Lawrence Suipers has decided that that's his strategy, and Sam de Jong has decided that he's on a very similar strategy of exploring the track limits. He's done it. What was that? That's going into the entrance of the hairpin. We'll sit with the replay to see what he did. Did he clip the grass? Oh, he clipped the grass on the left-hander. Sorry, coming over and he collects somebody else as well. It's been pretty much, what's that? That's 3 radicals that have come to blows on the final lap of qualifying.
Yeah,
but,
it's a bit of a nightmare for him there. It is.
Yeah.
Really is. A bit of a strange one indeed. But the session has just come to an end now, and I'm just having a quick look at. There's a few details at my end I just need to sort out. So bear with me 1 second. We've just had a bit of an issue with one of our little replay transitions there. You may have seen it came up for a completely different series. So that's a good start, isn't it, for Chaz? I do apologise for that. Let me just get that changed back, because what I've had to do is, just while this session's been going on, I've had to revert to a different version of some of the information that we've got, and it had one of the old ones on there. We do have cars still out on track, though. Here's Tin Gillison. Oh, we also got told, by the way, Jack, it's Yella Verstraeten. And, there's contact going into the pits there. Get out of the way, he says. Get in there. Pesky GT4 car, get out of my way. That's Maxime Houston. Been punted to Houston. Down the inside, he goes, I'm going to make the move, and off you go. See you in a bit. That's not the ideal way to finish your qualifying session. Finally gets around after probably a bit of an Austin Powers moment. But thank you, everybody, for jumping in. We will now fly through this grid for you. It's going to be a heck of a long one, to be honest with you, and I'm sure that Jack will love it. We'll go through the radicals first. I'll go through the radicals for you, Jack, and then you'll crack on with the Porsches. So we've got Fabrice Cornelis on pole from Sven Janssens, Cedric Wouters third with Erin Baba in fourth, and it's Patrick Magnus and Benjamin Paper in sixth. Then it's Ugo de Wilde in seventh with Lawrence Kuipers in eighth. Then it's Yannick Lemons in ninth, and then it's Sam de Jong in 10th. Kamil Yagizoglu is 11th with Thomas Peters in 12th, and it's Steins Longin in 13th, and then we get to the Porsches.
Yes, on pole position for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class, we've got Boudwin Custer, only 6 seconds away from a radical, and that's definitely something to shout about. He's shortly followed by Max van Splunteren, I believe, in P15. And then we've got EF, I'm going to try and get this right now, EF van Genekten.
Yep.
He is followed by Ruben van Buel in 17th place. He's followed by Vince Peters in the beautiful Flemish Sim Sports car. And then go on to row 10, we've got David de Wit, and he has Marvin Amant for company. He's followed by, not showing his full name, I'm guessing it's Tanguveig. We tried to decrypt that at the start of the race, but we both struggled. He's followed by Dries Rohert, and then Jorgen Bluscher is in P23. Matthijs de Tige is P24, and we're surely getting to the end of we're at the final row of the GT3 grid. We've got Tien Gilson, and then Frank Berline rounds out the GT3 class. I will hand you over to Chaz for the GT4 class.
Yep, we have Tim Claessens on pole position there, 27th overall for Torque Freak Racing, and then we have Carlo van Dosselaer in the GNR Motorsport car. That is probably one of my favourite names on the grid. Steven Maris is 29th ahead of Jess van den Ven in 30th place. Then we have Mark Barton, 31st, with Johan Huygens in 32nd. You can see the field just pulling away now in the background. It's going to be awesome to see. Then we have Maxime Hove, 33rd, ahead of Maxime Houston, 34th, and Steven Verelst is the final GT4 car on the grid.
I think you've still got another road to go, Chaz. It's just that Ben Thanes has done an absolutely amazing job in his G-Drive Racing Xtreme machine, and he's placed it P36. And we aren't lining up via class; we are obviously lining up via the time set in qualifying. So then Ben Thanes is ahead of Jesse Hendricks in the penultimate GT4 machine. Then we move on to sort of the main pack of TCRs. So we've got Nick Shermans, followed by Bram van Jutven. Then Sam Putvils. Then we go on to P41 of Tom Van Put. I've never said P41 before because it's a massive grid. We get to the final GT4 of Sebastian Werrell. Then back to the TCRs, we've got Casper Engels. That's a unique name. I'm guessing it's Yves or Vez maybe. And I'm going to try this again. Yves Fredericks. I'm going to have to try it again. Fredericks. There we go. Finally got it.
Love it.
Then we get to Marco van Dame, I believe, on the... I think, is he the final TCR?
He will be, yes.
Yes,
yeah.
And then we get to the Master MX-5, Chaz.
Yes, and not a big grid for those guys, actually. We have Kenneth Nasons in 46th, ironically in the number 46 car. Then we have Jelle Verstraeten in 47th. Then Stephen van Opstel in 48th. Just behind him are the last couple of cars. We have Martin Kerfs, Remco van der Hoek, and then Lieven Beek is at the very back of the grid in 51st. And we come around just in time here, Jack, to catch the start of the race then. The very, very first couple of cars. Fabrice Cornelis in the Radicals Online Belgium car will lead them away in a moment behind the iRacing Mustang pace car. And this is bound to be one hell of an event. And I know that some of you, I will admit this, at this point will be thinking, why aren't the rest of the cars behind those Porsche Cup cars? We need to make sure that we can stream this as well as we can, so we're not going to draw in all 51 cars at once, so do not worry, they are there. But out the final corner then, for 2 hours and 5 minutes, Fabrice pretends to go, holds them back, and then he will put his foot down, and away he goes, and we are away for the virtual Belcar event. And it looks like it's quite compact near the front here already, actually, Jack. Cedric Wouters is trying to come through the middle. Doesn't get it wrong. Oh, there's cars around. There's a couple of them off at the back, actually. There's a few people going backwards. Yannick Lemons is one of them. He's got back going again, though. He's got some of the Porsches around him. But a very, very clean start by the look of it for the first two classes. We'll have a look back now at the GT4s.
Yeah, so a great... Oh, Tim Claysons is taking it slow, still being followed up by plenty of other GT4s. I am going to probably... lose my concentration a little bit as my timing software is struggling to keep up with everything. Obviously 51 cars is a hell of a lot to keep up with. A massive incident on the back straight. That is pretty much all of the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars sadly caught in that. That's Glenn Van Parijs who I think caught the brunt of that. We'll have to have a look back to see how that occurred, but we've still got cars racing for position. Still incidents going on further back. That's a Radical looping it round, and I think he might have just got collected. Yes, he did, and he collected another Mazda. This really isn't how we wanted the start of the race to go, and that Mazda of Remco van der Hoek is looking very, very second-hand. So the initial incident has already happened, but Remco van der Hoek.
I think Remco just tried to avoid it, and as he got on the grass, the car spun out and went around. A real shame for him. Fabrice Cornelis, though, has already finished the first lap of the race, and Cedric Wouters has got Brent Verheyen right behind him now, so very, very close for second place. The sun comes out over the straight into turn one. Don't these Radicals sound great? They really, really do scream. But yeah, it's been a very, very close start to the race. A couple of incidents here or there, but looks like people have managed to get it back underway. And you know, bit of an incident at the start. We've lost a couple of guys, but not too bad all the way through.
No, it's definitely been a busy first 2 minutes of the race. We've got Matthias de Tige diving into the pits now, so guessing just picking up one of his 2 fast repairs I believe he's got. But you can really just see how quick Fabrice is. He's showing off. He's just disappearing into the distance. We're only 1 lap into the race and he's already pulled out a 2-second gap. There is the gap. You can see him. There are the Radicals in the background of Cedric Wouters. This is Oliver Verbellen. Try this again. Verbellen, there we go. I'm mixing up all my vowels today, but it looks like he had a slight mistake going into the first chicane, but got it back going again. He's sadly been swallowed up by a couple of the GT3 cars, so he'll have to negotiate those as quickly as he can. But this is a 2 hour and 5 minute race, so there's really no need to be massively aggressive at this stage in the race. because there's plenty of time to make up lost ground. This is Loic Hartog letting the radical by of Oliver Verbellen. And
He's
we're
doing a
nearly...
cracking job, isn't he? He's,
yeah.
They just need to try and stay out of the way a little bit, these Porsches, now when the field sort of comes back together.
Fabrice has just set a purple time, a 1 minute 24.29, so a rapid lap from Fabrice so far. That was half a second quicker than Cedric behind, so he's definitely starting to pull out the gap. 2.5 seconds adrift is Cedric behind Fabrice now. We've had an incident for Tim de Vries by the looks of it. His car is looking rather damaged from that earlier incident. I think he managed to collect the back of somebody. Going into the pits, does he get it slowed down in time? He negotiates pit entry nice and easy. Gets it sorted, diving into the pits. There was a bump there, so that might have been a curb or a bit of wall he collected, but the car is looking factory new, and he's back out on the road.
Yeah, he's a bit of a moment there. That was Erin Barber just slightly sideways, loses a place, down to 5th now as Hugo de Wilde goes through. Boudwin Kuster still leading the way in this very beautiful Porsche in the number 63 at the moment. We are going to just pop at the top of the screen your leaders. I do apologise for the text being in black, but trust me, if I change that now, it'll hurt your eyes. So we're going to have to deal with that, I'm afraid. There are your classes, though, at the very top. You can see the Radicals, Porsche Cup, GT4, TCR and MX-5. The TCRs, no surprise really here, Jack. Ben Thanes leads the way and he's in amongst the Porsches.
Yeah, he's doing a great job, is Ben Thanes in the G-Drive Racing Exemia machine. He's definitely been on it. We saw him in practice and qualifying doing immensely well. And yeah, like you said, he's leading the way. He's gained 10 positions, so he's definitely capitalised off that first lap incident. But he's keeping his head down. It doesn't matter what class he's racing against, as long as he keeps on working his way up. He'll be doing a great job. P26 overall, got 3 GT4s behind it, 5 GT4s behind him. I think almost 6 now, as Jesse Hendricks has dropped right the way down after being caught in that first lap incident, which is a massive shame. But we've got a real range of classes spread from top to bottom now. That first lap incident seems to have churned up the pot a bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, here's a prime example. We've got a TCR, a GT4 and a Cup car. That's Vince Peters. Unfortunately, Jack, it seems that your 2 favourite liveries got caught up in the very start of that one, I'm afraid. We've actually had quite a lot of them drop down. I'm just trying to see. It was the Pro Assist Sim Racing car that is now back out on track, looking as new as ever, but he's now in 50th place with plenty of ground to make up. There's another one of the Porsches there in front of him. And like I said then, the Flemish Sim Sports car Vince Peters dropped down too. Anton Dupin is out there as well, actually. I didn't know he was racing for Sim Racers World Esports TCR today. It's come as a bit of a surprise to me. Anton is very always supportive in the chat, in the streams that we do. So I hope it goes well for him. That is my logo on the back, and I'm going to keep telling you. Tim Clayson does lead the way in GT4. Nice effort so far from him. But it is interesting to see that a lot of these TCR cars are starting to work their way through into it. Dirk Bouts is 7th in class at the moment. He's chasing down Davy Suffeliers, who is just there. And he has one of the TCR cars. That is Ben Thanes just in front of him. So even though that you may think, oh, they're in different classes, it's not for position. It will be. Over the course of the race, I can tell you it will be. Olivier Verbellen has just had an issue. No, come back. He's come back again. He's just dropped down the timing screen there. I think he might have a connection issue. But it's so close between some of these radicals, though, Jack. Look at these lot. This is Hugo de Wilde. Then we've got Jasper Lauwers and Erin Barber just behind as well. And this is for position, and they're all separated by less than a second. Yeah,
so this is the battle for P4. We're only 6 minutes in, and we've seen an immense amount of action, and hopefully it's just a sign of things to come. Hugo got an absolutely amazing run coming out of the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. You can see flames spitting out of the exhaust after working his way through the V8 engine of these Radical SR8s. Turning right around the hairpin, and then putting his foot flat to the floor to gain as much speed as he can, going down the back straight to tick off once again another lap of the Zolder circuit. So we've got a 3-way battle for P4 and now a 3-way battle for P7, which is really, really hotting up. This is Kobe. We're going to end up arguing over this again. This is Kobe Class. Let's go with battling. Who is that? That's Cohen Beavers in the Scuderia Monza Radical. So he is Kobe currently in P8, pushing for P7, seeing what he can do at this early stage in the race. He has a look up the inside going into turn 2. Can't quite get the move done. There's TCR traffic. It looks like that was slightly compromised with an incident as well. But these radicals, only 6 minutes, or only 8 minutes into the race now, and they're already having to deal with the radical traffic or TCR traffic, and that's Tom Van Putt getting shoulder barged off the circuit by by a faster radical.
I suppose
But
you could say he was putted off the track.
oh god.
Onto the fairway he goes. But yeah, not an ideal scenario there. But like I said before, it's going to be hard to see these radicals when you're in one of them, because the mirrors probably don't point down low enough.
Yeah, definitely. These we've mentioned it so much, and we're going to keep on saying it again. These Porsches aren't massive cars at all,
No.
but the radicals are just so small in comparison. They look huge, and obviously the radicals with the massive power to weight ratio, like it's just crazy. So they're twice the speed and half the size. So it's a real, let's go with a recipe for success, if you
Yes.
if you can drive them correctly. So going into the final chicane once again is Cohen Beavers. Still having to defend from Kobe. Shall we go with Class or Klaus? Let's decide this now before we go any further into the race.
We'll go with Class. I trust your judgment more than I trust my own, so we'll go with Class.
So he's still defending from Kobe Class behind. 3/10 is the gap to Kobe. We then got Jasper Lowers ahead. 3/10 once again. So the gap ahead is the same as the gap behind. It looks like Cohen might have had a bit of a connection issue there, because we've gone onto a scenic camera. So we might pick him up again. There we go. We're now looking at back to Cohen Beavers. That's fine. So going down the back straight. This is almost a four-way battle now for P6. Cohen Beavers still stuck behind Jasper Lowers in the W Coats car detailing e-racing team. And we're 10 minutes in, and there's battles up and down the field, Chaz.
Yeah, it's great to see, and I'm sure it's going to stay this way throughout, you know, as we see differing strategies from some of these guys. Down the inside there, that was the number 3, and that was Kobe Class himself for Dynamics Racing. Apologies for the little flicker there, everybody. Hoping that we don't have any more of that. We did get that at the 2.4 hours of Le Mans. We will smooth it over if we can. There's Dries Moody, just down the inside of one of the TCR cars there. And I believe for that to be, was that the Tri Racing? Yes, it was. Sam Putterville's for Tri Racing. Bit of a lonely race at the moment. He's got Anton Dupin just up the road, 2 seconds ahead. But then he's got 5.5 seconds back to Bram van Uytven in the Dynamic Simulators red car. Tim de Vries is making his way back up the order now. He's just past Wilco Hendricks. And it's going to be quite an interesting drive if you're on one of these sort of waves of Porsches that's coming through here, Jack, but especially if you're in one of the GT3 cars, because other than the Radical, they're pretty untouchable around here from the other classes.
Yeah, definitely. Keeping on the topic of the Porsche Cup cars, we've got Glenn Van Parijs working his way. He's just got past some Mazdas, and he's now got into the Audi territory. So he's working his way back up the field after the earlier incident. Here he is. We were right on board with him for a little while. Listen to that beautiful Porsche Flat 6 sing. Chasing after a Radical. That Radical is, I believe, Stein's Longin, I believe, for Craft Racing. Just a little further up the road. And he's just managed to get through all of the Mazdas after the first lap incident. He's working his way back up, but we are only 11 minutes into the race, so he's got plenty of time to make up all those lost positions. I've just seen we've got Tim Clayson's in a GT4, well and truly mixing it with the GT3s.
Yeah, he's putting in a fine show for them at the moment, isn't he? He's really almost showing off as such. Here he is, just coming down the straight. He's got Lemons coming up behind him, who's ironically in a yellow car, flying down the straight behind, and this will really show you the speed difference. I mean, look at it through the first corner. Yannick turns it in, nice and smooth, and he is driving for Fast Racing Team, so living up to his name at the moment. Through turn 2, look at that, just the mid-corner speed, and then the acceleration combined with that. There's an MX-5 in the mix here as well. He's got to really think about this. He's going to go on the inside, and he dispatches of them very well. And even down the inside of him as well. Didn't even know he was there for a second. And that's Cedric Wouters in the Track 6 car. Second place overall. He's just lapped the other driver of Yannick Lemons. But wow, that was, I didn't even know he was there then, Jack. That actually caught me off guard quite suddenly. Yeah,
it really just sort of exaggerates the size difference between these cars, and you can imagine what it's like for the drivers who have got less insight to where the cars are than us. So it must be a bit of a crazy experience. We've had an issue for Kobe Class. He's dived into the pits, not 100% what for. He might have picked up some earlier damage and was just assessing it for a couple of laps. Really dropping down the order now, this early into the race. Obviously, I mean, unless he's getting a splash and dash out the race or towards the end of the race done now, but his car is looking brand new, so he might have picked up a bit of damage, and he's just taken one of his fast repairs. But
he
he's
has
back
had an
out on
issue
the
at some
road.
point. This is what happened. Oh yeah, he does just go into the pits actually. Very strange. I thought it said that he'd crashed, but on our sim timing here, it sometimes does mean that the car has just dropped under a certain speed. So not quite sure as he slices down the inside of a TCR car, but he's going to be making his way back up the order. Loic Hartog is currently second in the Porsche Cup class. He's trying to make his way through traffic here. Not too impressed with some of these GT4 machines by the look of it, but he's 5.3 seconds off the class leader at the moment. Jack, do you think he can gradually claw that back, or is that going to be opening up over the course of the race?
I'm sure it will be opening up, but as we saw at the Porsche event on Friday, and we've seen it at the 2.4 hours of Le Mans as well, that strategy plays a massive part. It depends on, obviously, all drivers are respected equally, but obviously you may have one driver that's faster than the other by either a small or a large margin. And we know Loic Hartog is incredibly quick, and it's definitely showing, but it's really sort of unsafe to call at the moment because Loic could work his way right the way back up to the pointy end of the field. Here is Cohen Beavers. Still trying to carve his way through plenty of traffic. I think you will be lucky if you get through a sector without picking up any traffic. So it's going to be a very busy day for the Radical drivers, constantly trying to negotiate some traffic. And obviously it is quite unpredictable. As you can see, Cohen Beavers is having to push it 3 wide into the hairpin, keeping it nice and safe in between the right side of the Porsche and the track limits. But 3 wide once again between 2 Porsches and a Radical. So it's definitely hotting up, even if it's not for position, and you're just trying to work your way past them, Chaz.
Oh yeah, that was Dries Moosney there in the Dynamics Racing yellow car. He was trying to chase him down. What a helmet design that is as well. The the pink and blue leopard print pattern. I love that. Absolutely love it. He was really just sort of holding back and thinking, oh no, don't do it, Cohen. Just leave him for a minute. But Cohen was like, nope, I'm going to go down the inside. I need to try and get away from you. There's another battle in front, and somehow that Flemish SimSports car manages to make its way onto our screens again here, Jack, as he's about to go through. Hold your breath, down the inside, and now on the straight. Surely the Radical will breeze past the Cup car. There it goes. This is fantastic stuff from these guys so far. It looks like quite a lot of courtesy as they're going on. They've been very well mannered, but the Porsches, I imagine, can probably scare some of these guys out of the way. We've got a good battle going on here, actually, between Tanguy van der Wege, or Van der Wege I'm going to go with, and Philip van den Hurk in front of him. 2 names that definitely roll off the tongue. They're side by side down the straight into turn 1. This is Team Rookie Monsters against Full Speed Ahead, and the battles will not die down over the course of this entire race, let me tell you that. They've even got their names on the side of the car for this, which I quite like that, you know. Shows real commitment to delivery. Wilco Hendricks has apparently had an issue in the GT4 class for No Fear Racing, and let's see if he's got no fear of coming over on the other driver there, has he? Onto the brakes, oh, into the wall, and that's around. He's managed to save it. Doesn't look like the car got too damaged, and straight away off he goes. So a fair recovery there, to be honest, but not the ideal moment for him, Jack.
No, definitely. It's not what you want this early on in the race. Obviously, we're not massively far into the race. Only a quarter of an hour gone, which I've got to admit has gone a little quick. But yeah, he's kept it back going. We'll see this lap. I'm guessing he'll dive back into the pits. It doesn't look like he's having any issues keeping it in a straight line. But obviously, it is better just to get the damage sort of done and fixed before you. Oh, that's a Radical spinning in the background. We'll have to come back and see. That was Frank Wilson's, I believe. Spinning coming out of the first chicane. We'll have to have a look back to see what happened. He might have clattered a curb a little too hard. We'll see whether he got back going. It does say he's come back on track, so that's great news. We'll stick with Frank Wilson's. Here we go, going into the first chicane. There's a Mazda. Did he collect a Radical? No, yes, nearly. I was getting confused because I saw all the Radicals coming. I was convinced that Frank Wilson's was a Radical himself, but not quite there. He is in an MX-5, but he's got it back going. A mild front right damage, but he's keeping it on the road. Go back to our P2 car, who has built up quite a nice gap as Cedric. He's got 10 seconds ahead to Fabrice in the lead. Like Fabrice is just drifting away, and Brent has really dropped back, and that's 5 seconds behind now. I'm
getting told here that Wouters has lost the lead, but he was never in the lead. Because Fabrice Cornelis is flying away at the moment. He's nearly 9-second lead. Hugo de Wilde here is in 4th place. Like I say, sorry if I'm getting these names wrong. We are going to try and do them without butchering them. Right on the back of Brent Verheyen for GHK E-Racing by T2. And he's going to get by at T3, by the look of it, is Hugo de Wilde. Side by side. No, this isn't Frank Bieler, this is Frank Bellion. Or Frank Bellion. I don't know what he's been driving through to paint the car that colour. Turns it in, turn 3, oh, just on the power, and that is how quickly it can go around, you know, Jack. I mean, these guys, well, nearly contact as well there on the exit, but these guys make these cars look very easy to drive, and they're certainly not, are they?
No, definitely. I've driven them a couple of times in offline practice, and they're really not forgiving. Like you did say, they do make it really easy to, or they make it look really, really easy to drive, but I can guarantee these guys are probably on the edge of a decision for probably 99% of their laps, so like massive respect goes out to those guys that are keeping it on the road. We've got a couple of radicals with some rear bumper damage and a bit of rear wing damage as well. So I know the radicals are sort of iconic for their funny little damage models. Even if it's just a slight tap on the rear, it will drastically crumple what is left of the rear bumper. And I'm guessing there will be a few radicals that look rather second-hand getting to the halfway point in this race. We've had a couple of guys dive into the pits. We've got Stephen Van Opstal in the Dynamics Racing green Mazda diving into the pits. So we'll see what happens to him. He doesn't look like he's got much damage. The car is running very, very low, but it doesn't look like he's got much damage at all. He's just diving into the pits. We did say that it could be a strategy play at this point in time. It might be a stop and go.
Yeah, we got
know.
told before, by the way, Kobe Klaas had a stop-and-go penalty. Our system does seem to just say that someone has crashed when they go into the pit lane for some reason, but at least it's a direct indicator that they have gone in the pits, so we'll have to live with that. Kobe Klaas is making his way back up the order now. He has EF Van Genekten for position, but EF is 4.6 seconds up the road amongst some of these GT4 cars. But Kobe's going to be flying as fast as he can at the moment in this radical. You can see there though, Jack, quite a lot of patience involved. He's waiting for the MX-5. He's not going to chuck it down the inside. That's the CCTS car, and that is Remco van der Hoek. And we're going to actually have a quick look at Kenneth Nasons for Kart Events, who is leading the MX-5 class at the moment. He's got the Porsche going past him there. That is number 27, was it? Number 37, sorry. Just going through. Look at this amount of traffic now. Big train of cars, and this is where it's really starting to mix now, because the further they go on, the quicker these radicals are getting when people get really into a zone, and you know, they're just going to spread out more and more, and the timing is going to be all out for some of these classes. We've had Daniel Ferreira Vidal have an issue. I think he's also come in the pits. He will have done, yes. Ah, okay, my apologies. Daniel Ferreira Vidal has taken over that car, so it was the same car coming in the pit lane. We've had that happen before. Jamie Mijling has had an issue in the Porsche GT4 car. Wow, that's going to scare a couple of people, including me and Jack. What's happened here for Jamie Mijling? It's turn 1. It's probably Mealing, sorry. Oh, it just gets very sideways around there. The radical does a great job not to hit the back of him. And he doesn't let it roll back into the middle of the road, which is good of him. We've got Vince Peters in the pit lane again in the Porsche. Not sure whether there's still something wrong with the car. Here's Barvo van der Mosten. Now there's a really good name for JJ Motorsport. That's Yannick Lemons going past for position. Van der Mosten at the moment is in 7th place in class, but like you said before, Jack, that's it's a very believable livery on that car, isn't it? It looks quite pretty. I
was about to bring that up. The JJ Motorsport livery really is giving Barvo some credit here. It's such a beautiful livery. The shapes and the colours definitely work. He's chasing down what looks like a G-Drive machine a little further up the road. It is indeed. It's Steve Clays behind the wheel of the number 12 machine. So we can look back from Steve Clay's car. You can just see you can see a radical trying to find a way past. Steve Clay's taking what was quite a wide entry, but he's managed to grab the late apex, trying to let the radical by, deciding which way he wants to let it go. I think the radical chose for him there. But obviously Steve is trying to let traffic by, but also trying to work past traffic himself. But the image of Barvo van der Mosten in the JJ Motorsport machine in his mirror will only be getting larger, Chaz.
Yeah, it's going to be a worrying experience, but you know, any piece of traffic can come through. Look at that in front there. Such a variation in all the different cars we've got. But when you're chasing, you know, it can be just as difficult as if you're going to be being the one that's being chased. The Traxxas car has come in the pit lane here. This is Jorn van den Akker, who is now in the Traxxas machine. They were second in the race a moment ago, and it's very, very quickly switched them around in the pit lane now as they stop their 10th overall. They are jumping around a little bit on my timing screen, so apologies if you see that on the left-hand side. But Budvin Kuster, you know, not that far behind actually at the moment, and he's managed to get up now past some of the radicals. Kobe Klaas is apparently off the circuit, and wow, he's way off the circuit. It looked like he was in Dubai then for a second. Properly off in the sand. We'll have a quick look at what's happened there. Just too hot to turn one, you reckon?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, lost the rear and it snapped one way, snapped the other, and managed to keep it out the wall, but he is definitely well and truly in the kitty litter. But he's got it back going again. So good driving from Kobe. He did everything he could to keep it pointing in the right direction, but couldn't quite keep it. You did just mention Budvin Kuster of the EMG Motorsport team. He is leading the way for the Porsche Cup class, but 6 seconds behind him is Loic Hartog in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux team. So those two have been getting pretty close since the start, and Loic is quicker in some areas but slower in the other. So towards the midpoint of the race and then going into the closing stage of the race, I'm guessing those guys will be nose to tail.
Yeah, potentially so. Could easily be the case. We're just getting word as well that the Traxxas team we're looking at here, this is Jorn van den Akker, their team had a disconnect unfortunately, so it's just part of racing I suppose. I mean, we all pretend that, you know, these disconnects and any sort of technical issues, it's like what you would get as a technical issue with the car, or, you know, an engine failure or just any part failing. So it's just part of racing, and now they're down in 14th overall, behind a couple of the Porsches even. But Jorn van den Akker has got this car back out on circuit. We have 772 viewers at the moment. Thank you everybody for tuning in. We do hope you're enjoying yourselves. Oh, and someone that isn't enjoying themselves, I'll tell you that for free. That was Glenn Van Parijs. Nicely picked up by Jack there. He manages to get back on. But a bit of a moment for him there. We'll have a quick look and see what he did. What do you see, Jack? Let us know.
Yeah, so Glenn Van Parijs going over the left-handed crest in towards the hairpin, keeps it nice and stable on the brakes, misses the apex by quite a way and just unsettles the car, I think, trying to slow it down. He realised he was going to overshoot the corner, pushed the brakes a little too hard, possibly unsettled the car, and the car ended up pointing the wrong way. He kept it out of the wall though, kept it pointing the right way, or got it back pointing the right way, and he's now back out on track. Where is he in class? I'm going to take a while to find him, so I'm on the wrong part. Oh, no. That's a big hit. That was an interclass hit. That was Frank Wilson's getting collected by, I can't exactly put my finger on who.
Well, one of the many Porsches really battering his way through there. This is actually for position here now. Loic Hartog just ahead of Kobe Klaas. And, of course, it's not really going to be any competition as Klaas goes around the outside. What's going to become the inside. They're actually not that different in a straight line, to be fair. It's just the mid-corner speed that the Radical can carry and the initial acceleration. We'll watch it now. Watch it just shoot off down the road. Goodbye. And it just disappears. We were watching the Porsche 919s last week, and that was really flying. Well, that was risky going down the pit wall side of the MX-5, but that's one of the things you've got to love about this. Apologies for the flickering around, ladies and gents. We will get a little bit of this over the course of the race. We do have a lot of cars on track, so please do bear with it. But yeah, the Porsches, they're really doing a cracking job at the moment, to be honest, Jack. It's been very, very surprising to see how little we've seen contact-wise between some of them. But this is your race leader, Fabrice Cornelis, doing an absolutely sterling job at the moment in the Radical, well, the Radical's Radical, for our Radicals Online Belgium. And we did hear as well beforehand that he was going to do very well. And I think he's just proving the point every single time he goes around the circuit. Those two Porsches have been together throughout this entire race. That was the, I believe, the number 26 and the number 24. Oh, Jamie Mealing just goes down the inside there of Hannes Keistecker for the Kart World Racing team. But yeah, these guys have been stuck together so far. Every time we see a lapped car go past them, it's these two black and red rear-ended Porsches.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to see that these guys aren't. Well, obviously, it would be great to see them at the pointy end of their class, but this is for P9 in class, so it just shows you it doesn't matter where you are in the class, there will be someone to battle with, and I think traffic is going to play quite a large part in this race at the moment. It's just started to build up. We're already half an hour into the race, which I don't know where that time has gone, but we were just looking at Fabrice Cornelis, and I think the only thing that will separate him from the rest is either a possible mistake or traffic and strategy. So it's going to be it's going to take something special to take Fabrice off top honours at the moment. The gap from our overall leader to around Barbar in the Beta Center Radical is 25 seconds. So in half an hour, he's built up a 25-second gap, so almost a second a lap. So a great job from Fabrice. This is Wilco Hendricks in the battered GT4 for No Fear Racing. We did see the incident earlier on going into the first chicane, just got tapped from behind, I think, and ended up spitting him straight into the wall, sliding the car around the final corner. This is Kenneth Nasson's.
Kenneth Nason's got a very damaged car here. And oh, what's happened with Frank Wilson there? Oh, they scared each other into an accident. I think Kenneth Nason's had an issue before this, you know. This Frank Wilson's there just in front. Oh, through goes the Radical, just touches it onto the grass. And that, of course, was the class leader at the time. And he's then gone off. He's got a very damaged car. I think Frank Wilson's had an issue as well. You can just see him recovering there. Look at this MX-5 crabbing now. And then Frank, I think, wanted to let him go through as they both went into the pit lane together, knowing that he was the class leader before the accident. And they both just stop. Watch, they both say, no, after you, after you. The Radical comes in, can't really do anything about the fact that they're stopping in the middle of the circuit. And, yeah, causes the accident. So, real shame for those two. Back out now is Kenneth Nason's, but it means that Jelle Verstraeten, who's on a hell of a strategy, leads the class. He's got a TCR car down the inside. That's the number 42 machine of Marco van Dam, who then has Glenn van Parijs in there as well. So it's really starting, not to get messy as such, Jack, but it's starting to get very, very feisty as the traffic intensifies around here. And here's Jorn van den Akker, who is just got past Loic Hartog for position and now making his way up. But yeah, like I say, it's getting more and more feisty as this goes on.
Yeah, definitely people getting their elbows out, so eager to get past as much traffic as they can, and I think sometimes you maybe get a little too overconfident. This is Nies de Suiper just avoiding the back end of a Radical going into the pits. He was nice and eager to get the quickest pit entry he could, but not 100% sure why he's going into the pits. Might be some sort of mechanical issue, or he's been gifted a penalty. This is Davy Sufflers. He is, where is he in class at the moment? He is P5 in class. He's got Glenn van Parijs, so this is for position. Glenn van Parijs obviously in the quicker class, throwing it up the inside and getting the position done. So Glenn doing a great job of working his way back up through the order. Now in P29 overall, P13 in class. So it's great to see him working his way back up. He will have 4 more GT4s to contend with before he meets back up with another GT3 car, and that will be the Flemish Sim Sports machine in the hands of Vince Peters. This is Dries Rohert coming under intense pressure from Tim de Vries going into the first chicane. It doesn't look like Tim de Vries is going to go for the move. He had a slight look, but decided against it. And that was Dries Rohert getting a slightly worse run on the way into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. Dries good on the defence though, make sure he places the car in the middle of the track, keeps Dries behind, and like we said, Chaz, traffic is what is playing the part. Like, those two guys have just had to go past some traffic. They haven't lost major amounts of time, but they've got an Audi and a Mazda further up the road, so this could massively affect their battle. Yeah,
that's it. You know, one guy could be a bit overly aggressive trying to get past some of these cars. The guy behind could be very conservative, and you can lose a lot of time either way. We'll go on board then with Tim de Vries, who is the one that is chasing at the moment for PG Motorsport NL. I must say, I do like that Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport livery as well. It's a shame that the front of the car is about 4 kilos lighter than it was when it started the race. But good looking bit of kit now. They get on the power, around the TCR car they go. And in the TCR class, that was, just trying to see which one of them that was. I think that was the number 38. That was Bran van Ipven in the Dynamics Simulators red car. But the chase really on here in the Porsche class, and it's good to see these battles. I mean, we did know that there was going to be a couple up and down, but I think we've been spoiled for choice at the moment, mate.
Yeah, definitely. There's plenty of battles, like you've already said, up and down the field, whether that be for positioning class, for position overall, and we've seen a Porsche racing a Mazda for position. So it's great to see those two. But this is Tim de Vries looking down the inside, going into the first chicane. There's a Radical behind, but Tim de Vries very good on the brakes and gets the position all but made, jumps over the curb. I think that was all 4 wheels off the ground, but keeps it pointing the right way, goes over the crest and gets the position made. This is Jorn van der Akker working his way, well, coming under pressure from a Radical behind while working his way past some GT4 traffic, manages to keep it pointing in the right direction. Sorry, that was Jorn was in the Radical, who's trying to work his way past all of it. He's trying to work past a GT4 and a GT3. And then there's a Mazda. I think that was the Greenleaf Racing Mazda, just a little further up the road. So we did say it was going to be busy for these Radical cars, but I wasn't quite expecting to be this busy.
Oh yeah, it's absolute chaos for them essentially. I mean, it's organised chaos. They're doing really, really good job of making their way through it. This is Philip van den Herk with Steve Clays in the G-Drive car just in front of him. And they're having a really good scrap amongst themselves. There's actually a lot more of these guys closer together on our timing screen than I expected to see at this point. I won't lie to you. It's great to have it. This is Benjamin De Paper just ahead of Yannick Lemons coming onto the straight with an absolute sea of Porsches and MX-5s and other things to negotiate their way around down the straight. Look at that. Absolutely amazing. Benjamin into turn one then, and there you can see he was a bit more aggressive going through the traffic, and now Lemons has lost a little bit of time. That he threads the needle though, makes it easy for him. Through the middle he goes, and this is the Fast Racing team, if you can't tell by the livery on the side of the car. Just to definitely let you know who it is. Got some great lap times coming in from everybody at the moment. Just having a quick look at the fastest lap times in each class. 1:24.1 for the Radicals, a 1:30.0 in the Porsches, 35.7 in GT4. As down the inside goes Yannick Lemons on Benjamin De Paper. Makes it look very easy actually. I don't think Benjamin wanted to fight it too hard. Just quickly looking at the lap times again. It's a 1:38.1 in TCR and a 1:45.2. Sorry, 1:42.5 in the MX-5. So there is a bit of a spread of pace, but it's not too massive, is it?
No, definitely not. It's enough variation to sort of visually see how quick the difference in classes are. But it's a very sort of even gap between each class, which is great to see. It means it's already produced some amazing interclass battles, and I think it will do race long. I think we've pretty much had every class in one shot at this point. This is Loic Hartog trying to find a way past, or trying to let Dries Moudry by. And he's managed just to get it done. The next car up the road is that previous Radical battle that we saw with Yannick Lemons leading the way. But I don't think Loic will be doing major amounts to catch up with those guys. I think his focus will be on catching the class leader of Bujan Kuster and the EMG Motorsport machine. 7 seconds up the road is Boudwin. And I don't think it has got closer in the previous laps. They're lapping very consistently between them, but I don't think that gap is going to get any closer, Chaz.
No, definitely not. It seems to be stabilising a bit. This is me getting caught out again by the timing software telling me someone's crashed when they've just slowed down and come in the pit lane, so apologies for that. Here's Boudwin Kuster, who has Yannick Lemons just behind there in the Little Radical, the Fast Racing Team car. And it's interesting how often we see this for position at the moment, Jack. Of course, the pit windows will be opening very soon. Some of these cars take different amounts of fuel than the others. And the overlap has actually been a lot more focusing and a lot more sort of inter-class than I thought we'd see. Now, that was 4th position, so Kuster still leading his class, but he's 12th overall now, and Benjamin De Paper is the next car behind. We've had an issue for Sebastian Werrell in the GT4. There's one of the Radicals going past him there. That was Oliver Vermeulen in the Stasis car into the chicane. Oh, he's just gone on the gravel. Oh, looped it very, very gradually there, actually. Oh, not a great idea on the rejoin. Parks it on the apex. There's Yves van der Nechten. That was questionable, I think is the word. We're not going to be too horrible, but yeah, that was not the greatest of rejoins that we could have seen there.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of brave rejoins so far, but obviously you did mention that these interclass battles are starting to hot up a fair bit. But I suppose that would have been helped with the lap 1 incident. This is Tanguy van der Veeg, currently P17 in class, chasing down Steve Clays. 4 tenths between these two guys. They've been pretty much stuck to each other, much like the battle in GT4s for the entire race. And they have got 19 seconds to Yves van der Nechten up the road. So these guys are just sort of in a battle of their own. Obviously, you do have Philip van der Herk behind. He is a second adrift from these guys. But obviously, if maybe some traffic, some GT4 traffic, some TCR traffic decides to let Tanguy van der Veeg through, it's more than likely that Philip van der Hoek will get through as well. He will just force his way through the same gap. I think if you're within half a second of the car in front, you will get the move done, but this is Tango van der Veeg looking to the inside. He's decided better of it, pulls out of the move, gets nice and early on the brakes, and keeps the car just about pointing the right direction, going through the chicane after almost rallycrossing his way straight over the very high curbs here at Zolder. That is Steve Clays doing everything he can to get past some TCR traffic before the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, but once again, Chaz, it's going to come down to patience and seeing what you can do about the traffic.
Yeah, this is a prime example of being either very aggressive in traffic or being very conservative. And Tanguy is doing whatever he needs to at the moment. Sounds like there's a car on the inside, and there it is. It's the race leader, Fabrice Cornelis, in the Radical. And they just do sneak on the inside of you, don't they? If you're on a single monitor, it's going to be very difficult to pick up on. We've had a fun fact sent to us by the race director. He says over 25,000 laps were completed in practice by all the teams and drivers. Absolutely bonkers. Apologies for these flickers, by the way, everybody. I am doing everything I can to stop it, but sometimes it just happens in the world of sim racing, especially with iRacing, with all the information that it is processing and streaming at the same time and making it look this pretty. I hope that you can forgive me. Very, very pretty car on that, actually, the Team Rookie Monsters livery. Dries Mujdi is flickering around. There he is. He's just behind Cohen Beavers there, and they're still together here, Jack. And wow, they've got a heck of a train in front of them to make it through now.
Yeah, definitely. We did say that traffic would make a massive difference on this race, and I think or pretty much all the radicals are finding that out the hard way. Just getting it slowed down is Dries Mujdi before he clatters into the back of Cohen Beavers, but he gets it slowed down just in time. They've got a Porsche 911 GT3 on the, well, what was on the inside, quickly developed to the outside, working the way past pretty much every class down that straight. Dries Mujdi does go the right way. He definitely read that Mazda a hell of a lot better than Cohen Beavers did. I think he's going to keep the position as long as he can keep it stable around the outside, and he does. That is now Dries Mujdi promoted up into P4 in class, so a great job from Dries. Definitely read the traffic much better than Cohen Beavers. Obviously, Cohen got hung out to dry on the outside, funnily enough. And that is pretty much the position made for Dries, but he's still got Cohen Beavers only 3/10 behind, 4/10 now. So I think Dries has definitely got the position made. It's all well and good him being in front now, but the exact same could happen to him, Chaz.
Yeah, easily could do. You never know. All it takes is one car to hold you up properly on the apex of a corner, and that's going to be that. I'm just going to look a bit further down the order here at 5th and 6th in the TCR class. Now this is Dimmy Dials, as I'm going to go, or Dimmy Dials, however he wants to be called. Sounds like more of a nickname. Tom Van Putt is just there in front of him for Graphite Racing TCR, and this is for position. As of, well, now, these are the two closest cars on the track, and you'll see, if we go on board, the understeer on the exit in the TCR cars, you've got to be so cautious on the throttle and really, really play it to your advantage. Be very, very safe. Again, sorry for these flickers, everybody. We do get them every so often. My PC is trying, believe me, it's trying its best. Bit of a slide there into turn 1. But he's just so cautious on the throttle. Sounds like a radical, looks like a radical, and it's just gone past like a radical. Look at that, just dives to the inside, through it goes. But in these touring cars, like I was saying before, they're not going to be the easiest thing to jump out of the way in because of the way they understeer, and they do float around quite a lot, don't they?
Yeah, definitely. We've seen, obviously, you commentate on the Simultal TCR series on Sim Racers World TV. I tend to watch as much as I can, and it's okay in there because it's a level playing field, but everybody's got to deal with the same amount of understeer and the sort of lack of front grip that these TCRs have. But in a multi-class race like this, it's going to be really tricky to sort of decide yourself which way you're going to go, and then just hope that the car trying to overtake you does read your car correctly and read where you're placing the car, so he can throw it to whichever side he needs to. This is Nick Bloman. I'm guessing he might just go into the pits. We have seen this happen before, Chaz, and straight into the pits he goes in the Trappers 911 GT3 machine. So it looks like a scheduled pit stop for him. He didn't have much damage at all. This is Dries Mujdi still not managing to shake off the advances of Cohen Beavers behind now. 3/10 between these two guys. Obviously, Cohen will have the draft assistance for the coming laps. 45 minutes of the race gone almost now, and Dries Mujdi I wouldn't have said 45 minutes into the race, 2 radicals would be 310s, and a little more about the radicals. Fabrice Cornelis, our race leader, has decided, you know what, we're 45 minutes into the race, I'm going to set a personal best sector 2. And it wasn't just a personal best sector 2, it was an overall best sector 2.
Really, really fast all the way through so far. And this is Josef Kovacs. Oh, heavy into the wall. Hits the grass and off he goes. We've had an issue for Sebastian Werrell as well. No, we've not. He's going to come in the pit lane, isn't he?
Yep.
Put your bets in. Put your bets in. If I had a quid. Whoa, okay then.
That was an incident.
Yeah, that's not how you're meant to do it. Glenn Van Perriet is going to be rather angry about that one. And I'm thinking that Ronald Moons, who is actually at Zolder doing the race control, will be having a look at that. Erin Barber is second at the moment and doing a good job, but there's the very, very damaged car in front of him. I believe is Kovacs, Josef Kovacs in the Simtag Esports car. It is indeed. But Erin Barber is second at the moment for Bet Centre, doing a great job in this radical. Nice simple helmet design as well, I like that, like it. Here are the flickers again, sorry everybody. I really do apologise for it. We're trying. Down the straight he goes. It's turn 1. You've got to be so late on the brakes there, Jack. And the thing is, it's a bit of a blind exit because you can see where the apex is, you can see where it's coming up towards you. But because of how open that corner is and how much speed you're trying to take through it, it's very easy to get it wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's a very sort of niche corner. You've got to make sure you take what you think is the best line, and obviously I've got a bit of experience around here, and I thought I was taking the quickest line, and just by following someone, we did mention it in qualifying that following someone can be really sort of educational for how you drive, and it really was for me. I realized that I was turning in at completely the wrong point, and I found a couple of tenths out of it. So it's a circuit that you've got to make sure you nail, but even if you think you're doing it right, there'll be someone that comes along and ends up lapping it quicker than you. So you've got to be really careful what you do around here. We've had another fact from our race director, Mr. Ian Roots. He said there will be 2 pit stops by each team. No fair share rules apply in terms of driver swaps, so any driver can drive for however long they want to. Obviously, there is a minimum amount of drivers you have. You've got to have 2 drivers in your team with a maximum of 4. And he said if the teams have only got 2 drivers, you will have to do a pit stop, but also hold in your pit stall, because obviously you haven't got to do another driver swap. So it's more or less as realistic as you can get today, Chaz. We've seen multiple classes, we've seen real race direction from the Circuit Zolder itself, and we've now got a pit stop and hold if you're only running 2 drivers.
Well, yeah, for sure. It's they are very, very well equipped for mimicking the real thing. Why don't we? Max Benecke in the chat has just basically voted in what one of our, I believe it's Ian, has started a very, very big debate that we're going to probably brush over quite quickly. Burger King or McDonald's, do get voting in the chat. Which one would you rather have now? I know with all this lockdown it might be a bit difficult to survive without them unless they're delivering them around you. Please do let us know. I'd have to go for a Mackey's if I'm honest with you, Jack. How about you?
Definitely, all this commentating and talking about cars driving in circles, it does get you rather hungry. I don't know whether you've heard, but I've been snacking while you have been talking. It's definitely a skill you've got to acquire, or you've got to acquire it. It's quite hard to eat very silently, but I think I've managed to nail it, unless you've heard something. But
I won't lie. I'm not going to lie. We did, but it's all good. It's all good. I don't blame you. I really, I didn't even notice. I will give you a little bit of info here. Where I have my whole setup, where I do the commentary from, my timing screen is to my right. It is in the right-hand corner of a room, so when I look at it, I can literally see nothing else of the room. I turned around and there's a drink behind me, no sign of the missus anywhere. She'd put it on the desk and run off, and I didn't even notice that she'd been in the room. So I've been waited on by a ghost, it seems. We're just on board here with Philip van den Hurk, who is still chasing down Tanguy van der Vega. And it's just an ongoing chase, this one. And I'm just thinking now, actually, Jack, the sun seems to be going down quite a bit here. I mean, we're 45 minutes into the race, getting near to the halfway point. Do you reckon we're going to see almost a night race by the end of this?
I think it probably will develop into that. We've got 1 hour and 10 minutes of the race to go. And yes, the first, 50 minutes has gone incredibly quickly, and I hope the second part of the race does go a little slower, because I'm really enjoying it, and I think the drivers are as well. But I think a night race, or the night driving into the race, will be a great sort of spectacle, because we've said the Zolder circuit is incredibly photogenic, and it's great to watch cars driving their way around here. But I think going into the night, that'll bring up a new challenge for the drivers, because obviously you've got to work your way past traffic. You're driving a car that, for example, in these Porsches, as we're looking back from Tango van der Veeg, these cars aren't exactly the most stable cars in the world, and if you're in one of these, you've got to work your way past slower traffic, but also let past faster traffic, and then add changeable conditions to the mix. They're really going to have their hands full.
Yeah, it's it just, as the race develops, they have a bit of a nightmare. I'm not even going to show you that car going into the pit lane because I've been caught out by it again by the software, so thank you. This is Dries Rohet just ahead of Matthias de Tige in the Sim Racers World Esports car. We've not really been looking at this car, to be honest. It's got a very pretty livery on it. Not that we are biased. It does look very, very good, the Sim Racers World car. It's got the matte black on it, all the orange is in gloss, and it has a terrible logo on the back of it that says Chaslington that you've got to ignore. There's a TCR car just in the way there from Matthias de Tige. If you've never seen Matthias before, well, you know you're on board with the Sim Racers World car when you're on this, don't you? Matthias is a very, very talented sim racer, and a real-life racer as well. I can never remember which series it is that he races in. He has told me, but I can never remember to tell you. He's one of the more exciting racers that I commentate on. He races in the Sim Racers World TCR series, and it's just a joy to watch every single time he goes out on track. He's currently chasing down Dries Rohet in front, like I say, his fellow countryman. And I think, to be honest, Jack, let's face it, if it was a Belgian driver, it'd be about 9 out of 10 of them would be their own countrymen, wouldn't they, if we went near them. It is Belgians in the whole top 10 at the moment. Then we have, well, we did have until just then, 2 Dutch drivers, a Hungarian driver, and then another Dutch driver after EF van Genekten. But some really good battles going on the Porsche GT3 Cup category here. I think it's probably the best one at the moment in terms of the battles. Look at the MX-5s, and Martin Kerfs for Fast and Fun leading the way in that one. Kenneth Nasons is up to second, but he's 18 seconds off here, Jack. And when you're trying to get out of the way of a lot of these classes, do you think it's going to be easy for these guys to try and catch up? There's cars coming back on there after a bit of contact, I think. Let's have a little look at what happened there. That was cheeky. It was the Canadian driver Richard Bell for Graphite Racing. Oh, he loses the back end, and wow, that radical spun around quickly. I bet that scared the life out of him, didn't it? That was, just trying to go back up, and so that was Team CFK, Thomas Peters, that had that incident there. We'll just quickly go on board with him and see how it looks from his point of view. So you're driving along, la-di-da-di-da, bang, and then suddenly you're around. Just shows you how lightweight these radicals are, really, doesn't it, with how quickly they can spin like that with a bit of contact.
Yeah, definitely. They're not exactly the heaviest pieces of kit compared to the TCR, and obviously the TCR had the momentum going into the corner and managed to collect the radicals. So Jeremy Hessel's working his way past some radical traffic and quickly catching up to some Porsche traffic. I think that was pretty much every single class we've got on show today in that shot. Jeremy doing a great job of carving his way through. This is Thomas Peters in the pit lane after that earlier incident. I'm guessing that will be a driver change.
Yeah, most probably.
This late into the race, but we've got Loic Hartog trying to let traffic by, but also work his way past some GT4 traffic. I'm guessing this is Kenneth Nasons going into the pit, so he has got a fellow Mazda driver alongside. Does he brake nice and late? That's a very risky pit entry, but he made it work. Yeah, so if we go back to Loic Hartog, he's well and truly leading the way at the moment. He's got best part of 15 seconds to IF Van... I'm going to struggle with this again. IF van Genekten. There we go. He's 15 seconds behind. But there is the radical of Joseph Kovacs in the SimTag Esports radical between those two guys. So Loic will have to keep that in mind. But the closest cars on the circuit is still Dries Rohet and Matthias de Tige, Chaz.
Yeah, it's good that, you know, these battles are sticking around. They're not just, we've seen in races before like this when it's an endurance race, they'll close up to each other and then give it a few laps later. They'll just be gone again. You know, they catch up with each other and disappear. We're not seeing that in this. You know, they'll pass one another and then they'll stay on similar pace because of the traffic, and it's a great equaliser in all of this. Matthias de Tige putting a great job in here to chase down Dries Rohet, but just can't find the way through.
Yeah, it's a great job from Matthias de Tiege. Like you've mentioned, he is one hell of a driver. I don't think I've raced against him before, but just from commentating on him and seeing races he has driven in, he definitely knows what he's doing. I think he might have worked this out in terms of strategy, not just for this race. I think overall with the special events, because obviously he normally drives the TCR car, but knowing full well that there was a Porsche event on Friday, I think he selected the GT3 Cup car for that, just so he got used to the car for this event. So. Clever thinking from Matthias de Tiege, and I think he's going to look to the inside of Dries Roher. He pulls out of the move. Clever driving from Matthias de Tiege. We did say he was a good driver, and he's definitely proving us both right here. Before the first chicane, manages to keep it under control, and literally 1/10, he's well and truly on the bumper of Dries Roher ahead in the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport machine. Holding nice and sensible behind the TCR traffic. Both of them are. That might have been a slight tap. Matthias de Tiege slows down. It could have been a bit of a slowdown as well. He did use plenty of curb and a little bit more, but he keeps it on the road. Once again, he's pushing back forward. Gets past the. Oh, I was expecting him to go for a late lunge there, but he once again nice and patient. Sits behind the TCR car and gets it pointing the right way out of the hairpin, and puts his foot flat to the floor. Chaz.
Yeah, nice section there from him. Just everything under control. Nothing too over the top, and you know, nothing too feisty. Oh, and Dries Roher just goes into the pits in front of him there, so he's got a bit of clear air now to run away with this. I did just apologise for the flickering in chat, by the way, and a comment that has tickled me is from somebody called Meathead2260 in the YouTube chat. He says, no problem, it reminds me of the big weekend raves I used to go to. So, you know, even software issues can be a good thing in this. As, oh, just there, that was de Tiege, and just coming out there behind him was the Team Rookie Monsters car. That's Raphael DB coming out behind him there. And that was for position now, Jack, but he's on fresh rubber, I'm pretty sure. Unless they're double stinting the tyres, which I don't think is probably worth it in this one. You never know, but we'll see what he can do. Oh, Sander van der Wiel has gone off track, and that's not me messing his name up. That's genuinely what it is. It's in the TCR, the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport car. What's happened here? Oh, he's gone a bit hot into the chicane, loops it. Very, very lucky not to get hit by the Porsche, and the car disappears. Very strange, but at least he kept it out of making contact with people. He's in 42nd overall at the moment, and in class he is in 7th. We look to the GT4s. Anyone that's a Talk Freak Racing fan will be happy to know that Bram Reniers leading the way in the number 31 car. Cohen Gressens is second for Team MRS. And then Ingemar Anderson just behind here, actually, Jack. A lot closer than I thought. Now, because they're not within a second of each other, on our timing screen, this isn't lighting up as any other colour than white. So it's quite interesting to see that these guys are closer together than we thought.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to see that that there are battles hotting up. I suppose we do end up just being drawn towards the yellow, orange and red colours on the timing screen, but there could be cars literally just outside of a second from each other. We've got a battle in the radicals between Dries Motory and Cohen Beavers. Dries Motory once again back in front of Cohen Beavers. That's for P4 overall once again. The Dynamics Racing yellow machine getting the best of the Scuderia Monza radical. There is Laurent Suipers. He's P6 overall, doing everything he can to catch Cohen Beavers. Cohen Beavers has now dived into the pit lane. I do believe Matthias de Tiege did. He managed to drag his car around Zolder for one extra lap than most of the other GT3 drivers. But we're at that point in the race where people are deciding they need to dive into the pits. And whether that be change tyres, add fuel, change drivers even. And I've just noticed that Matthias de Tiege has handed over to who I just saw it popped up and I've lost him again.
Gregory Franks,
Gregory Franks, there we go.
Himself. Gregory
So,
he's a rapid GT3 driver, is Gregory. He also races, he's teammates with Matthias de Tiege in the Sim Racers World TCR series, and they're a good team together, these pair. They do work very, very well, as they just very nicely swap over there with Glenn Van Parijs. There's a lot of cars coming in the pits now. My timing screen is lighting up very red, saying that everybody has crashed, but trust me, they haven't. This is your TCR class leader, Bram Van Putten, and if you look at the timing tower on the left, you'll notice that he is in amongst a lot of the GT4 cars, because he's just, well, we've said it before and we said it at the beginning, he's just that quick, and he's just keeping it nice and clean at the moment, isn't he, Jack?
Yeah, definitely. He's doing a great job behind the wheel of the TCR car, mixing it with the other classes ahead. I noticed that Glenn Van Parijs has handed the car over to Ruben Van Buell. So another driver I haven't seen massive amounts of, but going off practice and qualifying, he's definitely quick. They are at the tail end of their GT3 class, but obviously that wouldn't have been helped with the earlier incident. But those guys now back out of the pits and pounding the tarmac. We've got Loic Harteg leading the way for the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars, and he has got a 30-second gap to the EMG Motorsport machine behind in P2. So a great job from those guys. Another, I think that's one of your favourite liveries out on track, isn't it, Chaz? The EMG Motorsport machine.
Oh, it's very, very pretty indeed, and it works very, very well on that car. That's the thing with liveries. You need a livery that works on every car you put it on. Now, I don't know what their other ones look like, but if it looks as good as it does on the Porsche, then it's an absolute corker. We've got Deschamps in the pit lane at the moment. Jean-Louis Deschamps for Bet Centre. They were up to second place before, if I remember correctly, so pitting from quite far up the order, with only Fabrice Cornelis ahead of them. Brent Verheyen goes into second now, Idriss Mojdi in third. Lawrence Kuipers is in fifth for Stasis, and then Patrick Magnus for the Scuderia Monza by PK Carsport. Little Radical there is in sixth. So it's still quite spread out in that class. Yannick Lemons here is just behind Jon van den Akker, just to shut me up and make me realise I'm wrong straight away. But these battles, I'll tell you what, Jack, no matter what, we go away from a battle and then another one develops somewhere else. It's brilliant, brilliant racing. Actually, I'll tell you what, let's have a quick look at this. Gregory Franks now on the back of Tim Jacobs, and it's these two teams again at it once again, but different drivers this time.
Yeah, they went into the pits at different times. Matthijs de Tiege handed the car over to Gregory Franks 1 lap later than the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport team did. So Gregory Franks on a slightly fresher rubber, but he is in a heavier car, and obviously he will have to let his car warm up. His car is obviously 1 lap younger in theory in terms of temperature, so we'll have to get everything heated back up and build up the confidence to start pushing again. And they're still getting mixed in with the traffic. There is the Flemish Sim Sports machine in the hands of, funnily enough, Hans Polmans. So Gregory Franks doing everything he can to work his way past Tim Jacobs, and Tim Jacobs flashing his lights in ferocity to get past Tim Gilson. But was that the Flemish Sim Sports car that managed to collect the TCR car of Evis Fredericks? That's a very, very let's go with scary rejoin. Cars diving left and right trying to avoid him, but Evis Fredericks decided that he just wants to rejoin no matter what's coming his way.
Yeah, he turns in there, and the Flemish Esports Porsche is there. I'm just seeing now, he just goes straight into the racing line, then turns right, nearly takes the number 24 Porsche with him. There was a tiny bit of contact and somehow doesn't get turned around, but Fredericks came into the pit lane shortly after that. I think thankfully for everybody else's safety. That was questionable indeed. This is Tim Jacobs still with Gregory Franks behind him in the Sim Racers Porsche. He's still going to have to get married at this rate, honestly. I hope they all go for a beer or something afterwards, these two teams, because they're completely inseparable at the moment. It's awesome to watch. And just ahead of them, like you say, Hans Polmans is just in front going through the chicane. So a great battle between 3 Porsches, and this is going to sound great as they go past. Oh, and Polmans gets out of the way there. You know what? Tim Jacobs says, I'm coming through. I don't care, sunshine. Through he goes. Oh, Richard Bell, the Canadian, or the Canadian, as you said before, has had an issue here for Graphite Racing TCR. Is he going to get a kiss on the rear? Oh, no, he's gone late on the brakes. Oh, no, Eck. Into the... Oh, well. I was expecting him to hit the Porsche and go around there, but he got hit by his fellow TCR car. And I can hear that the flickering has started. So just bear with it. Bear with it. I am sorry. My PC's trying. Here is Jean-Louis Deschamps then. And, oh, no, well, there he goes. And that was, big hit. Car rolls over, twists around, bounces around. I was just going to say, Lawrence Kuipers was only just behind there. Let's have a look at this from Kuipers' point of view. There's a commentated curse for you, Jack. That's how you properly do it, isn't it?
Yeah, you literally just go straight to him, and he gets caught out. The car just over-rotated on the entry, and he did everything he could to keep it out of the way, but I think maybe locking the brakes ended up sending him the wrong way. His car is now bent and broken in all kinds of ways. But Lawrence Kuipers has taken the position quite well, actually. He's just gone steaming by. It didn't seem like there was any remorse there. He just went flying through, and he's now working towards Brent Verheyen, who is now in the pits in the P3 car. Well, I say Brent Verheyen. Brent Verheyen has just jumped out of the car and handed it over to Sven Janssens in the GHKE Racing by T2 machine. So the top three aren't as far apart as I was expecting, Chaz.
No, definitely not. This somewhere in there, somewhere,
As Richard Bell.
is Richard Bell. He's gone off again here at the chicane. Not quite sure how it happened. We'll have a quick look. Chaz Sherlock Draycott on task, everybody. See what happens. Goes into the chicane. Is it just going to over-rotate on the brakes? Yes. Just as it goes over that crest, it goes around. So not too much of a serious incident. He does floor it and then put it in the wall, unfortunately. Not the best. And oh, wow, that was upside down, wasn't it? That was Bram Reniers.
That was upside down.
Bram Reniers testing the strength of the Porsche. And he was leading the class earlier for Talk Freak Racing. Oh, so there's an incident in front. Oh no, that's such a harsh rollover. It goes over 3 times from such small contact, and it's on its roof. And that means now that Ingemar Andersson leads the way in GT4, GNR Motorsport. So a big turn of events there, Jack. And well, Richard Bell has apparently crashed 4 more times and gone in the pit lane, so he's having a bit of a nightmare. But we have a change in the GT4 lead.
Yeah, it's great to see that no matter how far into the race you get, the lead is still changing and still interclass battles going up and down the field. For example, we've got a radical in the pits of Jean-Louis Deschamps, obviously after that incident. So he will be dropped back down and he will have to fight his way back through some other classes, and obviously he will be fighting for position. Just noticed in chat, I think Ian has decided to order us some famous Circuit Zolder fries and mayonnaise. So it looks like we're going to have we're going to have a slight snack coming on the way fairly soon. But it's great to see that these guys are still battling. Not quite the way I would expect them to, but I don't think Ingemar Andersson is going to worry about what his fellow Porsche driver has done. But he's leading the way. He's doing some nice laps. This is Cohen Gressens in a very, very poorly looking Porsche. He's missing the front, he's missing the bonnet. This is Jochen Lennart Silver. There we go. We're seeing Cohen Gressens. We've seen that catch people out before coming out the final chicane. I think he just dipped a wheel onto the grass and unsettled the car, and it ended up sending him in on a one-way train straight into the wall. This is Tim Jacobs, still leading Gregory Franks, but I don't think Gregory is going to let him get away with it that much. Obviously, Hans Polman's let both of them by, and he's now 6 seconds behind Gregory Franks. So the Flemish Sim Sports car well and truly dropping back, but Tim Jacobs really can't shake off the attention of Gregory Franks. No,
he really can't, and it's not something that anybody can do, really. I mean, Gregory's always there. He's always putting pressure on other drivers around him, and he's doing a fantastic job. These two at the moment are actually 9th and 10th in class. Their class leader, as we said before, Loic Hartog. Cas Hogenhout is in 2nd for EMG Motorsport. PG Motorsport BE is Tommy Rauw in 3rd place. Hopefully he doesn't have a row with anybody. He's taken over from EF Wangen-Ekten. He's in 3rd position. Then it's Marvin Julian Amants, who is quite a way down, 48 seconds back. So it just shows you how much of a spread we've got there. Siebert Verfelier, ignore me, he's gone in the pits. I've done it again. I do keep getting told people have crashed, but he's gone in the pit lane. This is Marvin Julian Amants for G-Drive Racing Eximia, with one of the radicals just going past there as well. Through the chicane they go. That radical can very, very easily get affected by those curbs. Patrick Magnus has just gone past Kamil Yagizoglu, another one of my favourite names in sim racing. And that is 4th place overall for the number 55 car there, Jack. A nice move, and very soon, I'm sure, as they go through the traffic, it's like an advert for Belcar. That one MX-5 one way, Porsche the other, just gradually going through. But it looks like here that Patrick's got the pace. The people in the chat were saying that he is going to be very quick, and it seems that they're not lying.
No, definitely. It's almost like people knew what was going to happen before we did. I've just noticed that Jean-Louis Deschamps has once again left the pit lane after that earlier incident. All he's got is Loic Hartog in the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux car to negotiate. So he has pretty much got away with that likely. Obviously, it's not the circumstances he would have wanted to pit, but he has taken one of his fast repairs. Whether that is his last one or not, I don't know. But he's back out on the track, still trying to get back used to the radical. It might handle slightly differently. Obviously, as we know, a fast repair does repair everything it can. If you've got some underlying damage, and it might not repair that, whether that be sort of floor damage or anything like that. But Jean-Louis Deschamps once again back out on the road, pushing forward to see what he can do to get back into the top 12 overall. Obviously, Loic Hartog is classed as an overtake 4 position, so he's 21 seconds up the road. And as we know, these radicals are much quicker than these, much quicker than these Porsches in the corners. But the Porsches seem to be pretty much on par with them on the straights. Loic Hartog doing everything he can to to straighten out the Gilles Villeneuve chicane, and I've got to say, probably one of the best looking 911s on the circuit. It is, I mean, it does fall sort of second to the Flemish Sim Sports car, obviously.
Sort of second. Don't lie to yourself.
It definitely looks like almost a factory livery with the Tag Air sponsorship and the number 911 number for obvious reasons. But Tim Jacobs still doing everything he can to catch. Have these guys swapped around?
I believe they have, yes.
They have.
He has got through. We'll have a quick look and see where it is. Here we go. We're being told, by the way, that Patrick Magnus is not Patrick. Apparently it's Gilles. But it comes up on our screen as Patrick, so that's the only reason we've been saying that. Apologies for if we've got that wrong, but his iRacing name is Patrick Magnus, so you can forgive us for thinking otherwise. But nice bit of opportunistic stuff there from Gregory Franks to go through, wasn't it, mate?
Yeah, definitely. Well, you did say that Gregory Ranks knows what he's doing. He's definitely showing him off. We'll go back to another Sim Racers World car. This is Nick Sherman's.
Oh.
So he's gone backwards, coming out of the hairpin. Does a great job of getting it out of the way. He throws it well and truly onto the inside. And I think that was definitely the safest thing he could have done. If he went any further, he would have actually been inside the paddock. But Nick Sherman's doing everything he can to make sure it is only his race that is affected. He's back out, pointing the right way, and chasing down the cars ahead. He is P2 in class. Bram van Putten in the G-Drive Racing Exemia TCR car, still pulling away from Nick Sherman's behind, and he's well and truly out in front of pretty much every class at this point. He's definitely ahead of the Mazdas, ahead of obviously all the Audis, and I think he's battling most of the Porsche GT4s for position. Yeah,
he's really putting on a good show. Absolutely amazing stuff. This is Casper Engels at the moment in the CCTS Esport RS3 LMS TCR. I thought I may as well add that one to the end. He's just been chasing down Ewald van der Meren in the Tri-Racing car, but he's managed to lose quite a bit of time here through the traffic. Jeff van den Ven has just been in the pit lane for Petrolhead Days Racing, who we haven't really seen much of, to be honest, in the GT4 class. No, I don't know what happened to my voice then either. Jeff, 32nd overall. In class at the moment, they are in 7th. I thought he was in the pits, but apparently he just disappeared off our screens for a moment. We've got a lot of people saying that they want some sort of rock concert, as they do at Zolder, when this all goes on. Trust me, you don't want to hear me or Jack sing. Oh, we've got a car around. It's Maxime Oostin. No offence, Jack. PG Motorsport there in 37th overall. What happened to Maxime Oostin? Let's have a look.
Is that coming out of turn 3? By the looks of it, yeah, behind the tents. Turn 2, snaps one way, snaps the other. Narrowly avoided by a radical, and just keeps it out of the barrier. Does a great job of doing that, but must have been a fairly butt-clenching moment for him. We've had a massive incident further back by the looks of it, unless that's just the timing screen playing silly buggers again. Sven Jensen's and Robbie Janssen. Sorry, Sven Janssens and Robbie Janssens. So whether there is relation there, I don't know. But we'll have to have a look back to see what's happened with those two. This is Thomas Stockman's. There we go. Let's see what happens going into turn 1. There's the Porsche once again matching the Radical for pace. Sven Janssens goes very deep, manages to leap the car around to the left, and then gets collected by another Radical doing exactly the same thing. So both the Janssens managing to collect each other, doing exactly the same thing at exactly the same corner.
Bit of a nightmare for the pair of them there, but it happens. It's racing. Thomas Stockmans has taken over in the race leading car now. Well, it would be in there somewhere if you could see it. The Radicals Online Belgium car. He leads the way. We have had Fabrice Cornelis in the YouTube chat. He says, I'm driving with an egg in my pants here, so I'm not too sure whether that's going to last until yeah, very carefully. But he's doing a cracking job. The whole team are. Thomas Stockman's flying at the moment in the number 2 machine. Onto the final chicane they go. 1 hour and 11 minutes already done though, Jack. We're into the final hour of the race. A minute ago, I'm sure we had half an hour left. Whoa, a bit of a miscommunication there with the Porsche, but still managed to go through. But yeah, like I say, 56 minutes of the race to go, mate. It's flown by already.
Yeah, it's gone incredibly quick. It always seems to when you're having fun, and I'm sure these guys probably think exactly the opposite. The race is really dragging on a little bit now, but they're keeping it on the track, keeping it clean for the most part. There's been a couple of little mistakes here and there, but that is just what happens with racing. We've got a Mazda going extremely slow, as Thomas Stockman's find out as he goes screaming by. Now there's the Mazda once again in the background, managing to lose his bonnet somewhere around the Zolder circuit. But he's, I'm guessing, limping it home. Thomas Stockman's definitely... This isn't a battle for position, I don't think. But he's. It looks like the driver behind. I can't quite put my finger on who it is. I haven't seen a number as yet.
Zoglu just behind.
It is Zoglu, the number 4 machine. So he's 1 lap down in P3. So Zoglu trying to unlap himself from the leader and seeing what he can do to make inroads on Lawrence Soipus in the... is that a Stasis car? I swear that's changed team name since I last looked.
No, you're thinking of the Traxxas one.
Oh, it's the Traxxas machine.
Yeah, Cedric Wouters is back in the car for those guys, so he's flying to try and make up some positions. Someone throwing shade in the chat. Dieter Arts says miscommunication is a Belgian thing for sure. So I'm not sure how true that is, but maybe because I've never heard it before, that sort of proves the point. But Cedric Wouters now up to 9th as Del Newts is in the pit lane. But Thomas Stockman's doing a great job at the moment. Jeremy Hessel's here for Dynamics Racing is in 5th. And this, I don't know whether it's Gilles Magnus or Magnus Gilles or whoever, but we've got him as Patrick Magnus on here, so going to have to go with that, I'm afraid. But Scuderia Monza, wow, that was close there. We know who that was, don't we, Jack? That was Loic Hartog. Very, very close with traffic either side there, and that was one of the TCR cars. I'm pretty sure, now watch me get this wrong. Yep, it's not the CCT Esports car, it's not the Tri Racing car, it's not the D Trappers car, is it? One of the TCRs, but it's a bit of a scary moment for him there, to say the least. I think it was Jochen Lennertz for Dynamic Simulators Red. Just watching those cars go either side of him. That must have been very scary. Sorbonne in the chat says what time is left for this race. In the top left of your screen, mate, you'll see there is 1 hour and 14 minutes elapsed so far. 2 hours, 5 minutes total. So we have about 50 minutes to go. Apparently the fries with mayo are ready. Don't know about you, Jack, but I'm going to leave that, unfortunately. Thank you, though, for Dieter, who has apparently grabbed them for us. I'm not sure what I'm going to have later, but we'll get onto that afterwards in our little debrief. Benjamin De Paper is 4th at the moment, and he's doing an alright job, isn't he, mate? He's, you know, it's another one of these under-the-radar performances. There's a couple of them in each class where they're just getting the job done, not really lighting the timing screens up, not really making some sort of extravagant moves anywhere, but they're just getting on with it, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those things you want to be seen on the stream, but at the same time, not being showcased on the stream could be actually a really good thing. It means you're just like lying under the radar, like Benjamin has been doing, and he's sort of quietly been working his way up the order. He's up 2 positions from his starting position, and he's been dragging Jeremy Hessels behind with him. Jeremy only 1.7 seconds adrift, almost 1.6 seconds now. Jeremy is up 5 places from where he started, so a great drive from the Dynamics Racing driver. Going down the start-finish straight to pick up once again another lap. And I'm not 100% sure how many laps we have completed. I will have a look. That's the 51st lap. People are going around to complete now. As Thomas Stockman's for the Radical Online Belgium team has found out. Still looking at Benjamin De Paper. Doing a great job. I was just looking a little further down the order, and Loic Hartog has dived into the pit, so we'll have to keep an eye on him to see what he does, whether he changes driver this late in the race. I'm guessing, obviously, he will hand over his teammate as we've just passed the halfway point. He has indeed. He's handed the car over to Max van Splutteren. Sorry. Splunteren, there we go. Got it, 3rd time's the charm. So Max van Splunteren doing. I'm guessing he'll be doing everything he can to make sure he doesn't throw his teammates' hard work away. And obviously they're still leading the class by a fair margin, 46 seconds. They are still in the pit, so he'll be doing everything he can. Car up on the jacks to take tyres. And with now 35 seconds, actually that's Cas Hoggenhout. Hoggenhout, there we go. Has just gone flying through and taken the lead away. It said on the timing screen they were 35 seconds away, but they evidently weren't.
Well, Tommy Rao has also just gone through as well for PG Motorsport BE. So the time is just ticking by for Max van Splunteren at the moment in the pit lane. That's a very, very pretty car, that PG Motorsport BE one. Really, really do love that. And also for anybody as well, I wanted to mention earlier, and I forgot to, I won't lie, if you wondered what we were talking about when we mentioned spec maps, recently on iRacing you've been given the ability to, not only while you paint the cars, but you can also sort of choose what finish goes on each section of the car. So you can have a metallic section like you see here on Tommy Rao's car. There are metallic sections, glossy bits, there's matte bits as well. You can basically apply whatever you want in terms of a finish to it, and it's provided some more elements to the incredible creativity that we see on iRacing when it comes to liveries. And basically, some of these guys, I mean, if you saw that car right there without a spec map on it, it would be white all over, because the metallic layers actually make it slightly darker in those sections. So they've done a great job on that one, Jack, because there's a lot of elements to it, and like I said, it really brings out the creativity in these livery designers, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It makes the race car, and we've said it plenty of times. I think I've said it on pretty much every stream I've ever commentated on, which isn't exactly much. This is what, my 5th time commentating over a live race. So yeah, a good livery does make your car faster. We've established that multiple times, and I'm going to keep reiterating it because it's obviously true. But this is that was. Who was that? Well, I've lost my timing screen. That was Tommy Rao putting or going ahead of. He is now ahead of 2 radicals. So Steph Delanuse in the GHK E-Racing by T2 machine has dropped down, and he is now behind the top 2 in the Porsche Cup class. This is Benjamin De Paper, still hitting the road. He's dropped back to Jeremy Hessels now. Jeremy worked his way past in the Dynamics machine. We did say a couple of laps ago he will soon be within striking distance, and he's definitely proved us right, as he's already pulled out a second to Benjamin De Paper in the W Codes car detailing e-racing machine, just getting past some Mazda MX-5 traffic, but with still under an hour to go. It could be the position for the moment, but we know, or we've seen, that mistakes happen, and it could mean that Benjamin De Paper could work his way once again back up to the top 5.
Yeah, very easily. It can shift around so quickly. All it takes is one incident. You know, we've seen the GT4 lead change completely. Ingemar Andersen leading that now, and the previous leaders now, Talk Freak Racing GT4 down in 6th place. Here's Bram Reniers, who we go on board with, and we're reunited with the Porsche we were with before, the PG Motorsport BE car of Tommy Rao. But it just shows you how quickly it can change. Don't forget, everybody, if you are watching and enjoying the show, then please do give us a like on the YouTube video, whether that's on the Facebook stream as well, and do subscribe to Sim Racers World TV. We have a lot of broadcasts just as good as this. Jack and I will be commentating on a lot of things, pretty much all of it. We also have a new commentator, Hasse Roma, who a lot of you know as Half the Race Gone. Very, very talented commentator as well, and really does actually get involved on a lot of our streams, which we're very grateful for. But please do click the like button and, you know, show your support for that. Ian has just asked for some cheers for us in the commentary booth as well. Jacques Treshak, I'm really sorry if I got your name wrong there, has said in the YouTube chat, so you guys in an empty place, next time take chips and beer with you in the commentating room, can't be commentating on empty stomachs. I won't lie, I did forget to eat before this, and just as we were setting up, I smashed an entire cake into my face. I'm not sure in terms of what Jack's done. We've got comments coming in saying you guys are doing a great job, top-notch work. It's not Radio Le Mans, but it comes close. I'll take that. I'll take that any day of the week.
As well. Yeah.
Thank you very much, everybody, for the comments. We do hope you're enjoying it, and we want to make sure that we do give you the best broadcast we can. So make sure that you do. If there is any feedback you want to give us, as long as it's constructive, of course, don't just call me an idiot. Please do give us any constructive feedback you can think of. Here is your MX-5 class leader, Jack. Greenleaf Racing, seemingly untouched at the moment. Now, I know that class lead has changed a bit, but they're playing it very, very safe and doing a fine job.
Yeah, definitely. They've just kept out of trouble, letting all the traffic by when they need to, but making sure the traffic holds back if they're going into sort of a heavy braking zone. We saw Marnix DeWitt letting the TCR car of, who was that went by? That was Veal that went by in the TCR car. There we go, Sander van de Wiel in the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport number 2 machine. Well, it's number 42, but the team name is number 2. So he's done a great job as well of working his way back past the traffic. He is not the final TCR on the grid or on the road at the moment. Here is the final TCR car of Niels de Kuiper. His car is looking very fresh. I'm guessing he's just taken one of the fast repairs, and I've got to say, for the whitest car on the grid, it's definitely probably the cleanest.
Oh yeah, for sure it is, and we're hoping for them that it stays that way. Jeff van den Ven in the GT4 class is just in the pit lane at the moment for Petrol Head Days Racing. Thies Vandenberg has just gone through for Dynamics Racing Orange. Here's a bit of traffic to get your head around. That's the number 30. Oh, I think someone's just gone off in the background there actually.
That was Carlo Van Doster, was it?
Jean-Louis Deschamps has gone off as well. Oh, contact with the number 18. That was Josef Kovacs in Simtag Esports, and Josef, I tell you what, he's had a bit of a rough ride at the moment, hasn't he? Is now Deschamps, I think, is actually last in class. Yeah, it's 12th at the moment, trying to make his way back up for Bet Centre, but that incident before obviously put him paid to that, and sometimes it seems that you can push a little bit too hard to try and make those places back up here, Jack.
Yeah, definitely got to be so careful, and we see Jean-Louis Deschamps letting everybody back past again, so maybe he's just managing traffic, expecting to go into the pits. He doesn't want to make any risky moves. I'm expecting him to accelerate into the pits. I don't think he was expecting the cars to peel off to the left and take the racing line there. Sort of scared himself a little bit. He's still caught behind a GT4, but obviously the pit limiter will take care of that. So a very adventurous pit entry for Jean-Louis there. I'm guessing he'll hand over to his teammate, doing everything he can to go quicker in the pit lane. Obviously, he's exploiting a slight gear change glitch to see what he can do just to gain a couple of Ks.
Tell anybody.
Yeah. And then Stephen Verrilist, he is P31 overall at the moment in GT4, P7 in class for the Reaction Motorsports team. So he's one of those guys that's just sort of been off the radar a little bit, but he's doing quite a good drive. What is he now? He's up 5 positions, and we haven't really seen him to great amounts. So it just means he's keeping it clean, keeping it consistent, and quietly working his way up the order. And obviously, the team MRS machine in the hands of Stephen Marius ahead is literally just there. So this could be a possible top 5 position for Stephen.
Yeah,
well,
definitely.
For both Stephens.
Well, yeah, I was going to say he's chasing the other Stephen as well, isn't he, at the moment? Yeah. Stephen Maris just in front of Team MRS. There's one of the Porsches going through. But it's interesting to note, Jack, it doesn't look like we've actually lost an entire team at the moment. I'm just going to quickly flick to Andre Zeller. The car may be just sat in the pits there, but they are still running. Siebert Verfaeli for kart events looks like he's had a failure, unfortunately, by the car being very damaged. And one of the radicals, Longin, number 51, is the bottom of the order, and yes, definitely out of the race. So maybe Siebert can get back on track and get back out there, but it is a very damaged bit of kit at the moment. Fingers crossed once it does get back there they can, what they call, get a fast repair, if anybody doesn't know. And this is Cas Hogenhout, with just behind now, out of all people you wouldn't want behind it, it's Marvin Julien Mamance, who is really flying by the look of it. Last time round though, actually slower than Cas, but it seems that on this lap he's caught him back up again because the gap has dropped right down. He's actually a couple of tenths quicker.
Yeah, he's definitely on it in the G-Drive Racing Exemia machine. We know these G-Drive drivers are incredibly quick, and they know what they're doing, and Marvin is putting pay to that. He's doing everything he can, almost working his way past some radical traffic. I think that was Pasquinel Nays in the Team CFK car. But Marvin doing everything he can to catch up to the tail of Cas Hogenhout. But as has been said in sim racing a hell of a lot, it's one thing to catch up, but another to overtake. But I think Marvin will make easy work of Cas ahead if he gets the position presented to himself. Obviously, he knows what to do. He can put Cas under pressure, and Marvin's still getting held up a little bit from Pasquinel ahead in the Radical. We know the Radical was supposed to be quicker through the corners, but it doesn't seem that way at the moment. Marvin just really showing off his talent in these Porsche Cup cars, and with not massive amounts of the race to go. Obviously, we're well and truly, definitely over halfway into the race now. The number 12 car is doing everything he can to size up a final podium position, because obviously this isn't just for P14 overall. Marvin is trying to overtake Cas ahead for the final spot on the podium. So if Marvin can get this done now and then just make good his escape, he will be happy towards the end of the race. Yeah,
certainly. You know, it looked like he was really trying to eye it up before, and he was hoping the Radical wouldn't get past on a straight. He was hoping that he was going to push him wide on a corner. Looks like Thies Vandenberg has had an issue, unfortunately. Let's have a check of what's gone on here. The Dynamics Racing Orange into the chicane. Are we going to see it loop around over the crest again? Oh, it's gone right and left. Oh, it just goes around so easily. And you know what? I've heard this a lot about these GT4 cars, that they do, once they slide, they just go so slowly around. It's very frustrating. He goes off track again, trying to get it back around. Not gone his way there. He is still back out on track. In class at the moment, he is in 9th. Anthony Beekman leading the way in Heli ABK Racing. Skylimit Racing Team just 12.8 seconds behind. And then actually, behind them on track, the next position overall is actually Bram van Putten in the TCR car. He's effectively 3rd in the GT4 class at the moment, is Bram van Putten. He's that quick. Nick Shermans is effectively 7th in the GT4 class, ahead of Ingemar Andersen. And Jochen Lennertz is 3rd in TCR at the moment, ahead of some of them as well. So it's great to see them all mixing it up. Looks like Niels de Kuiper's come up a cropper here and had an issue. This car, the McCoy Token Racing car, hasn't had a smooth race at all, has it really, Jack? I mean, another issue with traffic there. They just jump out of the way, and it's parked in the middle of the road. To be fair, that's commitment to get it out of the way. They just pile drive it into the wall. They do get going again. Yeah, fair play. Fair effort to get it out of the way, though. But, oh, they're having another spin there. And this is live as well. They're really having a tough time in that Audi RS3 TCR.
Yeah, definitely. I was about to say it's a very similar incident as he's had before. The tail just steps out. I know this car is front wheel drive, and obviously the rear of the car can be quite hard to get up to temperature and get warm to get it like sort of giving you all the grip that it can produce. And he's been caught out, what's that, 3 times now just from the rear stepping out. And I know in these, it is easy to say while I'm sat here staring at a screen, but when the rear of a front wheel drive car goes around, you've got to trust yourself to point the wheels where you want to go and put your foot to the floor, because that will hopefully bring the rear of the car back into check. But like I said, it's easy to say while I'm sat here. I'm not out there, so who knows what's going through his head. This is Joachim van der Sturen. Going backwards through the first chicane. He just got caught out. He took a bit too much of the second apex. We saw the car bounce over it, and we knew it wasn't going to settle down straight away, and ended up going backwards into the gravel. This is Cas Hogenhout, still under intense pressure from Marvin behind in the G drive machine. 6/10 still between these guys, and like I said earlier, this is for the final podium position. We've seen Marvin gain 6 positions from where he started, so a great job from Marvin. But I don't think Cass is going to let him by that easily. We've seen him post pretty quick laps. He's lapping quicker than all the guys in front of him in class. So he's lapping quicker than Max van Splutteren and Tommy Rauh. So in theory, he is one of the quickest guys in class at the moment, besides Marvin behind.
Yeah, he's doing a cracking job of it, and it's good that the chase is still on. We've been asked to check on Jeff van den Ven for Petrolhead Days Racing. We do like to try and keep everybody in the chat happy, so there you go. At the moment, he is 33rd overall, 8th in class in the Petrolhead Days Racing car. Just behind him there, that is not for position. That's actually I don't think that's the class leader, is it?
No, I don't think so.
No, that's the Talk Freak Racing car, actually, number 31. That's Tim Claysons, who was leading the class earlier, still fastest in class. And there is the Porsche class leader just going down the inside there. That's Tommy Rauh for PG Motorsport.
I'm going to have to put in front of you, Chaz. The Flemish Sim Sports car is doing everything he can to try and get past Team Jelson in the PG Motorsports.nl machine. So this isn't for the highest point in the Porsche Cup class. They're currently battling for P8 overall. So these guys quickly were getting between 1/10 of a second of each other. It looks like Hans Polmans is much better on the brakes, but Tim Jelson is doing a great job of keeping it balanced throughout. Here is the pass. Tim Jelson throwing it up the inside, just getting the move done before what will be in theory turn 3, and then it does look like Hans Polman did unsettle the car a little bit there. But Chaz, I'll let you finish where you left off. Sorry for putting it in front of you.
Oh, it's all good, all good. If there's battles going on, we need to see them and make sure everybody does see it as well as us. The GT4 battle seems to have been turned on its head quite a lot, though, by Talk Freak Racing having that incident earlier on. Oh, and there you go, that's turned on its head. Tin Yelson has just spun it himself. We do seem to have lost the replay transition screen. I do apologise for that. It seems to be a little bit behind on us there. But yeah, there you go. That's that battle reignited then. It looks like Tin Yelson's going to have to get back on the chase now of Hans Polmans. And it means, Jack, that we get to look at your favourite Flemish livery again, the Flemish Sim Sports car.
Yeah, definitely. Hans Polmans has definitely made good his escape. He made the most of Tin's mistake. He's now 6.5 seconds up the road. We knew Tin Yellowson was much quicker, but obviously he's now got to find 6.5 seconds while working his way through traffic, while also letting traffic by, catch up to Hans Polmans, and then try and pass him. And I know we've still got 35 minutes of the race to go, but telling him to catch up is a lot easier said than done. But I don't think he's going to give any second thoughts about getting by. And this is Marvin Julian Amantz in the G-Drive Racing Exemia machine. With some very heavy front damage. There was a TCR off in the background as well, so I think that could have been related to that.
I think it was Van Dam that was off in the TCR car, sorry. So this is, oh, look at that. Nightmare. There's a couple of them around. And then that was the 42. Yeah, that was a big hit there. That was indeed. I'm just trying to find him on the list now. There's so many cars on this list. It was Marco Van Dam in the Vapor Shop RDR car. He just had a bit of an issue himself. And then that was that. Let's have a look at what happened to Marco Van Dam. Into the chicane. Oh, just a little bit hot. Gets it on the apex still. They all run out the way to avoid him. He does eventually decide to go on. Luckily nobody hits him, but then as the G-Drive car goes around, he doesn't expect it to come back onto his screen. And then straight in front of him. And there is the contact. Josef Kovacs in the pits again. He's had a bit of a rough and tumble race. He's probably going to give the car over to his teammate. I know they're both Hungarian drivers in that team. So he'll maybe pass that one over. Here's your race leader though, Thomas Stockmans, and you can see the track going a wonderful golden colour now as the sun sets here at Zolder. Just over, half an hour to go now, Jack, into the final quarter of the race we're going to be. And it's been a heck of an exciting adventure so far with so much going on such a small circuit. I mean, we'll go on board for just a lap with Thomas Stockmans just to see how you get the job done.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. 1 minute 10 ahead of Lawrence Soipus behind in the Stasis racing machine. And he's just been doing a great job. Obviously got handed the car from Fabrice, his teammate, in an absolutely amazing position, over half a minute ahead of P2, and he's just extended that gap and really kept the car on the road, keeping it clean. And you can see he's catching up to Jeremy Hessels now to put another lap on the Dynamics racing car. So he's just doing an absolutely amazing job. I'm guessing, obviously, the track will be getting a little bit cooler, so hopefully the driving conditions are a little better for these guys. They haven't got to deal with as much, as much sliding, but we've been proven wrong on that before. So I'm going to eat my words a little bit there. But Thomas Stockmans, yeah, he's just made good what was already an absolutely amazing position. Nearly went for the move up the inside of, who was that? That was Kurth Van Honacker in the fast stand run. What was that? I was looking at my timing screen and I'm pretty sure out the corner of my eyes he went through that car.
Yeah, I don't know how you can really say how lucky they were there. Marco Van Dam's had a nightmare, by the way. He's gone off track again here and had another issue. He's also gone off again. We saw him just off the track a second ago into the chicane. Car does not want to turn, and he's keeping it off the road now, I think, just to keep it out of everybody's way. He's had another incident here coming into the hairpin. That car, to me, doesn't look like it's handling right. There's something going on there. It's flicking around quite a lot on the brakes. He's going to catch... Oh, it just doesn't slow down, does it? He's had severe pedal issues there, I think. Something definitely wrong with that, and he's luckily got it back into the pits now without doing any further damage. This is actually a battle for position between these three here, Jack. I don't know where this has come from, but this is Stephen Maris, Tim Claessens, and Stephen Verelst, all for position in the GT4 class. This is for 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yeah, so 1.5 hours into this race with 13 minutes remaining, and there's 3 cars separated by under a second. So it's great that this battle has presented itself. Obviously, you've got the Reaction Motorsports car doing everything he can to catch up to Tim Claessens in the Torque Freak Racing GT4 machine, and Steve Maris leading all 3 of them. So it's a great job from Stephen Maris. But if we go up to Tim Claessens, we can see him alongside going to the right side, which will quickly develop to the inside of the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. He does everything he can to brake as late as he can. Touches the right side of Stephen Maris. Can he get the move done? He's still looking, still there, still alongside. Can't quite get the move done. He's got the better run coming out of that right-hander though, and obviously they're going into the hairpin, and he's got the inside, almost touching once again, trading a bit of paint. But both of them keeping it well within the track limits and well within the rules. But now Tim Claessens has got ahead. Stephen Maris has dropped back, and Stephen Verelst is definitely trying to make the most of it and seeing what he can do.
Yeah, it's crazy battle in here. Wow, 3 wide there with the MX-5. MX5 has to duck out of the way. It was very, very unfortunate before. Kurt Van Hoenacker was all over the place in front of our race leader for the Fast and Fun team, and that was quite the opposite of what our race leader was witnessing. And that has now changed as well, by the way. Fabrice Cornelis back in the car. They were in the pit just a moment ago, and there's Bram Van Putten leading the TCR class at the moment. But Fabrice doing everything really so far. Thomas Stockman, so great drive, nice clean stint, hands it back over, and they have a 45-second lead at the moment, Jack. It's been a hell of a performance, and if they can pull this off and complete what is an amazing performance with the win, it's going to be very well deserved.
Yeah, definitely. They've put the work in. They've kept it clean and made sure they've negotiated traffic, not just with them in mind. They've obviously taken into account that the other cars are racing as well. So they've made sure they've passed them safely, nice and wide. You can see Stephen Maris there doing exactly what we were just talking about, giving the lapped car plenty of room. And now letting even more radicals by through the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. Great job from him. It's just radical after radical after radical at the moment in the damaged GT4 car, but he's kept it on the road and he's still pushing forward.
Apparently Cedric Rogers just went off track there for a moment. I'm not quite sure if he had an issue with somebody else. And we've got a couple of cars it's saying have crashed here, so we're going to have a quick look. Maxime van den Hove has had an issue, just comes out the pit lane and gets collected. The TCR car just didn't seem to know he was there then. That was the number 43, not to name a shame. No, that was Bram Van Putten. That was the leader in TCR that got hit there. That was a very, very severe impact. And it was Casper Engels that just didn't seem to see him as he came out the pits. Ruben Van Buel has also had an issue. This is Stephen Maris just coming back on track after an incident earlier as well. Let's see what happens here. So Van Buel in here with, the radical just goes across the front of him. That car has had no luck today. Stephen Maris gets involved as well. The other two jumping out of the way. There's a bit of a questionable join there as well. Wow, that was such a shame, but this team has had a real nightmare so far, haven't they? It's not been a straightforward race for them at all. They've just had contact after contact. The Pro Assist sim racing car. It's been such a shame. But that happens in these things, you know. They've given it over now to Kel Houvermeiren. Oh no, sorry, Kel van Houvermeiren is for Flemish Sim Sports, who has taken over in this one.
Glenn van Parijs has taken over. Has the spec map disappeared on that Flemish Sim Sports machine? It has for me.
It has, yeah. That's very strange.
It looks wrong now. I don't like it anymore. Don't like it.
Yeah, for anyone that's ever seen that in iRacing, please let us know, because I've not got a clue why that's happened. But maybe it's something to do with the lighting and the sun going down. But yeah, looks like a completely different car now. Maybe they just rewrapped it while it was in the pit lane and they just thought, to hell with the metallics, it's fine. Just at the front of this class as well, Max van Splunteren is 29 seconds behind Tommy Rout, who is leading the way in the PG Motorsport BE car. Cas Hogenhout is just come out of the hairpin there in third position, and it's close here between Casper Engels and Joachim van der Steuren. Casper Engels in the TCR class, and this in the Porsche GT4 now. Van der Steuren down the inside, gets it done, and moves up into 34th overall. Stays 10th in class, and 11th in class is Han Keestecker, but they are over a lap down on this. Jean-Louis Deschamps, apparently not in the race anymore, unfortunately, for Bet Center. They must have had some sort of issue. Marco van Dam is here for the Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport car, so he's gone back out 41st at the moment. And we look back to the MX5 class, the Fast and Fun team, now at the front of this one here, Jack.
Yeah, definitely. They're doing an amazing job. We did say at the start of the race that they are looking quite racy, funnily enough. And they're showing it off. They've been lapping pretty quickly. They're lapping quicker than anybody else in the class by 4 seconds. So they're doing 3 seconds now. They're doing an absolutely amazing job. And what's the gap to Helle Verstraeten behind? The gap is 18 minutes. Surely that can't be right. 22 seconds. There we go. It's 18 minutes from the leader. 22 seconds from from Van Hoenacker in the Fast and Fun machine. There we go.
Oh,
Halle Stratton has just passed the pit lane, putting a lap on Jean-Louis Deschamps, which I think is why he got caught out,
yep.
Chaz. But the Greenleaf Racing machine has got 22 seconds to make up in the next 25 minutes. So it's got to be about a second a lap. And if I'm honest, Chaz, I can't see that happening without some major mistake.
Yeah, definitely. It's just one of those where, oh, well, there you go. Fabrice Cornelis, fastest lap of the race, 1:23.7. Purple sector 3, purple sector 5. Incredible pace. Just on the left-hand side of your screen there, you can see the mess that is the gap between every single car. You can see that Magnus in third place is very quickly closing on second place Kamil Jagizoglu, and he's trying to find any which way past this GT4 traffic that he can. And this is getting closer and closer. They do go yellow when we have them on there, but it is a very, very messy thing to have up. That's why we just don't have it up there all the time. Past the TCR car he goes, and this now is going to become a very, very interesting chase for second place here, Jack, as Mr. Magnus is what I'm going to call him now to avoid people in the YouTube chat tell me I'm saying his name wrong. To Kamil Jagizoglu, who's just there in front. Look at the pace that Magnus has in this Scuderia Monza car.
Yeah, it's crazy. The 55 machine really, really pushing forward. Now only 8 tenths between Jagizoglu and Magnus, so they're only going to get closer. Obviously, Magnus making the most of a little bit of traffic and getting some draft assistance, but then gets held back a little bit through turn 1. We've got cars coming out of the pits. That's Suffaliers leaving the pits. Now Jagizoglu is once again ahead. Without being separated by a bit of traffic. They've found some GT3 traffic once again. That's brave. Magnus throws it to the inside, gets through. You can see the car moving underneath him, but he's kept his foot in. Half a second between these two guys now, so Magnus only getting ever closer. He looks slightly to the left, maybe just trying to fill his mirrors, put him off into the braking zone. Look how strong he is on the brakes. He closed up by about 3 tenths just on the brakes going into the Gilles Villeneuve chicane. I'm guessing Magnus is going to throw it to the inside and see what he can do. He's looking to the right. He's alongside almost. Has a look. Can't quite get it done on the brakes. We know he's strong on the brakes, so I'm guessing that'll be how he manages to catch out Kamil Jagizoglu. Going into the hairpin, we'll have to see what happens. Magnus runs slightly wide, unsettles the car a bit, but gets it back under control. Pushing once again towards the hairpin. I think he's a little too far back this time by, but going onto the straight into the final chicane. We have seen cars overtake them there, or overtake competitors there, but it doesn't look like he's going to wait till the chicane. Magnus has got a much better run coming out of the hairpin, and Magnus has decided to see what he can do. They're still alongside each other, a bit of Mazda traffic to negotiate, and now GT4 ahead. Obviously Magnus has had to brake nice and early, but gets the position done, uses all the curve on the inside to secure the position, and an absolutely amazing move from Magnus, Chaz.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. It was very committed, and, you know, just gives it some real thought, and then holds back, and then smash, through he goes, and it's done before you know it. And that's how decisive these racing drivers can be with their manoeuvres. You know, it's easy to say, oh, I'll just send it down the inside there. You really got to be committed, either that or you've got to be very conservative and hold back. This is David DeWitt in full speed ahead, who's made it up to third place in the Porsche class.
He just came out the pits
at the moment. Yes, the car that has just come out. They're ahead of Boudouin Koustet, who is here for EMG Motorsport. That car seems to have dropped down quite a little bit. I'm not sure whether they've had an extra stop, but apparently the MX... sorry?
That's also lost its spec map. It did have matte black on it, but it's now all metallic and the same sort of gradient of colour.
Oh, wow.
Ooh,
that was a humongous crash there. That was in the MX-5. This is Liven Op de Beek for FW Racing. Goes over to the right. Oh, the GT4 just keeps his foot in. Number 24, that was, trying to go through. And that was Jochen van der Sturen for PG Motorsport. And that has put FW Racing very, very heavily in the wall.
Somehow not an engine failure with that.
Yes, crazy that. It's put the engine in the back now, so it's effectively a Porsche. But, yeah, that's a real shame to see. Oliver Verbaelen's just come out of the pit lane now for Stasis in 5th position. And, well, it's one of those where they've got to try and keep up as best they can with the leaders. And, again, another one of the under-the-radar performances. They've got 26 seconds ahead and 15 seconds behind. We're getting a lot of requests in the chat. We do have to apologise. It isn't quite a request line, guys. We do want to make sure we give everybody the airtime we need and just see how everybody is getting on. Dimmy Dales is a name that we didn't see on track earlier. I think they may have been in the pit lane recently. This is the CCTS Esports RS3 car. 37th overall, 6th place in class. Tom Van Putt, though, for Graphite Racing TCR is only there, 3.2 seconds ahead. So not too far ahead. I have just asked if it's Patrick Gilles or Gilles Magnus, but all I've got back is the word Gilles. So
It's Gilles Magnus. There we go.
yeah. Apparently spec map issues are from changing the drivers. So
Okay.
that's interesting to know. I thought it was literally just one spec map per team. Interesting to see though. If it does get worse, then we will reload it. But for now, I'd rather not see 50 odd white cars on track for a lot of it. Apparently it's Gilles Magnus, so it is still Magnus. So we'll have to stick with that. Apologies for calling him Patrick Magnus, but if he wanted his real name on the overlay, then he should have put it in as iRacing. That's all I've got to say on that. Cedric Wouters is 4th at the moment for Traxxas. We just saw him coming through there, with the Sim Racers World Porsche just behind. That is Gregory Vranks in the number 14 machine. And if it gets to this part of the race here, Jack, it's got to be pretty sort of mind-melting to keep avoiding traffic. And I reckon that, you know, the sort of fatigue that you'd have on your brain by doing this for so long would really be setting in at this point. We have just about 20 minutes of the race left to go now.
Yeah, definitely. I see what you mean. Obviously, it's on a longer track, it probably isn't as bad because obviously it takes longer to come round and collect the same traffic again. But at Zolder, it's only a 4-kilometre circuit, so it doesn't take that long to do a full rotation of it. And you'll probably end up seeing the same traffic every 4 or 5 laps in the radicals. So it's really not the most comfortable drive, but obviously it doesn't seem to be affecting Fabrice. And actually, talking about Gilles Magnus, he's got past obviously Kamil Jagazoglu, and he's decided, yeah, you know what, I'm not going to hang about, and he's built up a 6-second gap in 2 laps.
He's absolutely flying, isn't he? I've just been told as well it is Gilles Magnus, and it's basically his dad is Patrick Magnus, so they're both on iRacing, so that'll be why the difference is. I've just been told as well, I just saw it a second ago, but apparently he's a Belgian TCR driver. Well, someone put the name up there, but I think the comment's been removed now, I'm afraid. But yeah, it's pretty amazing. But honestly, for everybody that is wondering the confusion, we have to have the same name come through on there that we do in the iRacing overlay. Otherwise, it just won't work. So please do bear with us. But yeah, like I say, he's signed up on his dad's account. Whoa, down the inside though he goes. And that's the sort of commitment you need, Jack. That is the commitment that we're seeing from him. And he's absolutely flying at the moment, is Gilles.
It's an absolutely, he's just an amazing driver. He's definitely showing off. I've noticed it on the software. It does say he only has 270 iRacing, but I very, very much doubt that.
Gosh, yeah.
He's lapping on par with the leader, if not a bit quicker. The gap was 1:10 when Fabrice, or when all is said and done, once everybody has pit the same amount of times, and he's got that down to 1:03. And obviously Fabrice, when he got in the car, he had a 45-second gap behind, and he has posted purple time since then, but it doesn't look like he's escaping to the same extent he was earlier. We'll have to see what Gilles does this time by. Last lap he did a 1:25.66, and that is only 0.3 slower than Fabrice in the lead, so we'll have to see what he does this time, weaving his way through the final chicane, nice and easy, nice and patient on the throttle, make sure he doesn't light up the rears, gets it back pointing the right way, and see what he does when he crosses the line. So that lap he did a 1:25.67, so that is amazing consistency. He was only 100th slower than the previous lap.
Yeah.
And we've learned previously that endurance racing, it's all well and good setting personal bests and overall best lap times, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you're fast one lap, you've got to make sure you're fast every lap, so it's all about consistency.
Yeah, definitely. It's incredible in terms of the pace that he's putting in. Trust me, Hans, we know how to refresh the paints, mate. It's just that we'd rather just have the spec maps incorrect for a little bit, because bearing in mind it's only a couple of cars in a very large grid, and rather than have all of them white for a bit, we know how it works, mate. But yeah, Magnus is absolutely on it. We have been told he is a Belgian TCR driver, Europe TCR driver. And someone's saying here, Enzo, isn't there a rule you can't change drivers in the last 20? Oh, there you go.
That's Gilles Magnus getting caught out by, who was that?
That was the Fast and Fun car, wasn't it? Number 50, yes. Thomas Lambrecht. Now there's the name. Greenleaf have retaken the lead in that class, by the way, because Fast and Fun needed another pit stop. So Greenleaf leading the way then. It's pretty amazing that they've managed to continue to stay at the top of the class. Number 44, doing a very fine job. Look at the speed difference. It just comes into shot, flies past, off it goes again. Brilliant, brilliant stuff from the Radicals. We did just see a change a moment ago. The eagle-eyed of you would have seen that Dries Rohaert has taken over in the Vapor Shop RDR car from Tim Jacobs, who came in not too long ago. And now, well, through the middle. That's the commitment of getting a new driver in the car. He's like, right, I'm not hanging about, boys. Let's crack on here. Through the chicane he goes. And we'll once again stay on board with the Porsche for a little moment just to hear the beautiful, beautiful noise of the flat six. The gearbox singing away as well. And you can just see there's tiny little adjustments here and there, Jack. These cars do float around quite a bit. They say it's a driver's car, but you really do get a great feel in these Porsches. They are amazing to drive, even on iRacing.
Yeah, definitely. While we're on the subject of Dries Rohaert and changing drivers, we've just seen Gregory Vranks dive into the pits and handed the car over to Matthias de Tige. So obviously Dries Rohaert previously racing against Matthias de Tige, and that just shows off the extent of what a good stint Gregory Vranks has done, because the gap between those two is now 30 seconds. So Gregory Vranks, or 25 seconds, obviously Matthias de Tige is still coming down 20 seconds, almost 15 now. So I'm getting caught out with the timing software, but Matthias de Tige has been handed the car over in a much higher up position than he gave it to Gregory Vranks. So Greg doing an absolutely amazing job. And this is Dries Moudry, our P4 driver, leaving the pits, and he has come out 20 seconds behind the P3 driver in the Traxxas machine. But at this point in time, there's not massive amounts of movement on the radical side of things. It's more or less in the middle, where you've got GT4s, TCRs and GT3s is where it's all going on, Chaz.
Yeah, I mean, Ben Thayens at the moment in the G-Drive Exemia TCR car has 5 seconds behind him is Ingmar Andersen, who we all see just there, coming out of the corner behind. 2.5 seconds is the gap between Maxim van den Hove and Tim Claessens, just behind in the Torque Freak racing car. There is the gap. And this is for the final position in class here, actually, Jack. And we know that Torque Freak Racing have, no offence to the others, but they've been the class of the field so far. Wilco Hendricks, despite having the incident earlier on in the No Fear Racing team, they're actually leading the GT4 class at the moment, doing a great job, despite the little incident early on.
Yeah, definitely. They're doing a great job. 7.5 seconds is the gap between No Fear Racing and Skylimit Race Team. So Wilco doing an absolutely amazing job. The last time he pitted was lap 49. And we are on, what lap are we on this time by? Let's have a look. They're on lap 67. So they may have to pit again. Bearing in mind it was almost 20 laps ago they went into the pits. So it's all and good being in the lead at the moment, but with almost 10 minutes of the race remaining, I don't know where all that time has gone. They're going to be really, really on the edge. So whether it's at the point where you just lose a couple of tenths every lap, just saving fuel, making sure you keep it clean, and then taking the car across the line, or they've just got to hope that they can find an extra bit of pace, dive into the pits, get a splash and dash, and take the car to the line.
Yeah, the strategy now is really going to come into play. You're going to really get an idea of how well you've played it at this point. That is the TCR class leader just negotiating around the outside there of Dirk Bouts in the Petrolhead Days Racing Porsche GT4. Doesn't look like he's on full pace in that thing at the moment. Doesn't look too comfortable. But it might just have been that little excursion at the chicane putting him off there. Sam Putterville's is 4.9 seconds up the road now in the Tri-Racing Audi RS3. Leader of that class, like I say, Ben Thayens still leading the way. Anton Depan is second for Sim Racers World Esports TCR in that beautiful looking bit of kit. Bram van Uytven is in third for Dynamics Simulators Red. He's just getting one of the Porsches go past him there. That was the number 10 machine of Philip van der Herk in full speed ahead, and it certainly is full speed ahead at the moment, doing a great job. He's only got 1 second back though to Steve Clays, so this was a battle we had on a bit earlier, Jack. It seemed to spread out, and now it's closed back up again as we get towards the end of the race.
I think we did say at the time that these guys will be nose to tail in the closing stages of the race, and they've definitely proved us right. We know Steve Clays is quick behind the wheel of these Porsches, as we saw on Friday, and he's definitely living up to it. He's still slowly taking bits of time out of the car ahead. We've also got to remember we did see Ben Thayens earlier. He was involved, well, not Ben Thayens himself, but that car, the G-Drive Racing Exemia machine, was caught up in quite a hefty incident earlier on between a Mazda and a Radical. And he's done a great job of keeping it there. He's theoretically P5 in the GT4 class. So absolutely great drive from Ben Thayens. We knew he was quick to start off with, but my God, he's definitely doing well. But back to this battle, Steve Clays doing everything he can. to catch up to Philip van den Hurk
We have to cut away, sorry mate.
ahead. That's no problem.
Sam de Jong's had a crash here apparently. Oh, very hot into turn 1. Car goes around, he goes around the traffic. Oh, and he's been hit as well. Oh, not just by the Radical, but then hit the other way by the MX-5. What a nightmare for him. Spins it around, nearly gets hit by a GT4. Oh, it's all over the place at the moment for Sam de Jong. He's carried on though with a damaged car. Oh, he's gone into the back of the TCR now. It's like something off Robot Wars, that thing. It's just trying to wedge underneath everything and move it out of the way. This is the battle, by the way, Steve Clay's that we were just looking at now. You can very much tell that you're on board with a G-Drive or a Sim Racers World car when you go on board with these Porsches. A bright orange. I'm not sure how many of them leave the factory in that colour, but I don't think there's many. And apparently Jacques has just said, and that, son, is how clouds are made. Apparently so. This chase, though, getting very close to the wall there. I sort of held my breath a little bit. I thought it was just going to scrape along the wall on the right-hand side. But you have to sort of do that to open the corner up, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. We have said it's quite a niche circuit. You've got to make sure you nail everything you can around here in every corner. And if that means literally being millimetre like close to the wall, you're going to do it. And Steve Clays definitely has got that inside his head, keeping nice and close to the wall, opening up pretty much every corner he can. This is Sam de Jong diving into the pits. I know exactly what you've done, Chaz, there. It said he had a crash, so you thought, let's go and have a look at the crash.
I was just wondering if he's going to come into repair and change drivers or what. It's a bit late in the race now to be pitting. I think they must have had some damage. Oh, he's missed his
I think he went into the wrong pit box
yeah.
by quite a way as well. Did he stall it, maybe?
Oh, wow, there's a fast repair. Yeah, bang. It's new body panel on it, and off he goes. We will go back to Steve Clays. So, well, there you go. there's the commentator's case for you, ladies and gentlemen. Philip van den Hurk, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen. But, you know, you do feel a bit of guilt as a commentator when that does happen. Well, that was that. And it's just a case of lighting up the rears. And these cars, they do lose balance. Oh, it was just over the curb, actually, wasn't it? It bounced. Yeah. He did a good job. And he made sure that the very pretty white wheels made a good appearance on stream. But, yeah, it's a shame that is, to be honest. It's gone that way. Tim Clayson's just looking a bit further down the order. He's really closing on Maxime van den Hove, as we were saying before. Tim Clayson's has been very, very quick and now wants a position. That's not how you get it, though. Oh, that's not the best way to get the position from the car in front. Bit of contact and around it goes. I don't think he was expecting Maxime van den Hove to slow down that much, though, in all fairness. It wasn't like he sent it down the inside and caused a crash. Let's have a quick look. Over the hill. We've got second place in class there. That's Loic Hartog coming through on the brakes. Runs a bit wide to let him go through. And then does get over to the racing line quite quickly, does Maxim. Back on the throttle. Plenty of time to get it back on the circuit again. But that's a real shame, that. Real shame that it had to be decided that way. I'm sure that Tim didn't mean it. He's actually come in the pits as well as Tim Clayson. So not quite sure what's happened there. Maybe he's been given a drive through. Actually, Maxime van den Hove has also come in the pit lane, so a bit lively there. David Suffaliers is in second place for Skylimit Race Team. Of course, Skylimit involved in getting all of this organised. Thank you very much. Thank you to SimTag Simulators for the sponsorship of the event. And, of course, everyone at Belcar and Sim Racers World that has got on board to do this. It's been an amazing event, and we've got just over 5 minutes to go. And since we've hit that hour mark, Jack, that has flown by, hasn't it, mate?
It's gone way too quickly. I think we've been enjoying it so much, it just sort of drifts by crazy quick. This is Dallin News now, doing what he can about the traffic. I don't think there's a lap that goes by in a Radical where you don't end up going past pretty much every manufacturer that's on the grid. Yeah, Steph Delanus, he's in P9 in class, and obviously that's overall as well. He's got an 18-second gap ahead, but we're going into literally the closing stages of the race. Sam de Jong, after that earlier incident, he's only 4 seconds behind and gaining. He is lapping slightly quicker as well. Well, I say slightly quicker. He's just gone 2 seconds quicker in that previous lap. So this battle for P9 overall could hot up in literally the closing laps. There's still 4 tenths between them, but we know what de Jong's like, and we know he's quick. And Delanus will have that in the back of his mind as well.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to be closing very, very quickly. This is Jasper Lauwers just ahead, who seems pretty safe at the moment. Sam de Jong, though, like you said before, we've seen it that he's very quick. That's the stasis car of Olivier Verbelin behind him. And I really do love that livery. We haven't spoken about liveries for a while, to be honest with you, and I'm quite proud of ourselves. I think, though, the changing in drivers with the spec map thing is something very interesting to note for future, though. We'll have to have a look at that. Apologies for anyone that hasn't got quite the right spec map on, but I'm sure you can appreciate that we don't want to change everyone's liveries again just to reload them for 1 or 2 on the track. We have to think about the majority. But this looks like a really good scrap here, and of course, Werrell is a lap ahead, but the car in front, De Jong, is just that fast that he doesn't feel the need to let him go, because he'll probably just overtake him again. And do, of course, please do hit the like button. We're close to 100 likes on the video. We've got over 600 people watching. We are very grateful for each one of you. And don't forget to subscribe to Sim Racers World TV. Follow the Facebook page as well. Make sure you like the video on there too. And Jack and I will be very grateful for that. I'm Chaz Draycott with Jack Werrell in the booth with me. The dream team, as we get called by Sim Racers World TV. And this, I'm thinking, is a bit of a dream team battle at the moment, Jack, because these pair, while they're not battling for position, it's great to watch them just chase each other around this fantastic Zolder circuit.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you say chase each other, they've swapped from one chasing the other. So this is now Oliver Werrell deciding to take, who was that he took over? That was De Jong, wasn't it? So De Jong now giving chase, seeing what he can do. But obviously, if Werrell is ahead, that surely means at some point he is quicker. I was going to say De Jong, if he wanted to catch up, the best bet is just to sit under the rear wing of Werrell. But it seems like traffic is going to put a halt to that, and the very odd-looking Flemish Sim Sports car is parking it pretty much everywhere he can. This is De Jong once again working his way past all the traffic. Right on board, I can't get over this on board footage. You can see everything. You can see the front left wheel, the front right wheel, the helmet. You can see all the minor little inputs that the driver's putting into the steering wheel, the revs, the gear, everything. Is such a great little camera angle we have available to us. You can see.
I'd like to add as well, just the depth of field on it as well, the fact that it's blurry for the stuff that's near and far away. iRacing have recently, I think it was only in the last couple of months, have updated the depth of field effects, and they've really nailed it this time. It used to be quite difficult to get it to look realistic. Oh, as around he goes, Sam De Jong pushing very hard. What a save, and very well kept out of the wall. But depth of field isn't going to affect anything to do with that, sunshine, as there goes one of the other radicals going through. But that's lost him a bit of time there, Jack, and he's got to make it all back up again now, and I don't think he's got the time to do it. So we've only got 1.5 minutes of the race left to go for our race leader, Fabrice Cornelis.
Yeah, it's such a shame that De Jong has given that away. That was coming Beavers in the Scuderia Monza by PK Car Sports Machine, deciding to make the most of it. But he's got past now. I'm guessing that the field is going to stay pretty similar. Touch wood.
Whoa.
Wilco Hendricks doing a great job of keeping the car out on track. Obviously, this late into the race, it's been almost 25 laps since the last time he pitted, so he's done a great job of fuel management and tyre management. Pretty much all the GT4s. So if you look around the GT4 area, a lot of them have gained 9 positions. So that could be to do with retirements or earlier incidents. But leading the way in the Mazdas is still the Greenleaf Racing Machine in the hands of hell of a Stratton. So great job from those guys. A slight bit of front end damage, but they've kept it clean for the most part. I'm guessing we're going to have to go back to the leader, because that's what people want to see. We want to see the leader crossing the line. Not quite on the final lap yet. He will get another couple of laps by the looks of it.
I think this will be the last lap, actually, this one now.
Yeah, definitely.
He's only got 25 seconds left to go. And it's been an amazing effort by Radicals Online Belgium. I mean, they've been untouched since the start, but it's just often the best way for it. You know, these guys have been flying. That's De Jong there. And you know how quick De Jong's been. And, I mean, Fabrice Cornelis is just flying up like he's not even there. It's amazing to see the pace difference. Great to see them at least still having a bit of a battle side by side. You know, they're in the same class. Why not? But what a performance this has been. We have reached the 2 hours and 5 minute mark. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, Fabrice Cornelis and his teammate Thomas Stockmans as well, that have done such an amazing job. With only a couple of corners left to go though, Jack, what do you reckon? It's been an amazing performance, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been absolutely crazy. Both of the guys knew exactly what they had to do, kept it in between the white lines, kept it out of the way of traffic when they had to, and then it was just patience. They knew what they had to do around traffic, and we can see Fabrice just showing off what he can do around traffic. He probably one of the bravest moves, throwing it to the outside of a TCR, but he got it done. And as we go into the final stages of the lap, this is Fabrice Cornelis.
He's just letting off, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. The virtual Belcar event on Sim Racers World is won by Fabrice Cornelis. Absolutely amazing drive by him and his teammate with the Radicals Online Belgium team. We can see the checkered flags rising up and down the timing tower. It's going to be very uncoordinated. We've got cars up and down the field, but this is Dries Moudry who is going to take P2 by the looks of it.
Yeah.
We've had an issue for Wouters.
Yeah,
who
the
is
Traxxas car's just
out.
disconnected, I think. He's just had a
That's
severe
a
issue.
shame.
So Dries Mousty goes up to second. Verbelen for Stasis goes up into third. EF van Genekten is going to come towards the end of the lap now. And he is going to win this for PG Motorsport BE in the Porsche Cup category. Into the final corner. To the left, to the right, foot down, and EF van Genekten takes the win in the Porsche Cup category. Very, very well done, and not too far behind here, Jack, is going to be Wilco Hendricks for No Fear Racing in the Porsche GT4 class.
Yeah, absolutely amazing drive from him. We had a look back a couple of laps ago saying that it was going to be tight on fuel, and he has now done 25 laps on this same tank of fuel. So he's done a great job of keeping it on the road, and even after a couple of massive incidents, he's done a great job, him and his teammate. But Wilco Hendricks flashing the lights in joy, crosses the line and takes the win in the Porsche GT4 class. So a great drive from him, and I think that is pretty much everybody in terms of class leaders. Have we had Helle Verstraeten cross the line?
There he is.
Yeah, there he is. What about
Jelle
timing?
Verstraeten crosses the line. I just saw it said 0.99 on the lap counter. Very well done. And of course, G-Drive Racing Exemia TCR, Ben Thayens crossing the line to win the class in TCR for them. An absolutely amazing performance. Very, very good stuff to see. And what a brilliant race. Thank you everybody that has tuned in. We will have interviews with the drivers if we can in a moment, just to have a chat with them. And before that, we will bring you through the entire results. We'll go through them class by class for you. We'll look at the Radicals first and run through that so you get the overall race winners then. Radicals Online Belgium take it by a lap from Dynamics Racing Yellow, and Stasis in third place, ahead of Scuderia Monza by PK Carsport. And then Traxxas finishing fifth in the end there, 2 laps down at the end. Fast Racing Team in sixth place with W Coat Car Detailing E-Racing Team in seventh, ahead of GHK E-Racing by T2. Then Team CFK ninth. And we had a privateering car number 3 actually rounding out. That's Sam de Jong apparently. I think it's just because Sam was in the car and we didn't have his name matched up, so it won't bring up the team name. That's Dynamics Racing Simulators DXX in that one. And then Simtag Esports, Bet Center and Craft Racing, unfortunately 77 laps down, didn't quite take it there. I'll hand you over to Jack to take you through the Porsche Cup category.
So the Porsche Cup class was won by PG Motorsport.be, a dominating drive from those, but they weren't too far away from the Porsche Carrera Cup Benelux team, who crossed the line in P2, only 9 seconds adrift from the winners. They're followed quite closely. Oh, great scenes there on the start-finish straight. Everybody slowing up, definitely photo-worthy. So it's great to see those guys. They're shortly followed. 25 seconds behind is EMG Motorsport. Then we go to the guys that receded a lap from those top 3. G-Drive Racing Exemia is followed by Full Speed Ahead. Then JJ Motorsport, Sim Racers World Esports, and Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport finish P8. Then we get to the second PG Motorsport team, PG Motorsport.nl finish P9, followed by Pro Assist Sim Racing. P17 is apparently a privateer, but that is the Flemish Sim Sports car, followed by what is apparently another privateer, finishing P12, but that was the Trappers. And then rounding out the Porsche Cup results is number 20. That was Team Rookie Monsters, who we saw retire quite early on in the race. So it's a shame that those guys didn't manage to cross the line, but that was a great race in that class, Chaz. I'll hand everybody back over to Chaz for the GT4 results.
Yes, it was certainly was a good battle in that one. The Porsche Cup cars were very entertaining. Wilco Hendricks crossed the line to win the GT4 class for No Fear Racing, with David Suffaliers for Skylimit Race Team behind him. Then it's Heli ABK Racing with Talk Freak Racing GT4 eventually coming home in 4th place, ahead of Ingemar Andersen in GNR Motorsport in 5th. Then we have Team MRS in 6th, Reaction Motorsports in 7th, and then we have 8th position was Jochen van der Sterren for PG Motorsport. 9th was Dynamics Racing Orange, and then in 10th place was Petrolhead Days Racing. 11th was Hannes K-Stecker for Kart World Racing, rounding out your GT4 field, and behind them it was the TCRs. Or in amongst them, it was the TCRs, I should say.
Yeah. So it was the G-Drive Racing Exemia TCR team that won their class by well over a lap, and they even beat some of the GT4 cars. So an absolutely immense drive from Ben Thanes and his teammate. They're shortly followed by Sim Racers World TCR, a lap down. I say shortly followed, yeah, they are a full lap down, but what can you expect with an absolutely monstrous drive from the G-Drive team? So Anton Dupin crosses the line for Sim Racers World, finishing P2, shortly followed by Dynamics Simulators Red rounding out the podium. Then you get to Tri Racing, finishing P4 with Graphite Racing TCR P5, CCTS Esport RS3, finish in P6, Vapor Shop RDR Motorsport number 2, which is actually number 42, finishes 7 laps down in P7, and McCoy Token Racing sadly retiring earlier on, 33 laps down from the lead, finishing P8.
And then finally, last but not least, we have the MX5 class, and it was actually Jelle Verstraeten for Greenleaf Racing that won that one, and because his name, like I say, wasn't matched up, it does come up as Greenleaf Racing, I'm afraid. Then we have Stephen de Wolf, who finished second in that class with Dynamics Racing Green. Fast and Fun rounded out the podium in that one with FW Racing in fourth. Then we have CCTS Esports MX5 NL in fifth place. And last but not least, Kart Events Racing with sixth in class. And that rounds out your field. But what an incredible event, Jack. It's been awesome fun to watch. So action-packed all the way up and down the field. I didn't know where to look through half of that. It was amazing, wasn't it?
Oh, it's absolutely crazy. It was such fun. There was battles literally everywhere. And they weren't just sort of like car on car of the same manufacturer in the same class. There were like cars that you would never expect to be battling. So you had a Porsche Cup car battling a Mazda MX-5 for position. Yes, it might not have lasted long, but it was those like sort of brief 2-3 seconds of action which really just made the broadcast what it was. So it was great to see like what happened and what like evolved throughout the race, and the different setbacks that people sort of took on, overcome, went into the pits, maybe got a fresh set of boots and a repair, and then went back out and just gave an absolutely amazing comeback drive. So it's great to see that everybody just sort of took part, pulled together, and it paid off because it produced an absolutely amazing afternoon of racing.
Yeah, it certainly did, mate. It was amazing to watch. Really, really enjoyed it. Just trying to get back to a little bit further down in the replay at this point, just so we can keep our eye on Fabrice Cornelis. And there's a good reason for that, and that is because we're going to drag him in and have a chat with him. Fabrice joins us in the booth. Good to see you, mate. I bet you're over the moon with that one, aren't you?
Yeah, that was crazy. That was so much fun. Every lap I did was so much fun. The traffic was crazy, but that's how it is in real life, so it's a challenge, but I think I won it pretty good. Yeah.
Well, it looked like quite a breeze out there for you guys. A few little moments here and there. We noticed a little bit of damage on the car at points, but you seem to be on absolute fire. And I mean, your teammate did a very clean stint as well. How was it from your point of view? Did you feel nervous at any points about what was going on, or was it pretty calm and collected?
Yeah, I felt pretty nervous at some point of the race, especially like when lapping traffic. I was getting pretty nervous, but also when Thomas was driving, he had quite some heat moments sometimes. So like 3 rides, and yeah, you hold your breath a bit for when he does that, and hope, fingers crossed, and hope everything goes fine. The damage actually came from the curb, so we never really had contact with anyone. So yeah, that's great.
Well, that's always good to know then. At least you didn't hit any other cars. I mean, the curbs are very dangerous around here. How was it in the Radical? We know it can be quite a fragile little bit of kit, and it can spin very easily. In terms of going sort of for moves in corners to get past the lap traffic, were you aiming to be really sort of held back and conservative, or did you want to be aggressive and get out there as quick as possible?
No. With being aggressive, there's no way you're gonna win this race. I think like my lap times were 4 seconds slower than in practice, just because I was just managing traffic pretty easy. When someone faster, like when I had to lap a Porsche Cup in turn 1, just held back a bit, take him on the exit. Yeah, I think I never really took any risk in the race. So yeah, I really wanted to win this one. And I saw after like 30 minutes we had quite a big gap, so I just managed it from there. Thomas did an amazing job too. So yeah, I'm very proud of him too.
You should be, mate. It was a fantastic race. In terms of the conditions of the track, how did it feel towards the end? Was it much different from the beginning? I mean, I imagine it was quite rubbered in, but maybe not too much over a 2-hour race.
Yeah, it was quite rubbered in actually, and also the track was getting colder because it was getting later in the evening. I think it's like 9, at the end it was like 8 o'clock or something in the evening. So it was getting more rubbered in and a lot more grip, because I also did my quickest lap somewhere at the end of the race, just because there was quite some grip at that point, so yeah.
Yeah, it looked like you were certainly on it all the way through, but very well done from everybody here for Fabrice. It was awesome to watch, and of course pass our congrats on to your teammate as well. Just before we let you go, mate, is there anybody that you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, sure. First of all, of course, Thomas, amazing job. Thanks a lot for driving with me, bringing the car home. And also like Ronald, and then Andy for organizing this Belcar championship, and their partners, Simtech. Yeah, we all know them. So yeah, I think it's a great first edition, and I'm hoping for more, and I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Well, fingers crossed it's not the last time we see it for Fabrice, and hopefully we'll be watching again very soon if it does happen.
Yeah, and also thank you to you guys, by the way, for the podcast. I'm gonna watch that back with a lot of pleasure.
Good stuff. Not a problem, mate. Really enjoyed it. Thank you.
See you guys. Bye bye.
Fabrice there, fantastic to talk to. And the next guy that we'll get in is somebody who had an absolutely corking race. Maybe not the most exciting of races out there, but Ben Thayens from G-Drive Racing Eximia, excuse me, TCR, too much for me to say, joins us in the chat. I'll leave you, Ben, in the very capable hands of Mr. Jack Werrell.
All right, thanks.
First of all, massive well done, Ben. It was a dominating drive.
Thank you.
It's sort of an off-topic question, so to speak, but racing against the GT4s in a TCR, is that comparable to anything you've done before? And like, what did that surprise you at all, that you were going to be that quick and race against a class that's quicker than you?
Yeah, well, it's sometimes hard to drive against them because they got power on the straights, but we've got some, yeah, we can brake very late. And yeah, our mid corner speed is quite high compared to them. So yeah, it gives some interesting battle from time to time. And yeah, in real life, I experience the same thing. I drive in the Youngtimer Cup with a BMW E30, and you got the same thing with the Porsches. They're slower in the corners, and the BMW is fast. So it compared to the real life for me, but it was fun.
Yeah, definitely. It's a dominating drive. Like you were out front for most of it. Was there a point in the race where you thought, we've pretty much got it in the bag, or were you just pushing for the entire race, or was there like a point where you just backed off and thought, right, let's just keep it on the road and cross the line?
Yeah, well, you just yeah, there is one point when you got like 20 seconds ahead that we really started to manage our incident points. We only got 7, I think, in the end, and yeah, a drive-through would be a shame. So we pay attention to it.
Yeah, it was great. You were properly clean. You were keeping it in between the track limits, and it was, yeah, there's no other word for it, an absolutely dominating drive. It was really good. In terms of sort of traffic, so not just you like passing obviously the GT4s, other TCRs and Mazda MX-5s, but also letting past sort of Porsche Cup cars and radicals. How would you describe that? Is it busy, or is it just sort of something you pick up and you keep half an eye on your mirror and half an eye on what's going on in front?
Yeah, well, you've got times where we've got some clean laps, but other times it's just crazy. You are passing the MX-5s, and then the radicals are coming by, and the Porsches are trying to outbrake you. So sometimes it's very, very busy, and you definitely needs to keep your concentration.
Yeah, we could definitely tell you negotiating traffic incredibly well. But that brings the end to this interview. Quickly, before I let you go, is there anybody you'd like to thank, shout out, or anything like that on the broadcast? Yeah,
of course, my teammate Bram van Putten, he drove an amazing stint, and my team, G-Drive Eximia Racing, all the guys are a great support, and yeah, they keep me improving in terms of quality of racing.
Yeah,
thanks
great.
to them.
Thank you very much, Ben, and we'll see you in a couple of Thursdays' time, or Tuesdays' time.
And I'll see you on Tuesday, Ben, at Alton Park.
Definitely, yeah. See you then.
Well done, cheers.
Bye.
Ben Thanes there, very talented. Oh, I went into the wrong chat then. That was silly, wasn't it? Ben was just a really good laugh then. He's a very, very talented racer. He races in the Sim Racers World TCR series that I commentate on Tuesdays, and he's shown tonight here, Jack, that he's skilled in all of these cars, and when it comes to the TCR, it can be any sort of race. He'll make it work.
Yeah, definitely. It shows that he's got experience in the car, and obviously real life experience. I'm sure that is sort of exaggerated in the sim as well, and he's done a great job. And you think about it, theoretically, he was P5 in the GT4s, so he's definitely on it. And it was an absolutely crazy drive from Ben.
It certainly was. It was great to watch, and someone else who was great to watch actually is we're going to bring in Marnix de Wit from the Greenleaf Racing team. Jelle Verstraeten obviously finished the race for you, but that was a really good drive to get the win then. You must have been very happy with that.
Yeah, we were very happy with that. The start wasn't the greatest of us, but we just kept going on and kept keeping on cool and just letting everyone by from the faster classes. Wasn't always easy. But,
I was just about to ask really. Being in the MX-5, not many of you out there on track, so maybe not as many battles as you would have thought you'd have, but what was it like letting all of these other cars past? I mean, we're going to cut to an onboard shot of it now. Should we close our eyes or cover our faces? Because I imagine it was quite scary at points.
Yeah, no, it was quite scary at some point. I had some battles. I had some people overtake me. Like one time I even had a radical, and I didn't even have a blue flag on my screen yet, and he still managed to pass me down in the braking zone.
Wow.
And I was like, where did he come from? I didn't even have a blue flag yet. But luckily, I've a couple of years of experience endurance racing now, so the good thing is I know where to look in the mirror for where people I should expect them. So that's good.
Yeah, it's definitely something that comes with time in these events. Now I know that obviously the MX-5, I've always said it before when I've commentated on them, that they're not the fastest or most exciting cars on the service, but you can have some amazing racing in them. How did it feel being in the MX-5 for that long in an endurance style race like that? Is it something that you just get sort of get on with really well, or is it? I know it can be a handful. Does it feel like that for that long?
Yeah, it was quite handful, especially at the end of my stint, because we had a strategy where Jelle would go about 3/4 of a stint, I would do a full stint, and Jelle would do 3/4 of a stint until the end again. And I was in for the full stint, and at the end of my stint, the tires were really toast, because I had been pushing the car quite hard to get us as far as we could. And the tires were quite toast at the end, and I was really feeling it, and was really getting lively, let's put it that way.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's a really fun car.
Yeah, they definitely are. Like I say, they may not be the fastest thing on the service, but after they've had the recent upgrade with a bit more power and still being rear wheel drive and having such soft suspension, they're a really good laugh to drive around.
It's really fun.
Well, I'm glad you've enjoyed it, mate. Very well done on your win, and of course, pass our congratulations to Jelle as well.
I will do.
Anybody you would like to give a shout out to before you go, mate?
Well, all my teammates of Greenleaf Racing, of course. We have multiple teams driving. We drove to Nürburgring as well this weekend with 2 cars, so everybody from Greenleaf Racing, good job with the Nürburgring 24. I wasn't there to finish it, sadly, because I had this race, but we did well, I think.
Smashing. Well, that's all good, mate. You've got time to go and have a rest and chill now and enjoy the fact that you've won it.
Yes,
we'll hopefully see you again in any other events like this that come up, but for now, well done, and we'll speak to you again soon.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Goodbye.
Marnix de Wit there from the Greenleaf Racing team, and someone that we have to bring him in, and you can hear that we've brought him in there. We bring in Ian Roots and Andy Yanane, the organisers of the events. Guys, welcome to the booth.
Hello. Hello, Jack. Hello, Chaz.
Hello.
First off with you, Ian, I'm going to start with you, mate. What did you make of that? That was a heck of an event again. Two amazing events in 3 days for us.
I know. I thought the Porsche event went through the roof, but thanks to Andy, and I think the whole of Belgium must have come out for us today. I think we had 832 viewers peak, I think, and already hitting 8,000 views, I think. So it's been incredible. It really has been an incredible event. What did you think from your point of view, Andy?
Yeah, for me, sim racing is kind of new. I'm in a Belcar organization since long time ago. I was racing in it. Then I stepped up to save the 24-hour race in Zolder, and since 5 years I'm coordinator of the championship. And with this lockdown that we all have here in Europe right now, for me it sounded like a good idea. I talked to Ronald Mons about it, and we started this competition. It was a lot more work than I expected in the beginning, but it was all worth it. I think we see that Belgium and the whole of Europe is ready for more of this.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way. It was a cracking event, plenty going on, of course, on the wonderful Zolder circuit. And I know that Ronald and yourself are actually at the circuit, aren't you, doing the race control for this?
Yeah, my office of Skylimit events is at the tower at start-finish of Circuit Zolder, so the perfect location. And as I have all my stuff here, it was easy to put some extra screens here and have good internet connection. So that's why we did it from Zolder. We didn't see a car on track, but only on screen.
Well, I imagine it's a great way to combine the world of real life racing and sim racing. So hats off to you for that. Just as a sort of an overview of the event, guys. I mean, we had very deserving winners, plenty of action on track. How do you think it was from the drivers' perspectives? I mean, have you had any feedback so far? I mean, I'll go to you first, Ian. Have you heard anything directly from anybody yet, or is it all a bit exploding and going all over the place?
No, I've been talking to the drivers in the waiting room. They have absolutely thoroughly enjoyed it, and the first question I was asked was, "When's it happening again?" So I think that says everything, to be honest. And Andy and his team with the work of Ron behind the scenes have put on an amazing event, and we thank you very much for allowing us to broadcast it, because it's been a great show. And if this continues and if we get more, I think the drivers are up for it. I think if you keep the same drivers on board and they get to trust one another, I think another event would be very, very successful, if not series, because that's what they're asking for.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm sure Jack will agree as well. It's been a hell of a lot of fun up here in the commentary box, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been crazy. I've got to admit, I was struggling to keep up with it all, and I think my computer was as well. It was getting slightly confused as to why 50 cars were all on track at the same time, and I was trying to look at all of them at the same time as well. But no, it was an absolutely amazing event. Like, I would, as I've said with pretty much every event I've ever done for SRW, I'd do it again tomorrow. It's just that enjoyable, and it was great.
One cool thing about this whole thing is that I think we had many teams of 3 drivers, some of 2, so I think we had 130 drivers in total, and I'm sure about 50 of them only took iRacing subscription when we announced it 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago. Some have had not enough practice for sure to be on a good level here today, but the thing is, we brought a lot of new people to sim racing, and I think that's something to build on.
Yeah, it's definitely a beautiful thing to be able to bring that many people in, and like you say, a lot of them not really getting a lot of practice in, but you wouldn't know it, would you? The driving standards were fantastic from pretty much everybody out there.
I agree, totally.
I mean, with the amount of traffic and the difference in speed that a lot of them had as well, it was going to be a very difficult one for a lot of these guys, especially in the slower classes, letting the faster guys through with not as much time to react, and especially for the guys in the quicker cars coming through as well, actually, really everybody in the field. But it went very, very well, didn't it?
Yeah, but I raced 9 times at 24 hours of Zolder myself, always with a field of between 50 and 60 cars. It is one of the hardest races on the world with the traffic, and you have no brakes because the longest straight is only 800 meters. And it's very tough to race. You have to be smart to have a good result here in this race. And it shows with the traffic and everything that, there is some work for some of the sim racers at this moment, but I think, it was a good show.
Yeah, definitely, and it's been an absolute pleasure, guys. Just before we let the pair of you go back into the other chat, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to? I'll start with you, Ian.
Well, I think there's one person more than any, and I think Andy will agree with me, and that's the person between me and Andy, and that's Ron. The amount of work that Ron has put in behind the scenes in the last 3 weeks has been incredible. So I think really, to be honest, I need to tip my hat to Ron. I know how difficult it is to organise a 2-hour event with just 30 or 40 guys, let alone get these guys up to speed and teach them how to do things, not just teach them how to race, but teach them how to, do the technical side of iRacing, because it's not easy, let's face it. But
No, it's not.
I think the one man for me has got to be Ronald Moons.
Fair play, fair play. And anyone at your end, Andy, that you like to say thanks to?
The same thing. What Ronald did the last weeks is amazing. I hope I don't have to pay him by the hour. So no, it's amazing what he did. But I also have to say, there's one guy who was always helping everybody out. It's Fabrice Cornelis, the guy who won. He's one of the highest level Belgian drivers for sure in iRacing and sim racing overall. And the help he gave to many people, he was putting up hot laps on the Discord to show the people how to drive a car safe without taking too many risks and everything. So I think people with that attitude is what we need. Not to be the fastest himself, but also to help everyone out on what level they are. That's also something very important, I think.
Yeah, it's a great thing for him to give back to the community, and of course, big thanks to Fabrice as well. He's actually just put a nice love heart in the chat as well, so he's very grateful for the comments.
We mustn't forget the sponsors though, guys. Obviously, Tag, and obviously Skylimits events and Belcar series themselves and Circuit Zolder. Everybody involved with this. It's been a fantastic event, and we need to thank all of those, because without those guys, obviously, it wouldn't happen. So, and Andy, obviously, thanks to coming to me and trusting in us as a company to do your broadcast for you. I'm sure I will, say Jack and Chaz have absolutely enjoyed it. I know I have, and let's hope the partnership continues over the summer period.
Yeah, let's see what we do now. We have to talk now with the people of the racetrack in Zolder, who are the owner of the Belcar Championship. And this was a standalone race, but we have the will to progress and to do some more things in the future. So now it's talking and brainstorming in the next days to see how we will bring it.
Well, what we'll do now, boys, is we'll chuck you back into there to go and do the boardroom stuff, and me and Jack will get things wrapped up here. But Ian, Andy, thank you very much for jumping in, guys. Thanks for getting us on board to do this, and we'll speak to you again very soon.
Okay, see you next time. Bye.
Thank you. Take care.
Cheers. Cracking stuff. Absolutely cracking stuff, Jack. And any final words from you, mate, on this one? It's been an absolute belter.
I just can't say thank you enough to literally everybody who took part. Everybody that had anything to do with it, so obviously all the sponsors, everybody at Belcar, everybody at Zolder, because obviously they played a massive part in it as well. All the 800 odd people we had in chat at that one point, and anybody else that joined before or after those. It's great to see you interacting. The chat was always full of your opinions and constructive criticism and what you thought was going to happen, which was great to see. And you're always interacting. And and obviously you, Chaz, because you sort of helped me take on the event as well. So it's a pleasure to always commentate alongside you.
Well, thank you very much, mate, and same to you too. And everybody in chat, like Jack says, rounded it up very, very well. Everybody interacted a lot with us. We got a lot of comments in there. Plenty of appreciation for the series, the organisation, and of course the broadcast as well. We're very grateful for every single one of you jumping in today. It's been amazing to see. And there is me doing a very silly thing and clicking it on the stream. There you go, that's rounding it out in a professional way, isn't it? Thank you, of course, everybody who has joined us on Sim Racers World TV. Thanks to everyone that's liked the video, who's subscribed as well over the course of the broadcast. Please do make sure you do. We have plenty of action coming up in the next few weeks for you on Sim Racers World TV. I've been Chaz Draycott, known to you as Chazlington until tomorrow, and Jack Werrell on the comms as well, doing an amazing job. Bearing in mind, this is only his 5th gig on the comms. He's doing an incredible job. Please put some clap emojis in chat before we go, and we will see you hopefully at another event like this very soon. But as for now, have yourself a wonderful evening.
disappears and I'm left flying.